Chapter 526 More Entanglement. You're a bastard, you know that? Iris remarked as VS filled her in on his actions. You sent your deputies out into space with nothing but shuttles and hazard suits to protect them from mind blasts and errant projectiles. If Professor Velton was here, she would have overruled your decisions on the spot. Well, it's too bad that she's not here, VS said as seriously as possible. Even if he possessed ulterior motives, he needed to act properly in front of any hidden recorders. The issue is too delicate to leave for later, for if the Mechs are hiding transmitters, we should shut them down as fast as possible. And what if they contain bombs instead? Sending your deputies out to their deaths will not look good on your record. I don't really care about a leadership position among the Vandals anyway. I'd rather let a proper journeyman mech designer take charge. All I want is to coast through this war with my life intact. VS had no opinion on whether Mercator and Trozen came back alive or not. If the Mechs hit some sort of bomb or self-destruct sequence, then it would have been a shame for them to perish deep behind enemy lines. VS would shed no tears for their passing. He only accepted his appointment as head designer because he didn't trust the rest to do as well as him. The moment someone competent arrived, VS would willingly relinquish his authority on the spot. I'm only doing this job because it's necessary. He valued developing his abilities as a mech designer over learning how to lead. If it came down to it, VS would always be able to find some trusted helpers to manage those matters on his behalf. The most important priority to VS should always be to push his skills to their limits. Minutes passed as the two mech designers carefully opened up some ports along the frame of the Inheritors. They peeled aside some layers of armor and began to peer inside the hot and active internals. If not for their hazard suits, the hot rays would have cooked their flesh even through vacuum. They aren't carrying any bombs. This news came as a relief to the deputies out in open space. Somehow, this news disappointed VS somewhat. Still, he remained intrigued as the scans pierced past the clever electronic camouflage and revealed the truth. It's a transmitter! Mercator exclaimed as he parted the veil a little faster than Trozen. I've never seen a transmitter of this design in my life. It's larger than any other communications device I've seen on a mech. Trozen happened to know a little more of the hidden component. It's a one-way transmitter that is built for stealth. It's ideal for subtle transmissions over a fairly short distance. The gravitic coils you see on its exterior is meant to propagate according to special frequencies. It's a way of communicating through gravity. Does it contain any self-destruct? None so far as I'm aware of in the rest of the mech, sir. But I'm unable to say for sure when it comes to the gravitic transmitter. That's good. I want the two of you to dismantle this gravitic transmitter in order to make certain the Mechs don't contain any hidden threats. What about the mech pilots? Have them put the Mechs under remote command and tell them to board the shuttles. I don't want to take the risk of sparking a panic or emotional outburst. VS closed his eyes and sighed. So the Vandals carried some spies after all. From the looks of it, the culprits shouldn't be mech pilots who cluelessly or apprehensively brought their Mechs out in the open. It was possible to control Mechs without a mech pilot. Some Mechs came installed with so-called autopilots. While they wouldn't substitute for an actual mech pilot in battle, these stupid AIs still found some use as valets, and if a mech pilot fell unconscious. The autopilots of the two Inheritors kept up with the fleet as Nemo and the other pilot dutifully emerged from their cockpits while in space. Even though the mech pilots had a lot of questions, the current crisis didn't allow for them to make any requests. They needed to get out of the way as quickly as possible. VS had to hand it to them, but his deputies didn't get flushed. They utilized a variety of bots to operate their tools from a safer distance. This was fairly delicate work, but Mercator and Trozen appeared to possess some experience with operating tools through bots. Thus, the transmitters carefully lost their protective layers, allowing VS and his deputies to study their inner components. There doesn't seem to be anything dangerous, but it looks as if the transmitter might fry itself if someone tampered with it. This is a little difficult, VS determined from his own inspection. What do I do, Mr. Larkin's son? Both his deputies had finally realized the import of their findings. Despite their complaints to VS, they withheld their acid tones because they truly needed to cooperate at this moment. This crisis was bigger than their internal rivalries. Continue to take it apart. Even if everything gets fried, it's better than leaving them active. As his deputies resumed the dismantlement, VS finally composed a report to Major Vroll. The situation had grown to a point where the commanding officer needed to be informed. As soon as VS sent the command, the major immediately began to read his words. Vroll looked up quickly. Gravitic transmitters? Inside one of our mechs? Unacceptable. He quickly issued an arrest order for the trio of mech technicians that presumably installed the gravitic transmitters. Major Vroll nodded to VS in appreciation. You're doing a good job, Mr. Larkin's son. You're more diligent than Mr. Brandstad in some ways. However, don't make any major decisions without my say-so again. Understood, sir. I'll try to bring you into the loop sooner. Now that VS handed over his findings to Major Vroll, he could rely on the flagrant vandals to continue the investigation without his help. Right now, they still needed to fight, but once their current crisis faded away, he definitely intended to follow up on the matter. VS thought about the implications. He strongly believed the gravitic transmitters had been installed to communicate with any nearby Vision assailants. There shouldn't have been any other purpose to their inclusions because the gravitic waves easily lost a lot of strength as the distance stretched further. Who would do such a thing? VS asked aloud. How can spies even infiltrate our ranks? Iris paused her own work and patted his back. The flagrant vandals isn't a standard mech regiment, boss. They get the dregs of the mech corps, remember? Their background checks aren't as formidable as the ones performed by an elite mech company. All manner of scum could have slipped past. I happen to be one of them, VS stated for some reason. The Mech Corps was evidently concerned about my conflicts of interest and foreign ties that they didn't dare send me anywhere important. I think they must have wanted to put me away in some forgotten corner of the front. They probably never thought the Vandals intended to perform a deep raid. Well, it seems like the Mech Corps has proven their point, sir. This kind of sabotage would never work with a genuine mech regiment. VS couldn't completely rule out the Visions as the culprits, but for lack of a better explanation, VS simply rolled with it. He found the idea that a third party lurked while the Vandals and the forces from Emodries duked it out to be implausible. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation for these gravitic transmitters is that they are intended to convey data to the Visions, or perhaps Emodries in particular. While VS waited for the strange modules to be dismantled from their mechs and the battle to enter a new phase, he reflected a little more on what he discovered. He eagerly wanted to patch into the interrogation of those mech technicians, but internal security appeared to operate through a completely different set of channels, denying him the opportunity to request anything from the people who kept the Vandals in line. This mystery really nagged at his mind. He felt as if he bumped into a huge threat, of which he uncovered the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, a mutation in the battlefield distracted him from this half-resolved issue. Detecting numerous FTL transitions. Give me a count. 7 ships have emerged from FTL. Our systems have tentatively identified them as 3 scout vessels, 2 transport vessels and 2 combat carriers. The combat carriers are launching mechs. Their home markings match the emblem of the 3rd Emodries Legion. Lady Amelia's bloodhounds. They're here to stall us while the rest of Lady Amelia's disposable forces can catch up to us. The Visions didn't hide their intentions. This small flotilla of 7 ships emerged right at the point where the Vandals tried to emerge from the minefield. This added an additional hurdle to their escape plan. The 80-odd mechs of the Vision combat carriers would never be able to defeat the Vandals, but clever tactics might easily enable them to stall the task force for hours on end. Trouble continued to pile up on their shoulders. VS didn't need to receive any orders to begin to analyze the Amodri's mechs. If the Vandals wanted to fight past the newly emerged force after exiting the minefield, they needed to finish the battle quickly. The automated system connected to the central database quickly identified the mech profiles to the ones that had recently showed up in the morale-crushing Bentheim raids. The mechs matched the profiles of the 2nd Calico Dancer Bats. They're a light to medium space-borne mech regiment. The Calico Dancer Bats acted as the scouts, raiders, harassers of the 3rd Amodri's Legion. They utilized some of the same designs as the flagrant Vandals. While the latter fielded more medium and heavy mechs in order to operate independently, the Calico Dancer Bats exclusively focused on light and skinny medium mechs in order to fulfill their niche very well. Their light mechs all obtained proper development support. Up to 100 mech designers must have contributed to the refinement of each of their main designs. All of this bode fairly ill for the Vandals. The Calico Dancer Bats was a proper military mech regiment, while the flagrant Vandals routinely struggled to pay the bills. The disparity not only touched upon the design quality of their mechs, but also their relative cost. VS only needed to take a simple glance to see that the Dancer Bats employed significantly more expensive designs for their mainstay mechs. The Inheritors wouldn't stand a chance in an even fight. Their only advantage so far was that the Dancer Bats only arrived with 2 mech companies. Faced with the 500 or so space-borne mechs of the Vandals, the difference in quality wouldn't make any difference. VS conveyed all of his findings to Major Verl, who figured most of this out by himself. He opened a private channel. The Dancer Bats are true frontline fighters. They have a rich tradition and enjoy ample support from Amodris. Yet worse than the 2 mech companies is the thought that Lady Amalia and her main force won't take long to arrive. The fact that they only send out this light flotilla so far proves that they are confident that their reinforcements can catch up in time. Sir, if I may suggest something. Go ahead, Mr. Larkin's son. I believe this minefield, while annoying, poses no threat to us. However, facing the experienced Calico Dancer Bats in a delaying action will only lead to further entanglement that we cannot afford. Their light mechs are faster, deadlier, and more durable than our own. Our Inheritors are plainly not up to the task of defeating them all within a short amount of time. What is your point? They only sent 2 companies of light mechs. While our regular mechs will find it very challenging to destroy them fast, it shouldn't be an issue for Venerable O'Callaghan to do so. VS put forward the only suggestion that made sense to him. Only an expert pilot could save them from this predicament. However, Major Verl did not appear to be relieved. Impossible. O'Callaghan will never choose to deploy in this situation. Chapter 527 The Price of Lifespan. Deploying Venerable O'Callaghan at this junction is not a good idea. Major Verl responded with uncharacteristic patience. Perhaps VS had proven himself enough times for Verl to appreciate his help. There are 2 major problems with asking the Venerable to fight. He won't easily rouse himself from his sleep. If he finds out we woke him up just to ask him to take care of some small fries, he'll immediately quit right after this action. VS had hoped that Major Verl would try to convince the Venerable of the necessity of their situation. After all, if the Vandals got stalled long enough for Lady Amalia's main forces, even an expert pilot wouldn't be able to escape the calamity that would ensue. No matter how skilled or fantastic an expert could pilot a mech, it was impossible for them to resist an onslaught of thousands of mechs at a time. At his current aged and decrepit state, Venerable O'Callaghan could only muster a resonance strength of 30 lavares. This figure was around the middle when it came to expert pilots, and would be barely enough to mop up 100 mechs at once. The second problem compounded on the first one. You know what type of mech our resident expert pilot utilizes, Mr. Larkin's son. We distinctly chose to retain him for his ability to deter and restrain opposing expert pilots. Mopping up a swarm of cannon fodder has never been his job description. Just as regular mech pilots specialized in different types of mechs, so did expert pilots. They continued to hone their skills and newly developed resonance abilities on top of the foundation they built before they advanced. No expert pilot would choose to switch to piloting a different type of mech. A laser marksman would never dabble with swordsman mechs, while night mech pilots wouldn't dream of piloting a skirmisher mech. Such an abrupt switch invalidated at least 2/3 of their hard work and all of their specialties. Thus, as a rule, an expert pilot stuck to their specialty for the rest of their lives. Though this didn't bar them from piloting other types of mechs, it was just a massive waste to do so. The issue concerning the Vril task force was that Venerable O'Callaghan piloted a mech that excelled in battling elite opponents. As O'Callaghan piloted a Lancer mech, he almost exclusively employed charges. His parallax star accelerated very quickly, and while it wasn't very agile, it only needed to connect its lance to an enemy mech for a single instant to demolish it. VS may not have witnessed it in action, but he'd seen how the hapless mechs unceasingly disintegrated upon getting hit. This ability to kill with a single charge came at a cost. It took a significant amount of time for the parallax star to reorient and build up an unstoppable momentum. Chasing down flighty light mechs one by one was an arduous task even for a Lancer mech. Even worse, light mechs formed something of a counter to the parallax star. It loved nothing more than to pierce through a fat, immobile target no matter how much armor they put up. Agile and flitty light mechs had a realistic chance of dodging the tip of the lance as it honed in on them as long as the mech pilots kept their heads cool. Compared to the only other expert pilot VS had witnessed at close hand, the difference couldn't be greater. VS mingled with the 4th Bentheim Division during the Glowing Planet campaign, where Venerable Stanton Drake piloted an aerial striker called the Fire Drake. With a single charged flamethrower attack, the Fire Drake would easily be able to engulf a closely packed formation of enemy mechs, vaporizing dozens of them at a time. Yet even with these disadvantages, VS still made another attempt. Sir, I understand your concerns, but this is a good chance to achieve a victory without significant losses. Maybe if he's alone, Venerable O'Callaghan wouldn't be able to take care of the opposing mechs. However, if we combine his threat with our own mechs, we'll be able to roll them over through overwhelming force. An expert pilot backed up by hundreds of regular mechs could split their focus and cover each other's weaknesses. The regular Vandal mech pilots would be able to tie down the enemy light mechs while O'Callaghan demolished their ships. Without their combat carriers, the enemy mechs became homeless. Their morale would inevitably plunge, and they would lose the support and coordination of their officers. Yet Major Vril shook his head again. It's complicated. Maybe it's time to fill you in. The truth is that we've made a deal with Venerable O'Callaghan. The man is old and far past his prime. While his body condition isn't too bad, his lifespan is nearly at an end. Every second is precious to him. The only reason he still manages to live is because his body is put in a state of artificial hibernation. This slows down his aging process and stretches out his remaining lifespan. How much time does he have left, sir? A couple of years at most. Mr. Larkin's son, you have to realize that no human wishes to die. Especially to former heroes like O'Callaghan, the closer they come to death, the more they fear their inevitable end. Those among us who fall in the ranks of elites treasure their lifespan above all else. It is an obsession that drives the likes of O'Callaghan and Professor Velton to extremes. VS closed his eyes and recalled the old elites he met. Eminent figures such as Lord Kane, a noble from the Constance Grand Kingdom, and Professor Velton, a senior mech designer, all achieved incredible success in their lives. They climbed on top of May rivals and peers and reached heights that only few could surpass. Yet despite their abundant wealth, power and achievements, age cared nothing about those matters. Death would come from them whether they were as poor as paupers or as rich as someone from a first-rate superstate. VS knew that both of them benefited from at least one round of age-prolonging treatments. This expanded their natural human lifespan by at least 100 years, allowing them to live at least 200 years if nothing happened. Both of them had also enjoyed a second round of age-prolonging treatments. VS knew very little about this privilege that was only handed out to the best of the elites, and that the treatments differed in cost, stability, and outcomes. Master Olsen didn't look older than her 30s, and she was over 100 years old. Everyone could tell that she benefited from at least one round of very high-quality age-prolonging treatments that rejuvenated her body and turned back her biological clock in a fashion. In contrast, the second round of treatments applied to Lord Kane and Professor Velton had evidently suffered complications. It was clear to VS that their treatments hadn't prolonged their ages at all. As a matter of fact, the opposite happened, and their aging process accelerated several times over. Such outcomes made it clear to VS that age-prolonging treatments always came with risks. If even a former patriarch of a noble house of a second-rate state suffered a botched treatment, then it could be seen that the odds of failure was significantly high. Yet even then, these elites accepted the treatments without reserve. What did this signify? Nobody wanted to die, especially not when they had the opportunity to stretch out their lives by another 100 years. In comparison to Lord Kane and Professor Velton, Venerable O'Callaghan was younger by at least 80 years, but he looked just as senile and decrepit as the former two elites. This was the tragic fate of expert pilots who didn't make the cut. Their brain mutations meant that ordinary age-prolonging treatments didn't work for them. They needed to undergo a modified treatment that was significantly more expensive and troublesome to arrange. As much as expert pilots enjoyed the worship of millions or billions of people, their worth ordinarily didn't merit an expensive treatment. As callous as it sounded, a state could always nurture more expert pilots over time. They only emerged through happenstance, but with a large enough population base, a state would generally be able to count on a steady trickle of younger expert pilots to replace the older ones who became racked with age. The Bright Republic evidently wrote off Venerable O'Callaghan as an elite worth investing in. With his peak performance of 44 Lavares at his prime, it was evident that he would never be able to come close to advancing to ace pilot even with hundreds of years of practice. His potential had already been exhausted. Due to the cost of pilot-compatible age-prolonging treatments, states only prolonged the lives of expert pilots that stood a chance of advancing into ace pilots. As long as their resonance strength didn't stagnate, they would be deemed as possessing enough potential to continue to grow. In practice, these expert pilots with a lot of promise ahead of their lives almost never showed up. The Larkin sons nurtured a decent number of expert pilots since their establishment during the founding of the Bright Republic. Even then, none had been found worthy of benefiting from age-prolonging treatments. Nobody except for the Larkin son ancestor, at least. In short, the scarcity of lifespan and everyone's demand for extending it was a natural human obsession. Venerable O'Callaghan couldn't be moved by threats or enticements. Money held no value for him, and even the prospect of piloting a better mech wouldn't excite him very much. The only factor that could make him move was when it concerned his life. O'Callaghan would fight if the Vandals risked annihilation, because he stood to lose his life as well if the Vandals lost all of their mechs and ships. Besides that, he would only move if someone offered him some additional life. Every time O'Callaghan wakes up, his remaining lifespan diminishes at a faster rate than when he slumbers. This cost is magnified when he pilots the Parallax Star into battle. The stress and exertion accelerates his aging by a month in a lengthy battle. Do you understand, Mr. Larkin's son? VS reluctantly nodded. I understand, sir. Chasing down 2 companies' worth of light mechs is not cost-effective in the Venerable's perspective. In other words, the gains they made from his deployment didn't match the cost of his decreasing lifespan. Venerable O'Callaghan would likely demand a ruinous price from the Vandals if he was forced to follow the plan proposed by VS. That still leaves us with little options, VS said, resigned to the idea that they wouldn't be able to borrow Venerable O'Callaghan's power. The 2 companies from the Calico Dancer Bats can run rings around us. Their light mechs are so fast, I'm not even sure our inheritor mechs are able to catch up. You're not alone in your concerns, Mr. Larkin's son. However, don't forget that you are not alone. We'll figure something out, or we won't be able to call ourselves the flagrant vandals. Trust in our officers. With that, the Major closed the channel and shifted his attention to other matters. The problem concerning the Vision reinforcements didn't need to be addressed until they exited the minefield, which should still be a couple of hours away. Still, the 7 ships that arrived first might just be the vanguard of what would come. VS figured that the Calico Dancer Bats split up their companies to cover several star systems in order to ensure they had enough spread to catch the fleeing Vandals. It would take some time for those split elements to converge on this star system, but it wouldn't take more than a day for the Dancer Bats present in the neighboring systems to arrive. There's not enough time. If a second wave of reinforcements decide to tangle with us, we'll be tied down for days. That's enough for at least half of the 3rd Emotri's Legion to arrive and cut off our escape. Chapter 528 Finmoth Regal. An alert sounded out in the command center just as the task force was about to emerge past the minefield. The mines turned out to be a slightly modified version with shorter reach in exchange for a reduction in cost. This was why the 3rd Emotri's Legion hadn't hesitated in laying down millions of mines. VS didn't recognize the alert, but most of the officers looked up in alarm. The Finmoth Regal is reporting internal damage. Explosions have set off in one of her hangar bays and engineering. Her thrusters have lost propulsion. The Finmoth Regal. That was the ship where the 2 suspicious inheritor mechs came from. After VS identified the strangeness in Nemo McAllister and the other pilot's mechs and passed it on, Major Verl immediately tasked the security department to pick up the thread. No matter what, a hidden and unauthorized transmission device represented a profound betrayal to the Vandals. Give me a sitrep! Why is the Finmoth Regal losing propulsion? Sir, the security department has attempted to apprehend the 3 mech technicians that have serviced the suspect mechs. When the mech technicians at the hangar saw the approaching officers, they panicked and self-destructed. The hidden explosives on their bodies killed the security officers along with several other mech technicians. In addition, another explosion went off at engineering that killed 2 junior engineers and heavily damaged the engines. The Finmoth Regal has stopped accelerating. She's falling behind, another operator warned. Major Vro clenched his fist but maintained control. Command the antecedent and the Gorgon's gaze to hook the Finmoth Regal and drag her out of this minefield. Tell the Regal to get her engines back online. The ships adjusted their formation as the antecedent and Gorgon's gaze drifted in front of the faltering Finmoth Regal. Major Vro deliberately picked out these 2 combat carriers because they possessed some of the more powerful engines among the ships in the task force. After aligning themselves in a triangle, hatches opened up from the rear of the 2 carriers. Thick but flexible alloy cables shot out from the openings and latched onto specialized slots embedded along the exterior of the Finmoth Regal. Once Regal secured the cables through various means, the 2 ships in front increased the power to their engines and thrusters. In truth, every ship in the task force matched their speeds with the slowest ships in the fleet. In this case, the fat, lumbering logistics ships weighed them all down. However, this also served as a benefit in their current circumstances as the powerful combat carriers never engaged their sublight engines to full capacity. Right now, the antecedent and Gorgon's gaze almost managed to catch up to the rest of the fleet even as they towed the entire weight of the Finmouth Regal. Major Vro ordered his other ships to match their pace to the acceleration of the towing combination. This extended the time they would be able to escape, but no one disagreed with the choice. They didn't want to leave anyone behind. VS had seen towing actions like this before. Evidently, towing happened often enough for the ships of the Vandals to incorporate a standardized system of cable launchers and attachment points. Thank heavens we aren't slowed down too much. Besides him, Iris nodded in relief as well. The combat carriers are very powerful. If not for the need to accompany and shield the supporting vessels, we could have raced out of this minefield hours ago. Certainly, the one course of action everyone had in mind was to evacuate and abandon the transports and logistics ships. Taking none but the extra crew, the unburdened combat carriers would be able to depart from this star system with significant haste. The only problem was that they would lose virtually all of their gains from the Dietmar system, as well as make their supply crunch worse. Vro couldn't afford to destroy their long-term hopes by pursuing a drastic short-term benefit. After the immediate problem was dealt with, Major Vole directly called the chief security officer that presided over Finmouth Regal. Explain to me why your ship has blown up from the insides. Is every threat taken care of or is there still an ongoing crisis? Against Vro's pressing questions, the chief security officer looked haggard and not at all prepared. We're still surveying the damage. Several fires have broken out that we are in the process of putting out. One of our hangar bays is completely locked down while the other ones are paralyzed due to fears of other bombs. We are sweeping the Finmouth Regal back and forth, but it will take at least an hour to scour every nook and cranny. Even then, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch everything, sir. I don't care about that. How long do you need to get the engines back to work? Sir, the chief engineer has told me that the damage is limited but precise. Key components need to be fabricated on the spot, while the damaged engines need to be disassembled and reassembled almost completely. The shortest time frame our engineers can give is 4 hours. 4 hours was a long time to go for the task force to traverse. Major Vole heavily depended on the acceleration of the ships under his command to shrug off their pursuers. As long as they possessed enough speed, they could outrun every opponent and transition back to FTL where they would be safe. If it speeds up the repairs, don't hesitate to borrow additional engineers from our other ships. Every second that the Regal is immobile will only delay our departure further. You understood, Major. We will get on it and restore the engines as quickly as possible. That was the best they could hope for. Like any ship component, their engines converted an enormous amount of power to propel the vessels forward. They served different purposes from mech engines, and all of them looked huge and imposing in many ways. VS knew that damaging a critical part such as the engines of a ship needed a lot of time to resolve. Their size added a lot of complexity to their workings. While that made the engines more powerful or flexible, it also made it harder to get around their dimensions and weight when they needed to repair or service them. Repairing damaged ship engines within 4 hours already sounded like a stretch. Fortunately, a ship didn't require any working sublight engines to transition into FTL. Ships traversed through the higher dimensions through some esoteric means via their FTL drives. The principles involved were exceedingly complex and not something that VS would ever understand. He only knew the bare basics that was taught to any school child. In any case, they hadn't fallen into despair yet. A ship could lose its sublight engines, but it could never afford to lose their FTL drives. The FTL drive and power reactor therefore enjoyed the highest level of protection. They would be much harder to tamper with compared to slightly less important components such as the engines. No matter how VS looked at it, the suspect Mechs and the 3 suspicious Mech technicians shouldn't have led to catastrophic damage to the Finmoth Regal. Did everyone let down their guard or something? That chief security officer doesn't inspire much confidence. That's how it is with the Vandals, Iris remarked. They receive way more incompetence than any other Mech regiment of the Mech Corps. It shouldn't be a surprise that the ranks are rife with incompetence. Positions still need to be filled even if there is no one suitable to take the place. I would argue that your temporary field promotion is out of helplessness as well. They wouldn't have chosen to promote you to head designer. VS couldn't refute her words, especially since he directly benefited from it. Still, VS inwardly complained about the lack of competence and professionalism around the flagrant Vandals. The Mech regiment's inherent nature forced them to accept subpar recruits even if they wished to kick them away. The entire Mech regiment still needed running somehow. If the Vandals constantly tilted up their noses and arrogantly rejected most of the people they received, they would quickly lose their strength and reputation. VS tried to dig in more at what happened at the Regal. The latest updates on the internal network suggested that the Regal's security officers had already flagged the 3 Mech technicians as people that warranted extra attention. Somehow, the security contingent aboard the Regal never followed up on the early warnings. The alert notices got lost in the system and became forgotten, all the while the trio started to scavenge and cobble up something together during their off hours. Naturally, the incompetent security officers of the Finmoth Regal only found out about the latter after the explosions occurred. The issue didn't appear to be so simple. An average Mech technician would never be allowed to enter the hangar bay. It was off limits to anyone except ship crew that needed to be there for some reason. Are the Mech technicians really spies, or did they have something else in store for us? The most obvious signs pointed towards a straightforward infiltration by pirates. His overactive imagination blanked out for a bit as he considered various alternatives. Yet without any proof, it was useless to speculate. In the end, this incident only served as a distraction for the main event. If nothing else, the sudden sabotage prompted every other ship in the fleet to double-check their critical sections for similar signs of sabotage. This was mainly a concern for the ship officers. The Mech officers, on the other hand, urged some of their squads to return to the hangar bays and replenish their supplies before going back out again. Within minutes, the Mechs would shift their priorities from shooting down mines to taking down the Calico Dancer bats. The coming engagement was a critical one where the Vandals needed to escape the entanglement of the Vision Light Mech Regiment. VS felt regretful that he hadn't come up with any clever tactics or any other tricks that could land them an easy victory. The Dancer bats were simply too well funded to field Mechs with numerous vulnerabilities. On the face of it, the entire matchup seemed ridiculous. How could 80 light Mechs contend against a force of over 500 space-borne Mechs? The answer is speed, or rather distance. The flotilla from Emodries split up in 2. The corvettes nimbly spread out to serve as additional eyes on the battlefield, while the lumbering transports escaped before they could be targeted. Only the combat carriers mattered. They possessed slightly better specs than the combat carriers fielded by the Vandals. Even when it concerned their combat carriers, the Calico Dancer bats never stopped prioritizing their speed. This absolute suppression of speed gave the Vision Mech Regiment ample confidence in preventing their prey from escaping. The only thing they needed to do to prevent the flagrant Vandals from escaping into FTL was to throw a bunch of gravitic mines at them. These didn't need to be expensive or all that powerful. If they brought enough gravitic mines, they could even drag it out for several days. VS looked depressed when the Vandals hadn't managed to come up with another solution besides a risky one he happened to disagree with. The only way to overcome the acceleration gap was to overload their fastest Mechs, which in their case happened to be the Inheritor Mechs. He couldn't help but warn Major Verl of the consequences of his decision. "Those Mechs will be ruined after an hour or more of fighting. Even if they can end the battle faster, they'll need extensive servicing to bring them back to a usable condition. At this stage, we don't have any other choice. The only way we can satisfy our thirst is to drink poison. Considering our options, overloading the inheritor mechs is less lethal than any other poisons we can opt for. It should be sufficient to overload 100 of them for a start. Chapter 529 Martial Tradition. The time for battle arrived. Though the flagrant vandals already spent hours reducing the space mines homing in on them, they posed a nuisance at best. In the eyes of mech pilots, only other mechs could threaten mechs. The 2nd Calico Dancer Bats of the 3rd Emoteries Division enjoyed a rich martial tradition. The martial tradition of a mech regiment formed the core of their identity and strength. Measured in years, they served as a convenient measuring stick to compare to other mech regiments. The flagrant vandals had only been founded less than 2 generations ago. With less than 60 years of development since their founding, they built up an adequate but lackluster martial tradition. As for the Calico Dancer Bats, their founding was several hundred years ago. Entire generations had been raised to serve in the Dancer Bats. Some mech pilots could even point back to their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and so on as generational Dancer Bats. Over hundreds of years, the Dancer Bats evolved into a unique mech regiment that was truly unique in the galaxy. With a rich culture and strong camaraderie, their willpower was practically unbreakable. No matter how badly a battle progressed, they never faltered in the line of duty. They fled only when ordered to, and they wouldn't hesitate to fight to the last man if the stakes were high. Their rich martial tradition not only strengthened their belief, they also refined their battle methods. With their abundantly staffed design teams, they designed the most optimized mechs for the roles the Calico Dancer Bats demanded out of their mechs. Over many decades, they practiced, tested, and revised their tactics and strategies with their unique mech models until they honed themselves into a razor-sharp killing machine. The Calico Dancer Bats nominally consisted of a space-borne light regiment, but that belied their ferocity in battle. Some light regiments exclusively dealt with reconnaissance, harassment, stealth, and anti-stealth warfare. Such regiments acted as support for the heavier regiments that did all of the fighting. The Calico Dancer Bats didn't believe in letting other mech regiments do the fighting in their stead. While they often fulfilled support roles, more often than not they sought to enter the fray in earnest. This earned them a lot of renown over the years as a true battle regiment. The Vision Regiment's rich tradition and exemplary battle record weighed down heavily upon the flagrant vandals. They hadn't even clashed yet, but already most mech pilots started to feel suppressed. It was ridiculous, but over 500 mech pilots felt apprehensive about going into battle against a meager force of 80 Calico Dancer Bats. That was because the Dancer Bats embodied their name in battle. They developed exquisite tactics and routines that allowed their light mechs to pose a serious threat against a larger but clumsier force. Their favorite tactic was to disperse into a chaotic sphere around a slower group of mechs and pelt them endlessly with their light submachine guns. Though the Dancer Bats wouldn't be able to deal much damage at the start, either could the enemies do anything to the annoying circlers. The Bats were too hard to hit with ranged weapons, and they were too fast to be caught by melee mechs. Their marksmanship with their famous submachine guns wasn't too shabby either. VS had quickly read up on these facts from the intelligence section of the central database. As their mortal enemies, the Bright Republic possessed a good understanding of each Vision mech regiment, especially one that showed up often during every Bright Visual War. The difference between the Calico Dancer Bats and the flagrant vandals is too big. VS spoke softly. Iris nodded in agreement. The Calico Dancer Bats are one of the premier light mech regiments from the Emoteries Duchy. Their mech pilots throw themselves into battle without hesitation. That's not so unusual, but the remarkable thing about them is that they are crafty in battle. They always manage to survive or turn around a bad situation. Their adaptability is their strongest trait. Perhaps the Calico Dancer bats wouldn't be as good in raiding ships and facilities as the flagrant vandals, but when it came to large-scale mech brawls, the Visions would feel right at home. In this situation where the vandals almost lost heart even before the battle had begun, Major Vril stood up and activated a fleet-wide broadcast. Every serviceman halted their work as projections of their commanding officer emerged in the middle of each compartment. Vandals, we stand at the precipice of annihilation. I won't mince words with you. If we don't depart from this star system in the next hour, we might never be able to leave forever. Standing in our way are the fine warriors of the Calico Dancer bats. There are but 80 active fighters among them. Will we allow ourselves to be disgraced by an outnumbered force? No! Indignation swelled among the vandals. The Calico Dancer bats are formidable, but so are we. With our numbers and our grit, it's impossible for the Dancer bats to overcome us. Don't be fooled by their reputation, their mechs are just as vulnerable as ours. There is nothing to fear from them, because they are but an egg trying to smash against a rock. Believe in yourself and believe in your comrades. Remember who you are. We are the flagrant vandals. We take what is ours. We take what is ours. Major Vril didn't let his speech go on forever. The mech pilots only needed a slight reminder to regain their confidence. VS witnessed as the various mechs finished their resupply. By now, most of the mines had lost most of their fuel. They only retained a fraction in the case the mine layers returned to retrieve them. In any case, the mines had done their job. The initial strikes peeled away a significant amount of armor from several combat carriers, while the rest had rattled the vandals and exhausted some of their stamina. Thus, the vandals deploying into battle at this moment weren't fresh anymore. Though they had been trained to endure adverse conditions, their readiness couldn't compare to the 80 Calico Dancer bats that stood in opposition. Their pristine mech split up in 2 companies and awaited the arrival of their adversaries. In any case, the vandals needed to take the initiative, leaving the Dancer bats free to react whenever they wanted. Against the menacing burgundy and black vandal mechs, the mechs of the Calico Dancer bats coated their mechs in their namesake calico-colored pattern. On their left chest they bore the emblem of their mech regiment, which depicted a stylization of a cheeky calico-colored bat. The 2 companies employed 2 different mech models in equal proportions. They consisted of a submachine gun-wielding skirmisher mech and a longer-range frontline space-borne mech. VS already read the details on their designs. The former was called the Pinprick, and the latter became known as the Brain Scrambler. Both the Pinprick and the Brain Scrambler served as the mainstay mechs of the Calico Dancer bats. They hadn't brought any other models along, but the 2 that showed up so far enabled them to employ plenty of tactics already. If the flagrant vandals couldn't overcome a force that deployed their 2 lightest and cheapest mechs, then they might as well disband their regiment on the spot. Compared to the cohesion and uniformity of the ranks of the Dancer bats, the vandals appeared a lot shabbier despite fielding over 300 space-borne mechs. Major Vril decided to throw almost all of the Inheritor mechs at his disposal, as well as some frontline mechs of their own to chase after the enemy mechs. Meanwhile, he would put their slower mechs on reserve, which included the Hellcat Hybrid Knights. He was rather helpless in this decision because the mechs and combat carriers of the Calico Dancer bats were all capable of swift acceleration. They could both outpace the Inheritors in ordinary circumstances. Unfortunately for them, this wasn't a regular circumstance. "Sir, the Inheritors are ready to be deployed." "Send them in. Follow the plan and don't overload too early." A sweeping number of Inheritors and a smaller group of frontline mechs that provided ranged support accelerated away from the task force. They started to close the gap to the Calico Dancer bats and would eventually bridge the entire gap in 15 minutes. The bats didn't want to get caught so early, so they immediately increased their propulsion to match the pace of their pursuers. Naturally, they also didn't forget their primary duties. Their long-range mechs occasionally fired long-range laser beams at the Vandal ships. The attacks dealt little damage against the armored prow of the combat carriers, but nobody felt good about being pelted all day. The Vandals replied with at least double the number of laser beams. However, their level of marksmanship was much lower, so they missed more often than not. They focused most of their fire against the enemy combat carriers, but the ships waded through the laser grids like graceful dolphins. The few laser beams that scorched their exterior hardly affected any section of armor. This was just an appetizer for both forces. Nobody took these errant laser beams seriously. What mattered more was whether the Vandals would be able to catch up with the fleeing calico dancer bats. Their reputation was not for show. As soon as it appeared the Vandals inched closer with each passing second, the ships and mechs and the dancer bats accelerated at full power. The distance widened yet again. In these circumstances, the Inheritor mechs had no choice but to overload their power reactor and flight systems in order to have any chance of catching up. Every minute they overloaded their systems, the affected components suffered months' worth of wear and tear. Fighting for an hour at this level would already be a commendable feat. They needed to finish this in half an hour or less. Otherwise, the Inheritor mechs would degrade up to the point where they became total write-offs after the battle. The Vandals couldn't push their Inheritor mechs too much. They still needed them in subsequent battles. With that in mind, VS minutely calculated the most optimal overload level to push their systems. Too little, and the speed boost was too marginal. Too much, and the mechs wouldn't be able to last the entire battle. Because the mechs hadn't received any significant modifications to accommodate such abuse, VS had been forced to pick a somewhat conservative overload level of 20%. This basically meant the mechs performed 20% better in certain areas. With the sudden 20% speed boost, the Inheritors suddenly appeared capable enough to catch up to the calico dancer bats. This definitely surprised the Visions. Several minutes went by as the Vandals waited for how their enemy would respond. Would they overload their systems as well to drag out this chase? What are the odds they will choose to overload their systems? Iris asked VS. He shrugged. How would I know? I'm not too familiar with the calico dancer bats. If they want to fulfill their mission, they should choose to reciprocate. However, unlike us, they not only need to overload their mechs, but also their combat carriers. I can tell you that the consequences of overloading the propulsion of a combat carrier is no laughing matter. The bigger and more complex propulsion systems of these robust vessels granted them greater leeway in overloading their systems, but the expensive was also ruinous. In addition, anything that could go wrong might blow up an entire ship. Thus, the dancer bats needed to decide whether to continue to stay out of reach or counterattack in order to preserve their carriers. In the end, the dancer bats continued to flee without adjusting their current course. They chose to stall for time but preserve the integrity of their mechs. Looks like we won this first round. VS sighed. He silently applauded Major Vole for being able to pressure the dancer bats without inflicting too much damage. It looks like the dancer bats are too arrogant. For an aggressive mech regiment like theirs, fleeing to the point of overloading their systems is probably a step too far. They would rather let us catch up to them in order to beat us down. Chapter 530 Hamburger. Soon, enough time passed for the Inheritors to enter into engagement range to the two Vision combat carriers. VS kept an eye on the telemetry of a sample of Inheritors throughout the ordeal. He watched carefully for anomalies and other dangerous signs. Several times, he detected latent dangers such as an excessive buildup of heat in one section or a weakening of the power draw in another section. He was quite good at detecting these kinds of dangers. Each time he spotted something worrisome, he came up with a solution and sent the entire package to the mech pilot. Naturally, every mech pilot that read the message attached to the setting tweaks couldn't understand a thing of what VS proposed. All of the jargon and technical numbers looked like a maze to these brutes. What, did you think mech pilots studied advanced calculus or engineering in the academies? None of the pilots understood his tweaks, but since they came from the head designer, they all accepted them without too much consideration. After all, the head designer was the most knowledgeable mech specialist among them. Their belief in his capabilities was naively high. These on-the-fly adjustments compensated for the quick and dirty last-minute modifications made to the inheritors. Throughout the time the task force waded through the minefield, VS ordered the mech designers to supervise a frantic modification of the inheritor mechs in order to squeeze more speed out of their skinny frames. The suddenness of the Vision ambush and the shortage of time precluded any major overhauls. If only we had a week's worth of warning, he sighed in the command center of the Shield of Hispania. With that much time, our mech designers and mech technicians could have bolstered the internals of those inheritors to withstand the overload. Iris smiled ruefully at him next to his seat. You can't predict anything in war. Events never progress the way we want to, because Lady Luck and our opponents are playing the same game as us. Be thankful that we are only facing 2 mech companies. This is far from our worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario would be getting cornered by an entire mech legion. There could be no escape if the famous Lady Amalia managed to throw all the mechs at her disposal at them. Even the arrival of 2 additional mech regiment cut down their chances of escape by 90%. The flagrant vandals needed to mop up the 2 companies in record time in order to avoid more complications. VS was relieved to see that the overloaded inheritors held themselves together so far. In order to speed them up even further, he enacted some modifications that didn't take much time to implement. The mech technicians worked around the clock to complete these modifications. They deployed with only half of their energy cells, which saved them a fair amount of mass at the cost of having their uptime. They also stripped various other components that wouldn't be needed in the coming battle. Considering that they needed to finish this battle quickly, Major Verl approved of the changes. Fighting a lengthy engagement was no different from getting annihilated, so they needed to pull all the stops. All of that sacrifice served their purpose. The inheritors inexorably caught up to the pinpricks and brain scramblers. Both of the latter mechs primarily relied on ranged weaponry, so the Visions attacked first. As their model name suggested, the pinpricks didn't deal much damage. Their submachine guns fired light-caliber ballistic shells at a rapid rate of fire. Nevertheless, they carried a fairly high amount of ammunition, so they could keep up their harassment for a fairly lengthy time. Compared to laser weapons of the same power and capacity, ballistic weapons had the edge in lethality. The pinpricks weren't meant to last forever in a battle of attrition. Their designers only opted for ballistic submachine guns because a laser weapon version simply possessed too little threat. One of the downsides of the submachine gun was that it wasn't very accurate at long ranges. The pinpricks needed to wait until the inheritors came into medium range before they had a chance of hitting them. Even then, the inherent inaccuracy of the weapons and their awkward postures due to the chase didn't allow them to hit the inheritors very often. Still, even if they got hit a couple of times, the inheritor mechs couldn't handle too much damage. They were light mechs after all, and many people likened their armor to fabric rather than plates of alloy. If not for the extremely light payloads of the submachine gun shells, the inheritors would have been forced to turn away after suffering a couple of hits at the same section. As for now, they could probably endure half a magazine, but no more. The inheritor mechs didn't allow their opponents the luxury to aim at the same spots. They dodged and weaved even as they continued to close the distance. The only mechs they needed to be wary of was the brain scrambler. As the space-borne frontline mechs of the Calico Dancer bats, the brain scrambler served as their medium to long-range fire support. Frontline mechs stripped everything that wasn't essential to a mech to minimize their production cost and complexity of piloting them. The brain scrambler resembled a spacecraft more than a mech, as it resembled an armed shuttle with gun barrels for arms more than some humanoid or bestial creation. In truth, calling it a mech at all would be stretching it, as it completely lacked a pair of legs and a head. Everything except its weapon was embedded into their center body. The only reason why people called such space-borne crafts a mech rather than a fighter was because it needed a mech pilot to interface with the machine. Of course, due to lacking all of those complicated limbs, even the most untalented pilots could make a contribution with these simple mechs. Replacing their humanoid arms with rotating gun barrels might have reduced their flexibility to a low point, but it gave them a considerable amount of firepower. The worst thing about the brain scramblers was that they fired higher caliber high-explosive shells. Though they couldn't carry a lot of ammunition for that reason, their threat level was much higher despite being much less valuable than the pinpricks. "Boss, why are they called the brain scramblers?" Iris asked. The brain scramblers are mostly employed in large numbers and in pitched battles on the front lines. Their purpose isn't necessarily to kill their targets. Instead, they're meant to disrupt heavily armored mechs by rattling them with constant explosions. Is that why they run out of shells so fast? Yeah. Their shells are heavier than what light mechs ought to fire, so the trade-off is fairly serious. They won't be able to sustain this bombardment for very long. A dozen inheritors already fell through focused fire. The brain scramblers didn't scatter their fire over hundreds of targets, and instead concentrated their fire on a handful of unlucky inheritors. Dozens of miniature cannon shells bombarded a small box around their position. The brain scramblers' advanced targeting systems did most of the targeting for the mech pilots. They linked up with each other and consistently targeted a small area around an inheritor, which ensured it would get hit no matter where it tried to dodge. Through this tactic, they steadily reduced the inheritors arrayed against them, though their ammunition stores also dwindled quickly. The Vandals suffered badly from this round of fire, as the inheritors didn't even bring their backup pistols to retaliate. The extra weight, however minuscule, would detrimentally affect their speed. The only mitigating factor about the unilateral exchange of fire was that not a lot of pilots actually died. Though the brain scramblers possessed a fair amount of firepower, they were light mechs in the end, so their shells weren't immediately lethal to the inheritors upon impact. Many inheritors simply dropped out of the chase as their core components malfunctions. Other mechs ejected their cockpits in time as their mechs started to show signs of breaking up. The fallen mechs and ejected cockpits would be picked up later on by the task force as they trailed the chase. Sometime later, the brain scramblers expended most of their reserves. They started to reduce their firing rate by a drastic amount. The calico dancer bats wanted them to remain relevant, so they started to stretch out whatever ammunition they had left. The cost to the Vandals was fairly grievous. Over 50 inheritors either turned to scrap or sustained too much damage to continue the chase. VS practically bled from his heart when he calculated the cost of restoring and replacing them in his head. Even if the inheritor mech was one of their cheapest mech models, the nominal cost to replenish those mechs could easily reach 1 billion credits, and that only applied to normal market conditions. In their current condition, where they needed to scavenge for resources or get ripped off by trading them at vastly inflated prices, the effective cost was several times higher. Waging war is like throwing money into a gluttonous black hole. There's hardly any profit to be made. This was good news for mech manufacturers that supplied the mechs to the military. More fighting meant more mechs got wrecked. More losses meant a higher demand for replacement. Although the LMC wasn't worthy enough to partner with any mech regiment, even the private sector would sustain heavy losses during the war. If they managed to survive these turbulent times, VS figured that his company would be able to make a killing in sales. With roughly 150 inheritors remaining in the Vanguard wave, they finally came close enough to threaten the Dancer Bat mechs. Every agreed Vandal mech pilot must be grinning right now as their mechs brandished their twin knives. Major Verl issued a command. Double chevron assault! The inheritors immediately formed into double squad-sized chevrons that were 2 files deep. There was a fair amount of distance between the forward chevron and the rear chevron. For what purpose, VS didn't know. In any case, this tactic appeared to be more than a simple charge. As soon as every inheritor took their places, they collectively raised their overload from 20% to 30%. VS almost stood up when that happened. The internal damage sustained by those light mechs was at least twice as much now that they endured an additional 10% strain. Nobody told him that the Vandals would do something like this. If VS knew what they intended to do, he would have been firmer in his warnings. Although an additional 10% overload didn't sound like much, it supercharged the inheritors. With the extra bump in speed and power, the chevron formations rapidly surged towards the pinpricks that had been firing their submachine guns at the Vandals in a leisurely fashion. The sudden acceleration came as a shock to the Calico Dancer bats, but true to their rich tradition, they didn't panic. It took only a second for their commanding officers to reassert command. Towards the incoming chevrons, the Calico Dancer bats didn't choose to take them head-on. After all, the brain scramblers possessed no melee capability at all, while the pinpricks only treated their knives as a secondary weapon. Their response appeared soon enough. The 2 companies split up into 2. One angled upwards and the other angled downwards. They didn't separate too far, only enough before the chance of friendly fire became too great. What is this formation? VS asked. It kind of looks like a hamburger. Iris finished for him. Though it looked comical, either of them were in the mood to laugh. It's the famous hamburger chaotic bat formation. It's a variant of their signature chaotic bat formation, the one where they circle around their targets while pelting them with their SMGs. The hamburger variant is more suitable against larger formations. True to form, the chevrons started to scatter in various directions as the hamburger buns that made up the Dancer bat mechs tried to turn them into their meat patty. Both sides pretty much lost their cohesion. The double chevron assault never came into play, but the Dancer bats didn't manage to sandwich the Vandals either. The battle quickly devolved into a chaotic mass dogfight. VS initially thought that the Inheritor mechs should have the advantage in such a confusing melee, but Iris quickly disabused his notion. The Calico Dancer bats are sometimes known as the Chaotic Dancer bats. Don't think that they're at a disadvantage right now. The battle has just begun. Chapter 531 Military Mechs. Humans used mechs as war machines. It sounded simple, but in the age of mechs, they became ubiquitous. For various reasons, regulations on owning a machine that could wipe out an entire town in a handful of minutes was fairly lax. Anyone decent enough and with the right paperwork could own one. These days, much more mechs circulated on the market than in the military. Of course, the former couldn't compare to the latter in quality. Nevertheless, when it came to earning money, the private sector was the way to go. Institutions that taught mech design groomed their students for the private market. Some did a better job than others, but the starting point was always focused on preparing future mech designers to the harsh realities of trying to compete in a cutthroat market. This inevitably biased his studies and practical experience towards private sector mechs. He learned all about how to market his product and what he needed to pay attention to in order to maximize its sales. VS thought that knowing how to design a private sector mech was enough to encompass almost every standard mech variation. No matter how esoteric their design turned out to be, the fundamental goal was to turn a profit. The battle currently raging a fair distance away from the ships of the task force turned his conception upside down. Though he already experienced the humongous battles on land and in space at the Glowing Planet campaign, the scale was just too massive for VS to relate. He also worried about other priorities back then. Now, he realized that he missed a lot of opportunities. Perhaps because he was invested in the flagrant vandals and the inheritor model, VS cared a lot more about how Mechs actually fought. Mechs meant for the private market mostly relied on their individual characteristics as their selling points. Their performance, the quality of their materials, and the technologies incorporated into them served as the fundamental measuring stick for their ultimate value. When VS initially began to take up his new duties with the flagrant vandals, he needed to readjust his commercial mindset a little bit. He couldn't help but look at every element of a design and make a mental calculation of their cost and price to performance ratio. Not every mech designer looked at mechs in this light, especially the careerists. While they certainly needed to deal with budgets and other constraints, they only followed the rules because they'd been told to by their superiors, not because of an individual need to minimize their expenses. In the end, the military and commercial mech industries differed too much. The current battle between the fastest Vandal mechs and the Dancer Bat mechs revealed that mech battles revolved around more than just the raw performance of the mechs. Formations played a significant role as well. Mechs meant for the private market often ended up in the hands of mercenary corps and company forces. The mech pilots employed by these outfits only had a tenuous grasp on discipline, and their coordination was primitive at best. Two private sector outfits going at each other resembled more of a street brawl than a proper battle. Thus, VS never had a proper introduction in the use of formations up to now. The Calico Dancer Bats responded with the so-called hamburger chaotic bat formation. In this formation, the brain scramblers took a backseat due to their depleted ammunition, but the swift and agile pinpricks picked up the slack. Despite being outnumbered by the enemy, the Dancer Bats largely held on. It looked kind of silly to VS. He even had a misconception of an oversized meat patty being sandwiched by two overly thin buns. The bread should have broken apart, but in fact they continued to pressure the somewhat constrained hamburger patty. "Do you see, boss?" Iris noted. As a Vision rebel, her understanding of the Vision mech models surpassed his own. She knew the famous mech regiments such as the Calico Dancer Bats like the back of her hand. The Dancer Bats thrive on chaos. It's what they've made for. Right now, we're losing our inheritors at a rate to 3-1. Certainly, the performance of the inheritors in this melee was frankly abysmal. The Calico Dancer Bats simply schooled them with the use of a particularly annoying subformation called the Batwing Ribbon Cutter. Half squads of 5 pinpricks formed in a single file and looped around a single target. Each of them roughly followed the same trajectory and fired at the same target in a single instant, which almost always guaranteed a Vandal mech going down. The Vandals switched up their own formation in response. Thankfully to VS, the pilots pulled their inheritors back from their overloaded state now that they didn't have to catch up anymore. The Vandals employed the so-called Hungry Crow attack, a formation that resembled the Batwing Ribbon Cutter but had been adjusted for melee mechs. The inheritors picked out a single target and dove at it in quick succession. The expectation here was that their target would definitely block or evade the knife attacks of the lead mech. The second inheritor followed up on the initial attack and stood a higher chance of inflicting damage. Even then, if their target still managed to get away, it should have certainly become more rattled. If the second inheritor couldn't leave a mark, the third, fourth, or fifth mechs all got their own opportunities. Like annoying crows pecking at an increasingly feeble body, the inheritors managed to take out more and more pinprick mechs. This tipped the balance in their favor. Even if the Vandals lost more mechs at the start, the Calico Dancer Bats only came with 80 mechs. Each mech that got wrecked weighed much heavier on them because it tilted the balance of power disproportionately to their enemies. The Calico Dancer Bats have done a lot of damage, but they're done for now. I'm impressed with their battle grit, but they've bitten off way more than they could chew, VS guessed. Their combat carriers are being threatened by our second wave of mechs. While the inheritor mechs kept the pinpricks and brain scramblers busy, The Vandals also sent out a second wave of mechs to pursue the combat carriers that carried the Vision mechs into this star system. Though the Hellcats and other space-borne mechs of the Vandals couldn't quite catch up to the enemy combat carriers, just chasing it was enough of a threat. As the battle progressed, VS saw that the flagrant Vandals got better at dismantling their opposition. Their early successes boosted their faltering morale, and with the numbers growing ever greater in their favor, they began to crush the Calico Dancer bats in numbers. Naturally, the bats didn't take this lightly and started to improve and adjust their tactics and formations. They started to get used to the fighting style of the Vandals and prevented a complete collapse. Still, as much as both sides suffered, they couldn't let this battle of attrition go on. The pinpricks simply didn't have the numbers to annihilate the quick and agile inheritors anymore. In order to take down a single inheritor, a half-squad needed to use up several magazines each just to strip away the surface armor, have a decent shot of hitting something critical. Thus, as the Calico Dancer bats declined to about 50 mechs, the previously lackluster brain scramblers simultaneously fired shells in the middle of the melee that quickly exploded into massive particle clouds that acted as obscuring smoke. The Calico Dancer bats are pulling back. Both their mechs and combat carriers are overloading their flight systems. By letting the flagrant Vandals close the gap, they let themselves be crushed by overwhelming numbers. The Calico Dancer bats evidently hadn't been ordered to fight to the death. Their decision to perform a tactical repeat marked the end of the battle. The flagrant Vandals won. Clean up the battlefield and retrieve of mechs and escape pods. Prioritize speed. I don't want to stick around in this star system longer than we have to. This is just the start. Emodries has more ships on their way. Sir, what about the enemy mechs and escape pods? Leave them alone. We don't have the time to recover their mechs and tend to possible prisoners. The Calico Dancer bats sincerely fled from the Vandals. As the cleanup and rescue operation went underway, they received no obstruction from their distant opponents. As for the enemy escape pods, it appeared that Major Verl didn't wish to offend the Dancer bats. After all, the previous battle was fought in an open and upfront fashion. Although the Vandals lost a fair amount of inheritors, the Calico Dancer bats didn't go out of their way to destroy any flying escape pods. The Vandals held no hard feelings towards the Dancer bats. While everyone rejoiced over their minor victory, VS sighed and pressed his palms over his hand. He could already imagine the mountain load of work that needed to be done after the battle. Perhaps the Vandals won the engagement by forcing the Dancer bats to retreat, but they lost quite seriously in terms of mechs and resources. Is this what the Calico Dancer bats are after? They attempted to force a fight not to delay us, but to starve us out? This was definitely a devious strategy. Lieutenant Commander Soapstone already told VS that acquiring more resources was a titanic struggle in the Vija Kingdom. VS gazed obsessively at the projections as they depicted the Vandal mechs retrieving the fallen mechs that hadn't made it to the end of the battle. This helped much to recoup some of their losses, but they still needed lots of supplements to repair most of the internal damage due to their reckless overload. I'm going to hate my job tomorrow. There are way too many issues with those inheritors. Overloading their systems by 30% practically aged their mechs by several years. Letting all of that wear and tear accumulate to such an extent was ruinous. VS definitely needed to ride his people hard if he wished to get the inheritors back to full strength. The brief battle served as the prelude for their escape. The two companies made it off fairly lightly while the Vandals learned a brutal lesson that they still fell short of matching the military prowess of a proper mech regiment. More importantly, it also taught him that VS needed to pay attention to more than just the individual performance of a mech. Formations had the potential to leverage the strengths of the mechs that performed them, and allowed them to exploit weaknesses they shouldn't have been able to do so by themselves. This engagement was rather short but devastating to us, Iris softly said. Even if we drove them off, We won't be at our best in the following days. We'll just have to pull up our sleeves and work a little harder then, VS replied. He already started to readjust his plans for the future. The only thing we can't do is solve our resource problems. We're too short on the repairing every inheritor mech that needs servicing. Iris didn't have a solution for him, which he already expected. Neither did VS for that matter. He needed to think the situation through and consult with the staff before he implemented his plans. With the lives of thousands at stake, VS couldn't afford to be careful and make unilateral decisions on behalf of himself. The Vandals limped back inside their hangar bays as the fleet prepared to transition into FTL. The gravitic mines that formed such a nuisance to them had been shot down by the marksmen among them. The retreat of their enemy left them with ample time to aim their shots. 30 minutes after the end of the battle, the entire fleet successfully transitioned into FTL. They truly fended off extinction, but only for now. The next territory was the Venids Duchy. The Vandals would all face different circumstances there. At the very least, they needed to get their hands on a lot of materials to cover all the reports. VS hated his job. Chapter 532 Chief Ellen. Now that the fleet entered into FTL, they didn't have to worry about any enemy attacks for the time being. Each ship could stand down and let the crew relax. Not too much, of course. Plenty of work needed to be done, especially for the mech technicians and mech designers. VS frowned at the list of resources the Vandals needed to replenish their losses. The total price tag increased by a third, which signified how many raw materials was required to plug all of the gaps. Just a brief skirmish already inflicted so much damage. Despite their material losses, the flagrant Vandals treated it as a win. No matter how skewed their losses turned out to be, they successfully fended off the Calico Dancer bats and forced them to abort their stalling plans. VS knew why the mood was so upbeat. The servicemen really needed a morale booster. Major Verl explicitly ordered everyone smart enough to know the truth to play along with this charade. He pressed his lips into a line as he wandered across the shield of Hispania. Everyone acted as if they had become indomitable against all adversity. To VS, the Vandals only made it out because of some extreme decisions and the benefit of luck. If Emodries had been a little more prompt in sending out their reinforcements, the Vandals wouldn't have made it out at all. Back at his office, VS worked hours on end to adjust the timetable in response to the heavy damage sustained by the inheritors. Even mechs that hadn't suffered a single scratch would have sooty smoke emerging from the internals. More than 200 inheritors are crippled. This is too much. The brief period where the mech pilots pushed the overload from 20 to 30% represented a painful spike to the mechs they piloted. Just as VS thought he would be handling logistical issues for the entire week, Major Verl suddenly called him up to his office. After entering it, the mech officer immediately brought up a disconcerting topic. I'm here to discuss the situation with the Finmoth Regal to you. Our investigators have achieved some preliminary results. Read this first. The Major handed over a data pad to VS, who quickly scoured through the heavily summarized report. His expression sunk as he realized how far this rabbit hole descended. When VS detected something strange from Nemo McAllister's mech, he traced the suspect work back to a trio of mech technicians aboard the Finmoth Regal. When VS passed his suspicions to Major Verl, he ordered their arrest. That was when the bombs exploded. The damage to one of the Regal's hangar bay was already bad enough, but taking out an engine almost forced the task force to leave her behind. They couldn't afford to lose a combat carrier. Fortunately, the Finmoth Regal was able to keep up by getting towed long enough for her to regain partial propulsion. She was also able to transition into FTL without a problem because FTL travel didn't rely on sublight propulsion in the first place. Now that the immediate crisis had passed, Major Verl ordered an extensive inspection of the Finmoth Regal. From top to bottom, everything shady and dubious got exposed. The data pad listed various minor infractions such as illegal gambling rings and fight clubs. None of those incidents really mattered too much, so the vandals who participated in these kinds of activities only suffered a slap on the wrist. The investigators focused more on the serious infractions. A loose string of threats and blackmail eventually led to Chief Technician Michael Ellen. "I see now," VS uttered with shock and disappointment. "Chief Ellen was one of the ringleaders responsible for the embezzlement that we cracked down on. I can't believe he got mixed with traitors." The 3 Mech technicians who installed the unauthorized modifications in Nemo's Mech couldn't be brought to questioning because they all blew themselves up. The investigators tried hard, but they couldn't identify any fellow conspirators. The 3 had always acted in a low-key manner, and made few friends among the crew of the Finmouth Regal. The only person aboard the ship that had a connection to them was the chief that supervised their activities. As their superior, Chief Ellen should have kept a closer eye on what the hidden traitors had been up to. Letting them install unauthorized modifications without a single checkup was a massive act of negligence on the part of the chief. While chief technicians couldn't possibly ride behind the shoulders of every subordinate, they should at least be diligent enough to check off any completed modifications. How did Chief Ellen get mixed up with the traitors in the first place? Money, basically. Major Vaux sighed and rubbed his tired face. The treacherous trio got inside his good books and helped him facilitate the embezzlement. They became his left and right arms and did all of the actual work. Through years of pretending to be his dim-witted but loyal henchmen, Chief Ellen completely trusted their loyalty. Even then, regulations state that chiefs have to double-check everyone's finished work no matter how much they favor them. How did the traitors manage to get the chief off their backs? They took advantage of the embezzlement that Chief Ellen was engaged in. It's very simple, Mr. Larkin's son. As the mastermind behind this scheme, would the chief want to get caught red-handed trying to manipulate the machines that siphoned away a-minute portions of valuable exotics? He would want to stay away as far as he can. In fact, it would be better if Chief Ellen exposed himself as little as possible. The traitors certainly outsmarted the greedy chief who thought nothing about his own benefits. The man whose job was to supervise his underlings completely neglected his fundamental duties. A chief technician's main job was to direct the mech technicians and stop them from doing any damage. Any other responsibility only served as extras compared to this first demand. Thus, with the traitors aboard the Finmouth Regal going out with a bang, how could Chief Ellen not escape from scrutiny? It took a lot of digging to uncover the hidden files and other shady matters that he had done. From there, they uncovered a network of over a dozen conspirators, from a security officer that hacked and wiped the ubiquitous monitoring system, to a cargo handler who smuggled packets of high-value exotics to black market dealers whenever the Finmouth Regal berthed at a space station. The worst thing about it was that the conspiracy even extended to a low-ranking mech designer called Loc Vedette. The hapless chump had immediately been thrown into the brig. Major Vaux emphasized the breadth and depth of the conspiracy. Chief Ellen's network extended throughout the middle and lower decks of the Finmouth Regal. Through the enticement of profits, he subverted over a dozen pliable vandals. It's a failure on multiple levels. Chief responsibility for this failure rests on the Regal's chief security officer, but the captain is culpable as well. As for Mr. Vedette, he has not fulfilled the responsibilities that we expect from our mech designers. In other words, VS shared some of the blame as well for letting Vedette be pulled into Chief Ellen's schemes. Rather than come up with some excuse that all of this happened prior to being field promoted to head designer, VS readily accepted the blame. I have not been thorough enough in my supervision. His failure is my failure. Good, Major Vaux smiled. Accepting your faults is the first step to turning this disaster around. He only acknowledged the blame because he didn't care too much about his current job. As for blame, In actuality, Vedette should have been supervised by Bovis Mercator. So when it came to actual blame, Mercator should have shouldered the brunt of it. VS already planned a way to get back at his rival for this screw-up. He felt a lot of threat from this ambitious careerist. Our security department, and I will pass judgment over Chief Ellen and his fellow conspirators. The punishments will be handed out by myself as well. While the others have mostly been duped or charmed into participating in Ellen's schemes, the chief himself will likely face the ultimate punishment. Vril didn't need to elaborate on what this punishment entailed. VS heard enough stories from his aunts and uncles to know that the victim deserved every bit of suffering that they had in store. If Chief Ellen was found guilty of gross negligence and betrayal during an active battle in a time of war, he would get what was known as the cold burial or lonely trek. The punishment was known as the cold burial because it was pretty much the opposite to the space burial of the honored dead. While servicemen who fell in the line of duty would be flung into the sun to let his physical manifestation experience a rebirth, no such privilege would be granted to traitors. Chief Ellen would pretty much be pushed inside an aircar-sized coffin and be locked with some loose restraints. The coffin would have a miniature life support system that provided the former chief with a complete circulation of nutrient packs, water, and oxygen. Naturally, the waste management system would recycle the waste products and blend them with cultivated organics to produce another batch of nutrient packs. Basically, the coffin was a tiny prison where a human would theoretically be able to live out their natural lifespan. It cost a fair bit of resources to fabricate such a meticulous self-enclosed ecosystem, but the Bright Republic definitely had the technology to realize such a thing. However, it was called a coffin and not a prison for a very good reason. Besides these basic amenities, the coffin held nothing else. No distractions, no connections to any networks, not even a shower. On top of that, the coffin would be operated by an AI whose sole job was to keep the occupant alive as long as possible. The AI ensured the prisoner kept being fed and watered while preventing them from committing suicide. To accomplish this, robust robotic arms would be affixed to the insides of the coffin. Like any other component of the coffin, these arms could not be broken by any human force and was meticulously built to last for centuries. Any human occupant would die long before the coffin succumbed to time. This cruel punishment, where the occupant suffered an endless, lonely trek in the dark of interstellar space, was one of the cruelest punishments that the Mech Corps could give out. Personally, VS thought Major Vole was being a bit excessive by hinting at this punishment. He much preferred a straightforward execution to end this matter quickly. "Why did you tell me this, sir? While I'm not a lawyer, I don't think it's entirely appropriate for you to talk about Chief Ellen's punishment before his formal trial. In this task force, I set the laws," Vril boldly stated. The man practically glowed when he said that. "Trial or not, Chief Ellen's fate is sealed. In our flight from the kingdom, we can't afford too many mistakes. Any treachery or acts of negligence puts us further and further away from crossing the borders. An example must be made. The slack that we've given the Vandals during peacetime was a mistake. This is the strongest message I can give, that any further failures will not be tolerated." VS inched a little backward in fright. The Mech officer was being really intense right now. "Ah, I understand. You want to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. That's a good idea, sir. Maybe the rest of the Vandals that are scheming against our Mech regiment will think twice." "I'm not so optimistic about that. Vandals will be Vandals. Obedience is not in our DNA. There will always be incidents. The key is to encourage my men to tone them down. At the very least, outright treachery and negligence that leads to deaths must not occur again under my watch." The man shouldered the responsibility of shepherding the task force safely across the borders and reached the promised land of the re-annulled Republic. The pressure he faced was immense, so VS somewhat sympathized with the Mech officer. "One more thing, Mr. Larkin's son." "Yes, sir?" You are responsible for building Chief Ellen's coffin. Do it in person. Make it durable and make it last. Chapter 533 Cold Burial. The flagrant vandals used the next few days in FTL travel to pick up the pieces from the previous skirmish. Despite the relatively short and brief engagement, the fight resulted in a lot of material damage. Fortunately, a lot of mech pilots escaped their crumbling mechs by ejecting in time. Though the task force had lost a fair amount of precious mechs, they could at least rebuild those in time. It was much harder to recruit and train loyal mech pilots. They represented the foundation of a mech regiment. VS spent a fair amount of time delegating the repair work. The Vandals recovered many inheritor wrecks. Some came in incomplete pieces, and ordinarily VS would have chosen to discard them, but in this time of scarcity they had no choice but to make the best out of what they gathered. Thus, he formed plans to piece together and repair each inheritor with minimum resource demands. He tried to puzzle together compatible pieces as best he could and rely on fabricating replacement parts as little as possible. The repair work became highly complicated due to the inability of the ships in the fleet to exchange parts and resources with each other. They needed to wait until they transitioned out of FTL before they could perform all the queue transfer requests. Carletta Hain, the chief technician aboard the Shield of Hispania, provided VS with her own perspective when he dropped by the hangar bays for a visit. "Kid, this ain't nothing yet. Back when I was a snot-nosed techie in the previous war, I've seen respectable mech companies descend into rags after they'd barely survived an extended pursuit. It's not the big battles that breaks their spirit, but rather the little fights here and there. Every battle saps their willpower and resources, and without any chance of replenishing both, they continue to fracture." VS frowned at her words. "Do you think we'll suffer through the same kind of ordeal?" "I'm counting on it. Our mission is 10 times harder than anything else like it. We're literally in the heart of the Vija Kingdom. Do you expect us to breeze past the Vijans as if they're blind? Even if we are taking advantage of rebel help, the most they can do is pull off some tricks. We're essentially on our own here." He didn't wish to argue this point, having heard it many times before, so he quickly changed topics. "What do you think about Chief Ellen's trial?" "Two." The burly female chief spat. A cleaning bot quickly zipped close and cleaned up her mess. "I always knew he couldn't get his hands clean. It's no secret that some of us take liberties now and then, but as long as it isn't worth more than a few hundred credits, every chief wouldn't look too closely. That is until your new resource management system arrived. We need to save every milligram of materials that we can if we want to survive this gauntlet." VS nodded in tacit acknowledgement to her implied words. "Fun times are over now. I believe that Alec would choose to do the same if he was in my shoes. Mr. Brandstad is a decent man and a damn good mech designer. Chief Ellen is the exact opposite. That man saw the Finmoth Regal as his own little kingdom. Nothing about mechs aboard that combat carrier escaped his sight. He was the Regal's own little shadow captain. Wow, if you knew about all that, why didn't you report it?" Chief Hain looked at VS as if he was stupid. "You're way too fresh to understand. Suffice to say, I'm glad that stain is gone. I can't wait to see him drift into space." VS wanted to point out the fact that the trial hadn't come to a verdict yet, but he knew in his heart that the man's fate was sealed. Major Vol made his opinions on the trial very clear, and combined with the evidence collected over the course of a few days, a guilty verdict was practically guaranteed. The reason why he left the office was to prepare the means of Chief Ellen's slow execution. After waving goodbye to Chief Hain, VS entered one of the Shield of Hispania's machine shop that normally fabricated ship components, and utilized it to build up the cold coffin. A cold burial happened enough times for the Mech Corps to maintain a standardized blueprint in its central database. They even came in many variants. The cheapest ones would crumble after being hit by a small piece of space junk, while others would bounce off and continue to go down their merry way in deep space. VS had been ordered to make a robust coffin, so he opted for a middle-quality design that ticked all the boxes. Going for something more extravagant and expensive was a massive waste of time and resources. He felt strange as he fabricated the coffin part by part. His personal involvement in building something which would be someone's grave forced him to reflect on his decisions as head designer. He felt a little responsible for the mess that happened on the Finmoth Regal. If I didn't caught the anomalies and pointed them out to Major Verl, maybe all of those deaths could have been prevented. If he saved his suspicions until the battle was over, perhaps the Finmoth Regal's security department could have tackled the issue with more finesse. Still, the situation back then demanded an immediate response. The two suspect inheritor Mechs had replaced their ejection systems with hidden transmitters that sent out who knew what to the Visions. By tackling the transmitters the moment they detected them, the Vandals might have avoided greater calamity. VS did not feel guilty for reporting the issue. He only felt as if he could have done something more before the battle erupted. Since Chief Ellen is one of the most prolific embezzlers, I should have done something more than wash my hands of the past. He could have talked to Ellen or check up on his past actions. Now, it was too late to remedy his mistakes. While Chief Ellen didn't fall under his chain of command, he did hold some responsibilities for the low-ranking mech designer that Ellen co-opted in his schemes. VS hadn't decided on what to do yet with Lok Vidette. The young mech designer that had been conscripted into the mech corps had been too impressionable against Chief Ellen's devilish charisma. Still, even if Vidette lacked a lot of experience, a mech designer should have never subordinated himself to a chief. A proper working relationship should have been the other way around. For now, Vidette stewed in the Finmoth Regal's brig. Unlike most of his compatriots, he was fortunate enough to escape the fate of a court-martial. All in all, his involvement was very marginal, so VS had been tasked to carry out his judgment. It didn't take more than a day to finish fabricating the coffin. It looked more like an oversized ball if nothing else. Built with pure metallic alloys and little else, it contained the bare necessities to form a functional coffin for the living. The shackles that restricted the victim was sturdy enough to resist fatigue and the passage of time, while the life support systems incorporated enough redundancies to keep it working even if 30% of its components stopped working. Anyone who got thrown in this coffin would certainly live up the rest of their lifespan in existential agony. VS made sure of that by fabricating it to the best of his ability. The Vandals put it to the test the instant they emerged out of FTL in some nameless Vanid star system. Fortunately, the system was barren from any Vision presence, so they had the luxury to rest their ships and transfer resources. VS boarded a shuttle carrying Major Verl and several other officers to the Finmoth Regal. Once they arrived at the combat carrier, they carried out another burial ceremony for the few mech pilots and ship crew that lost their lives during the previous skirmish. Just like last time, many Vandals throughout the task force attended the ceremony through their virtual avatars. Major Verl kept his words fairly brief, and the coffins had all been launched towards the Vision sun. Now that we have sent off our honored dead, it is time for someone else to receive the fate that he deserves. A floater platform carried forth the hefty cold coffin that VS had fabricated. At the sight of the familiar object, every Vandal began to scowl or frown. They knew what it meant, and they knew who was about to be buried inside. A pair of security officers dragged forth a heavily restrained prisoner to the coffin. Chief Ellen's court-martial had been broadcasted throughout the fleet yesterday, where he hardly stood a chance against the overwhelming array of evidence against him. With Major Verl bent on setting an example, the former chief was destined for the coffin in the very next day. MMMHHMMHMM! MMHMMHMMM! Ellen's bloodshot eyes looked frantic as he tried to speak around the gag that kept his mouth shut. Maybe he wanted to profess his innocence. Maybe he wanted to curse the brass. Maybe he wanted to drag his comrades down with him. Nobody moved to take away his gag, because the words of the traitor was not worth listening. VS happened to sit beside Loc Vidette. He took the mech designer that had been duped by Chief Ellen out of the brig so that he could witness the ultimate fate of someone whose negligence had led to deaths. Look closely, Vidette. This is the chief you thought who knew how to do your job better. I hope you learn not to lean on others too much for guidance next time. Why, yes, sir. The two hardly differed in age. Both of them had not yet reached their 30s. Yet their wide gulf in status and capability separated them at different heights. VS constantly improved and had a bright future ahead of himself, while Vidette was someone who failed to make a name of himself after graduating as a mech designer. Thus, VS had no compunctions in treating Vidette as a junior. He even felt a lot of pity for Vidette, to the point of giving him a slap on the wrist. In any case, the task force was short on mech designers. They couldn't afford to throw capable help in the brig where they would rot for the duration of this mission. In any case, VS looked pleased at Vidette's outward reverence towards him. It made him feel powerful and put him in a good mood. He resolved to keep an eye on the young man and see whether he could grow from this potentially career-ending ordeal. The final ritual almost came to an end. Major Verl stepped down from the podium and approached the well-made coffin. Mr. Michael Ellen, as the former chief technician aboard the Finmouth Regal, you have betrayed your oaths and your fellow vandals in the naked pursuit for profit. Yesterday, you have been found guilty to every charge laid on your foot. Frankly, it disgusts me to be on the same deck as you. Some of the more unruly vandals broke the solemn silence by jeering at the gagged and frantic chief. Even now, Ellen tried to weasel his way out of his macabre fate. We treated you as a comrade and a brother. When every other mech regiment rejected to take you on, we welcomed you with open arms. Whatever transgressions you had done in the past was irrelevant in our eyes. However, that does not mean that our ability to forget extends to the present time. The major's eyes hardened as his full weight as a mech officer bore down on the former chief. Ellen shied away at the intensity of Verl's stare. Out of everyone involved in this conspiracy, nobody is more culpable than you. There is no forgiveness for scum like you. Not even a quick death will suffice to atone for the damage you have done to us. I hope you will find some absolution in your endless trek into space. Ellen jerked his shackled body like his life depended on it, but the restraints and the grip of the security officers kept him firmly under control. The cold coffin's hatch opened up, allowing the security officers to haul their prisoner inside and affix him to the restraints of the interior of the coffin. By all intents and purposes, it was a perpetual cell which would keep Ellen locked without any chance of escape. Freedom from captivity and life would never grace the guilty chief until his natural lifespan ran out. The Finmouth Regal turned around and oriented her hangar bay away from the sun and directly into deep space. With a soft anti-grav push, the hefty cold coffin began its lonely trek across the galaxy. The cold burial came at an end. Chapter 534 Leadership Lesson. The Vandals moved on quickly after the two separate burial ceremonies. VS noticed that the Vandals had become much more honest and subdued after witnessing Chief Ellen's gruesome fate. Before he took the shuttle back to the Shield of Hispania, VS stayed behind on the Finmouth Regal for a few hours to take a brief round of inspection. As the head designer, VS had access to all of the hangar bays, mech stables and mech workshops. Vidette walked behind VS in a subdued fashion as they took in the state of the maintenance department aboard the Finmouth Regal. VS took in the lethargic expressions of the mech technicians. All of them suffered badly from the revelation that Chief Ellen and some of their colleagues dabbled in treachery. To the Vandals, betraying their fellow brothers and sisters in arms was the worst crime imaginable. Even if the entire galaxy turned against the flagrant Vandals, their bonds would never break. Take a look at these mech technicians at work, Mr. Vedette. What do you see? They're not working as hard as before. Chief Ellen used to be our ultimate boss. Without his presence, no one knows what to do. This is the consequence of your missteps, VS bluntly said. What is this section supposed to do? They're tasked with dismantling a partially damaged the inheritor. Why are they slacking off? The junior mech designer's mouth gaped like a fish. VS really wanted to smack the young man's face for his indecisiveness. Remember who you are. You're a mech designer, not a mech technician. These men and women should listen to you, especially now that they are devoid of a chief. BB, but I'm too new at this. Your brains are 10 times larger than all of this put together. Go out there and get those mech technicians back to work. VS gently pushed Vedette's back. Due to his enhanced body, this turned out to be a hefty push that caused the junior to stumble straight into the mech technicians. Watch where you are going. Hey, it's Vedette. The mech designer regained his balance and tried to speak at the mech technicians. Guys, please go back to work. We're way behind schedule, so please disassemble this mech. The mech technicians laughed as if a little boy told them to scram. It's our break time right now. We need our rest. Do you expect us to work around the clock? We'll fall apart if we can't enjoy some peace. Get lost, Vedette. Chief Ellen isn't here anymore, so go grovel to someone else. This ain't a place for you to hang around. Go back to your office and let us grease monkey stew in the muck. Just around the corner, VS palmed his face. Vedette's lack of spine reminded VS of that Vision mech designer he met back in the outskirts of Naren City. VS already forgot the name of that novice, but the sheer lack of courage both men shared meant that neither of them had much of a future in the mech industry. Normally, VS didn't care too much whether another mech designer possessed the grit needed to make something out of their mech design careers, but Vedette happened to be one of his subordinates. Even if he lacked any promise, VS had a duty to do something about this sad state of affairs. The Finmoth Regal's maintenance department couldn't afford to proceed without any direction. VS stepped around the corner and slowly strode forward. He carefully composed his face and unconsciously channeled some of his inner steel. The entire compartment experienced a drastic change in atmosphere. It wasn't anything a sensor could measure, but when VS stepped into view, the mech technicians instantly lost their jovialness. Ah, head designer Larkin's son. Fancy seeing you here. All 8 mech technicians stood at attention as if they faced Major Verl himself. In truth, VS merely imitated the air of command that the mech officer projected so well during his speeches. Inwardly, he nodded in satisfaction. Learning from the best may not always be the most appropriate course of action, but it always guaranteed a measure of success. He was satisfied enough with what he achieved. You mentioned your former chief back then. As I recall, we just chucked him out into the wrong direction of space. Do you know why we sent him out? Because he was a traitor? Wrong! VS barked, which instantly caused the mech technicians to shrink back. Unfortunately, Vedette reacted the strongest against his eruption. Chief Ellen was a piece of work, all right, and he was charged with many crimes. However, his most principal failure was his enormous negligence on the job. To put it into terms your tiny brains can understand, he failed to do his job. Everyone's eyes widened. Though they understood the gravity of Chief Ellen's failings, they only treated it as something that had nothing to do with them. Certainly, they missed their former chief who acted as a firm but reliable supervisor to them, but they did not connect his failings to their own. VS shook them from that idea. The entire reason Major Vole reserved the punishment of the lonely trek to your former chief is because his tolerance for such failings is at an end. Now look at yourselves. Disassembling this damaged mech will take at least an entire shift if you don't want to aggravate the damage. Looking at the time, and a third of your shift has already gone by. Do you think you can afford to slack off with 2/3 of your shift left to go? No, sir. Sorry, sir, we'll get right back to work. Then do so. I'll be keeping an eye on your work. If I don't see this mech disassembled at the end of the shift, I'll make sure you'll regret it. The mech technicians picked up their tools and scampered around the damaged inheritors as if hyperactive demons possessed their bodies. Vidette witnessed the entire exchange with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. The man trudged after VS like a zombie after the latter gestured him forward and moved out of earshot from the mech technicians. Did you see how it's done? You're the head designer, sir. Vidette whined. I can't hope to match your authority. This time, VS couldn't resist his urges. He lightly smacked Vidette's cheek, causing the man to yelp in an annoyingly girly fashion. Authority or not, you're a mech designer. Have some pride in our profession. In the natural order of the galaxy, a mech technician stood in the lowest rung and followed the instructions of a chief technician. In turn, these chiefs received their instructions from a mech designer. Even with the temporary absence of a chief, a mech designer should still be able to command a bunch of mech technicians. VS had been in the trenches himself a few times during the Graining mission and the Glowing Planet campaign. Taking charge of mech technicians should have been an essential skill to every mech designer. A bit helplessly, VS had to spoon-feed some methods for Vidette to command authority and force the mech technicians to listen to his orders. The Vandals will need some time to sort out the hierarchy. Last I heard, Major Vril isn't too happy with Chief Ellen's deputies. All but one turned out to be his accomplices, and the remaining chump lacks the qualities we expect from a chief. Therefore, it's likely that a trustworthy deputy from another ship will be transferred to the Finmoth Regal to assume his duties as your new chief technicians. Vidette appeared relieved at the news, which was exactly the wrong response to make in front of VS. Don't think you can slack off as well once the new chief takes charge. Your responsibilities are still the same whether a chief is present or not. Keep watch over the mech technicians and help them solve any complicated problems that might come up, but don't forget to maintain their productivity at the highest level possible. I'll try my best, sir. Trying is not enough. Confidence comes from belief in yourself. Every mech designer ought to be confident in the superiority of their knowledge. If there is any crutch you need to lean on, then lean on that if nothing else. I'll take that under advisement, sir. After performing his deed for the day, VS left Vidette to figure things out on his own and boarded a shuttle that brought him back to the Shield of Hispania. In truth, while VS could have propped up the junior, he wasn't strictly obligated to provide so much guidance. Still, VS took up some of his valuable time to guide Vidette to the right path because he wanted to practice his ability to teach. It also helps to make a connection with Mr. Vidette. VS didn't have much hope that Vidette would amount to anything, but he never ruled out the possibility. If Mr. Vidette turned out to be a gem in the rough, then VS would be glad to have the foresight to lay down a connection at a premature stage. He wanted to build more bridges like this with other mech designers, but it was impossible for him to waste so much time by interacting with so many subordinates. Another reason why he interacted with people this way was to borrow position as head designer to temper his leadership abilities. Back when he founded and expanded the Living Mech Company, he relied too much on readily available retainers from the Larkin Son family to do all of the heavy lifting. Their competence satisfied the needs of his company, so VS had nothing to complain with the help provided by the family. The presence of Jake and Chief Cyril lifted a load off his shoulders and freed him from the trifles of managing the company and his subordinates. This left him free to pursue his primary passion, which was to work on designing better mechs. Thinking back on that period of rapid growth, VS recently started to doubt whether he made the right decision. It's hard to hire competent and trustworthy help. Sometimes, he believed these qualities to be mutually exclusive. Either he could hire someone trustworthy like Carlos that wasn't very good at his job, or he could hire a seasoned veteran like Chief Cyril who was highly capable and practical but also deferential to VS. Yet the chief's lingering ties to the family made VS question sometimes whether he would ultimately listen to those who had nurtured him for decades. There were even times when his paranoia spiked to the point where he became disillusioned to the company that he founded on his own. Much of what the LMC did was seemingly out of his grasp. He could hardly wrap his mind around the scope of their strategies and activities. His temporary promotion to head designer shone a light through the fog that had slowly accumulated in his mind. His doubts about leadership began to fade as he tackled his new responsibilities with a motivation to learn as much as possible. It was like a second start to VS. Already, he learned an important lesson. Nurturing subordinates who are both competent and trustworthy takes time. There aren't any shortcuts to growing my own following. Not if I want to do it properly. He already resolved to invest in any promising seeds he could find. VS owed the flagrant vandals his gratitude for pushing him into a leadership position, however brief it might last. As head designer, VS believed he could start to learn how to exert leadership properly instead of outsourcing it to someone else. Some responsibilities shouldn't be shifted to others. It's best if I learn how to perform them on my own. Otherwise, who is actually the one in charge? VS had plenty of items on the agenda to flex his leadership muscles. From dealing with the fallout of the skirmish to reprimanding Mercator for dropping the ball on Vedette, VS faced an endless tide of problems that required the Vandals to do their best if they wanted to escape from being engulfed. Chapter 535 Tutoring. They spent a decent time skulking about in Vinid's space. As one of the larger territories of the Vija Kingdom, its vast space offered the flagrant Vandals lots of desolate star systems to hide. For now, they hadn't seen hair nor hide of Vinid's patrols. There was a very good reason for that according to Iris. Do you think Vinids can become a worthy rival to Emodries without effort? She began. Emodries is closer to the core than Vinids. In addition, it jointly operates a strategically important port system. While the amount of wealth that flows through their hands can't match the trade that goes on in your famous Bentheim system, either does the government siphon vast majority of wealth to subsidize the rest of the state. Bentheim's wealth distribution was a fact of life to the Bright Republic. Otherwise, the Bentheim liberation movement wouldn't have grown so powerful and pervasive. So Vinids has to do something to match their rival in strength, then. You said that it's relatively well endowed with resources. Is that enough to offset the trade that's captured by Emodries? That's the complication. It's true that Vinids encompasses a lot of resource-rich star systems, but it takes a significant amount of labor and capital to extract them. That means people, equipment, and bots. VS started to get an inkling of what she wanted to say. The latter too is expensive, and relying too much on machines opens up a lot of vulnerabilities. So they have to rely a lot on labor as well. Living in Vinids isn't very charming. Aside from a couple of model planets, most of their planets are low-class hives where human lives are treated as valuable as cattle. When he was young, the Bright Republic often showed how life in the kingdom was awful for the lower classes. Their poorest had to toil in dangerous mines or spend endless hours supervising bots that did the exact same thing over and over again on the off chance it glitched or caught a virus. He recalled the city of Haston on Bentheim. That place was a concentration of the poorest on Bentheim and was a hotbed of BLM's sympathy. If Haston's circumstances magnified into entire planets, then Vinid's rebel group should be as powerful if not more than the BLM. The Vinids Liberators is one of the largest and most influential rebel movement in the kingdom. Though they aren't particularly good at anything, they have access to a fair amount of resources and they are extremely numerous. VS paid a lot of attention to the fact that the VL accumulated a lot of resources. Perhaps that was why Major Vril chose to raid one of their facilities and trade with the rebel group during their passage through the territory. How powerful is Venit's military? Very powerful. Very numerous. I already told you about their Mech doctrine. Since they have a lot of fingers in the resource extraction sector, they have the enviable ability to obtain much of their materials at near cost price. This means they can fabricate more mechs at the same cost, which eventually accumulates into fielding more mech legions than any other territory. I see. It makes sense. A preference for attrition warfare can only be sustained if you have enough mechs to throw at the enemy, VS said contemplatively. However, most of their numbers advantage is negated by the existence of the VL. The rebels have caused so much trouble over the decades that most of Venit's military is burdened with guarding population centers, industries, mines, and important installations. While that doesn't give us carte blanche to saunter in Vendai's space, we at least don't have to fight Venit's troops every step of the way. When VS attended meetings with Major Vril and his staff, they all echoed the same refrain. Despite the might of Venit's mech legions, they treated it as an opportunity to bounce back. The only point they argued about was deciding on which star system to raid. Attacking a prosperous star system would go a long way in reducing their resource deficits. Attacking a less prominent planet came with a lot less risk as they didn't have to face any significant defenses. Whatever the case, the Vandals only had enough time to attack a single star system. Attacking 2 systems at a time would delay their schedule and make them miss the 2-month deadline. VS mostly stayed silent on this topic during the heated discussions in the conference room. He only provided some advice on which star system held the resources they needed and would be worthwhile to raid. Up to now, Major Vril still hadn't made up his mind. Besides taking part in those deadlock discussions, VS also began to make good on his promises by teaching the mech designers who worked hard enough to win a carrot. Predictably, most opted to borrow a valuable textbook from the central database, but one person happened to request personal tutelage. When I heard you wanted me to teach you, I was surprised, VS said to Pierce over the projection. If you wanted me to give you a few pointers, I would have given it for free. Pierce shook his head. I have my own pride, and I don't want to take advantage of you. Knowledge that comes free is not as sweet as knowledge that I've earned through my own efforts. My time learning the craft from my father has taught me that I'm not as talented as you. I need to work for it. Otherwise, the knowledge won't stick. VS hadn't paid much attention to Pierce the past few days. They traveled on different ships, which made it inconvenient to chat with each other. In addition, VS spent most of his time with Iris lately. The rebel-aligned mech designer was an attentive conversation partner who patiently brought him up to speed with regards to the kingdom. That said, he should have kept more in touch with Pierce. The coalition-born mech designer had been assigned to the Beggar's Bounty, one of the 2 logistics ships of the task force. This was an important posting as Pierce had access to vastly more resources and facilities than anyone else. Though that made his work more complex, the man nonetheless persevered and exceeded his weekly quota. VS admired such dedication from his acquaintance, especially since he knew that Pierce was a rather mediocre mech designer. His background as a mech designer from the Friday Coalition also held some promise. Though VS did not need to establish any ties with his father, just his citizenship was valuable enough to open some doors that would be closed to a foreigner like VS. This was why VS immediately changed his stance towards Pierce and beheld him with a bit more care. Well, you've earned the privilege of receiving my teachings fair and square. You'll get a full hour from me, which should be enough to solve most of your bottlenecks and burning questions. Don't waste it. While I'm proficient with most of the fundamentals, I happen to excel in physics and lasers. So ask your questions? Pierce dove into the questioning with glee. He started out with basic but tricky questions on multiple fields, and when he found out that VS answered his questions without any effort, his questions began to encompass more and more complexity. To VS, answering the questions forced him to be thoughtful. As an apprentice mech designer, Pierce wasn't stupid, and he didn't ask any stupid questions. Though the level of his questions didn't exceed the journeyman level, he nonetheless tread into territory that even VS would pause at. All he could do was to use his superior intelligence and skills to churn out an answer on the spot. At the end of the tutoring session, Pierce quickly excused himself from the call to digest the answers he received. VS was left alone in his office to stew over the teaching session. Surprisingly, he enjoyed flexing his brain in this manner. There was something enjoyable about guiding a junior into understanding the problems that perplexed him for months or years. Heh, he chuckled. Maybe I'll be a professor someday. While he didn't feel too strongly about becoming a full-time teacher, he figured he could still treat it like a side activity. A lot of journeymen and seniors who owned successful businesses diverted some of their valuable time to teach at various universities and institutions. Obviously, they gained a lot of benefits for doing so. Since VS happened to enjoy the act of teaching, he seriously started considering whether he should take a teaching position in the future. No one hires an apprentice to teach at an institution. It's too soon for journeymen to pass on their knowledge. I'll have to advance to senior before I can become a respectable professor. That would be a very long time away. VS did not dare to predict when he would be able to advance to such an exalted rank, but it should at least be several decades away. Even with the help of the system, VS did not belittle the difficulties involved with advancing past the vast majority of his peers. It wasn't easy to become a journeyman, let alone a senior. That is something to consider after this damned war is over. Right now, I've got to get back to work. After the brief tutoring session, VS returned to his duties. He checked with the mech technicians and made sure they didn't slack off on the job. He corresponded with his deputies and made sure they did the same. He liaised with Lieutenant Commander Soapstone and begged her to tap more into the task force's material reserves. He listened to the staff trying to argue which star system they should raid. He also planned and supervised the repairs of the inheritors. The good thing about the damaged inheritors was that the skirmish with the Calico Dancer bats didn't lead to a lot of material losses. Most of the damage the inheritors sustained turned out to be self-inflicted, as the lengthy 20% overload combined with the 30% spike led to a lot of internal disarray. This meant that cables got fried or melted and circuits got heat blasted. While that sounded bad and time-consuming to repair, VS vastly preferred this type of internal damage because the inheritors hadn't lost any materials. Fried components could easily be recycled and be used to fabricate new components. The only issue was that it took a lot of time to effect the repairs. The damage ran throughout the entire interior of the frame, so every overloaded inheritor mech pretty much required a complete disassembly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to repair or replace the innermost parts, which happened to be the most vital ones that ensured the continued operation of the mechs. All of this took time, too much time for them to adhere to the original timetable. VS had to go back to the original planning and scrap some of the procedures he had in store just to make room for the unexpected repair work. Naturally, the inheritors that sustained actual battle damage required a bit more effort to bring them back into working capacity. The worst wrecks they retrieved from the battlefield were woefully incomplete, or had been riddled with holes. To bring these inheritors back online, the mech technicians demanded a lot of resources. They didn't have enough to go around. We really need more resources, and they have to be the right ones as well. The task force still carried valuable exotics and other materials in their cargo holds. Major Vril hoped to hold on to them until they reached a market system where they could dispose of their ill-gotten goods at fair market prices. Trading them away at this point wouldn't help the Vandals reduce their debt burden. It was obvious that if the Major Vril didn't wish to give away their wealth to unscrupulous rebel traders, they urgently needed to get their needed supplies through another method. After several days of uncertainty and procrastination, they finally decided on which star system they wanted to raid. Chapter 536 Premonition. The Shield of Hispaina's conference room hosted a lot of contentious meetings lately. Ship captains, mech officers and staff officers all congregated in a single room to decide on which Vanid star system they should descend upon. Everyone had their ideas. The Hawks, which predominantly consisted of mech officers, wanted to raid a resource-rich system. Of course, they didn't aim their sights to systems comparable to the Deepman system. They couldn't afford to get bogged down by several hundred mechs. The Hawks picked out a number of targets that seemed very ambitious to VS. Even if the Vandals rolled over the opposition, they would still pay a significant price. The risk-averse crowd that comprised of other mech officers and the majority of the staff officers advocated for caution. The fleet was running low on certain resources, and they weren't at their best. Attacking a smaller, safer target should be the way to go. These two groups had been at loggerheads for days. VS watched on as the majority swung back and forth, all the while Major Verl showed uncharacteristic indecisiveness. VS was about Verl's stance. Throughout all of their time together, his impressions of the grizzled veteran had been as a staunch leader and a ruthless decision-maker that wouldn't hesitate to take the most expedient course of action. For him to withhold his decision at this junction puzzled VS a little bit. Did he truly hesitate on his decision right now, or did he wish for the argument to play out? His instincts believed that it must have been a deliberate choice. VS mostly sat in the sidelines, so he could look at the entire situation with some detachment. Looking at the various officers attending the meetings via their projections while arguing passionately about their opinions, perhaps it all served as one giant distraction. Every leader in the task force focused their energies into deciding which star system to raid. Some spent hours in research and preparation to present the most compelling arguments on why their targeted star systems was the most suitable ones to attack. The momentous discussion distracted them from the misfortune they suffered in the past. Rather than allowing them to dwell at their failings, Verl sneakily used the meetings to direct his most important subordinates into thinking about their next steps forward. VS would have applauded the shrewd commanding officer if he wasn't afraid of giving the game away. He felt as if he constantly absorbed new tricks by staying in Major Verl's vicinity. Eventually, the game had to come to an end. After yet another exhausting back and forth, Verl abruptly stood to announce his decision. "We shall change course towards the Hatcha system." As expected, Major Verl chose to settle on a compromise. His answers didn't satisfy any of the participants, but it hadn't snubbed anyone either. An awkward atmosphere descended as everyone came to grips with the decision. The Hatcha system isn't as well defended as Prosperous systems, but neither is it barren to the point of calling it a rural system. It hosts a moderate military presence and a handful of mines. Its value is nothing special, but it happens to extract some of the materials we are desperately short on. This should be sufficient to replenish some of our scarcity. VS quietly nodded as he read through the basic details of the Hatcha system from the panel projected in the middle of the conference table. While it wouldn't enrich the Vandals and allow them to gain more trade goods for them to exchange for what they needed from the rebels, it did happen to contain some of the ores and materials that was vital in repairing and strengthening the Inheritor mechs. The Hatcha system actually looked like a destination that VS would recommend himself if he didn't wish to refrain from taking part in the internal politics of the flagrant Vandals. Prepare for battle. The Hatcha system isn't very far away. Make sure our mechs are ready to deploy with as much strength as they can muster. The task force had been drifting deeper into Vanids. It wouldn't take too much of a course change to reach the Hatcha system. This told VS that the entire show had been premeditated from the start. Major Verl already had a destination in mind before they even crossed into Vanid's space. VS could tell that some of the other Vandals came to the same realization. However, they only amounted to 20% of the participants at most. After the meeting came at an end, every projection winked out while those who were physically present left the compartment. Mr. Larkin's son. Ah, yes, sir? Major Vril walked up to him and asked an important question. The next raid will require both space-borne and land-bound mechs. Can we field a sufficient amount of both at this stage? Our space-borne mech contingent requires more time to get back up to full strength. I'm sorry, but it will take at least 2 weeks to recover the majority of the inheritors that sustained internal damage. The material damage was light but very comprehensive, so we have to rebuild them from the ground up. This is a necessary but time-consuming process. Even if you exhort my mech designers to work faster, it's unrealistic to expect them to be up and running in time for the Hatcher raid. The Major furrowed his brows. I did not anticipate the damage has reached such an extent. This isn't the first time we've overloaded the inheritors. Every time, they bounce back fairly swiftly. I know, sir. I browsed the archives. This is different, though. Previously, we had access to the Wolf Mother, which is an ad hoc but fully functional factory ship. The production lines aboard that ship is capable of mass-producing an enormous amount of mech parts as long as we can feed enough materials into them. That's not possible now that we split up the main fleet. The 2 logistics ships our task force has retained can only do a fraction of the work of a factory ship. To put it simply, the Vril task force got the short end of the stick when it came to the split. The Wolf Mother, Colonel Lowenfield, Major Vril, and 2 of their remaining journeyman mech designers had all been retained by the diminished main fleet that was on their way back to Republic space. Our land-bound mechs? They require a lot of repairs as well. We've never had the time to recover all of the damage our land-bound mechs sustained in the Dietmann operation. It's been something of a low priority for us. According to our original schedule, we should have shifted more workers towards repairing the land-bound mechs after crossing into Venids. The destructive aftermath of the recent skirmish delayed that plan. This put Major Vril in a worse position than he wished. Though the task force was still capable of fielding a respectable amount of spaceborne and land-bound mechs, the shortages would hurt. Less mechs meant less reserves and a smaller margin for error. Vril should have access to most of this information already. VS was very punctual in his reports. It seemed to him that the man was desperate for hope. Unfortunately for the both of them, VS couldn't magically conjure up additional mechs. Hope didn't work that way. I will endeavor to ready as much mechs as possible in time for the raid, but don't expect too much from us, sir. We shall settle on that. VS walked away with a lot of uncertainty from that. The longer this trip progressed, the more he understood Vril's burden. Despite knowing little about the mech officer's history, he felt he became more in tune with Vril with each passing day. The Hatcher system shouldn't pose any threat to the Vandals. It was a system whose wealth sat between a rural system and an industrial system. In other words, wealthier than Cloudy Curtain but poorer than the Dietmann system. Unless Venids predicted their destination beforehand, the Hatcher system shouldn't be capable of inflicting heavy casualties to the Vandals. Yet hadn't the LMC once trounced a Vision raiding party? Don't underestimate the locals. The flagrant Vandals chose to raid the Hatcher system because it held a number of strategically important mines to them. Any mine of value would be guarded. Fighting past these company forces was a nuisance at best, and a serious hindrance at worst. Besides the company forces, there's also reinforcements to consider. The Visions were still up in arms about their mortal enemy gallivanting in their space. Venids might have felt a lot of schadenfreude when Amodris failed to stop the escaping Vandals from leaving their territory. Now that they ended up in Venids space, the Duchy couldn't afford to be as incompetent as Amodris back then. They would be hard at work trying to seek and destroy their vulnerable fleet. The next couple of days, VS threw himself into his work again. He exhorted his subordinates to speed up their repair work. Even one extra mech could make a lot of difference on the battlefield. He even decided to pull up his own sleeves and perform some hands-on repairs of the most difficult cases aboard the Shield of Hispania. A lot of mech technicians looked perplexed when the head designer got his hands dirty, but VS had been able to shorten a broken inheritor's repairs in a single day where it took a full crew of mech technicians an entire week. The work served as a nice distraction from the difficulties he had to deal with on a daily basis. That was also why he didn't show up again after repairing 2 of the most difficult mechs. It wasn't appropriate for him to devote all of his time to grunt work. Back at his office, VS got to play the manager. He juggled various responsibilities and priorities at once. All of this work and effort sent him into a contemplative mood. Is it worth it? Iris looked up again from her corner desk. What's that, boss? Do you ever think about how much effort we put in fabricating, selling, using, repairing, and recycling mechs? How much money and resources are we expending on using mechs? The flagrant vandals alone are wasting billions of credits on an annual basis to maintain their strength. It's mind-boggling once you think about it. Are we working in vain? I hope not. Iris furrowed her brow. We're mech designers. If everyone stops using mechs, we'll all go out of business. The mech craze that has infected humanity 400 years ago is pretty much an artificial phenomenon. If not for the restriction on warships and the enforcement of the taboos, we would still be waging war with mighty ships. We would have been extinct by that time, sir. We were too eager with wiping out our own planets. I'm glad our race as a whole had managed to come together and agree to switch to mechs as a way to resolve our differences. We don't have to fear from genocidal maniacs anymore. VS shrugged at that. All I'm saying is that there is a price for that. If you compare mechs to warships, which one do you think will prevail? He once witnessed a single small warships tearing apart a horde of space-borne pirate mechs in the Glowing Planet campaign. That image of complete annihilation had been seared into his brain like a trauma that would never go away. Ever since then, his faith in mechs had been cracked. Much of humanity has been proven to be too irresponsible for their own good. The intervention of the CFA and MTA was necessary to save our race from a spiral of destruction. Even they treated us as kids playing with fire. It's for the best. Being treated like children means we aren't allowed to grow up, VS retorted. It's been 400 years. I think we've learned enough lessons now. All of this mech warfare seems like play acting to me sometimes. Iris looked concerned. Are you ill, sir? Do you need to visit the infirmary again? I've never heard of a mech designer who questions his own craft. I don't know what's wrong with me either, but I'm not sick. I just have a premonition that the status quo can't go on forever. One day, the system will break. Even without any solid proof, VS believed what he said. Mechs were fine tools of war, but when it came down to it, a mech could never match the destruction that could be unleashed by a proper warship. Someday, all of humanity had need of that destruction. Chapter 537 Open Gates. When we made plans to raid the Hatcha system, I expected our mechs to batter the Visions every step of the way. VS spoke with a perplexed expression. Rather than acting as the barbarians at the gates, I feel as if we are more like the tax collector coming to collect the annual tax. When the Vril task force emerged out of FTL in the Hatcha system, the local garrison immediately panicked. Instead of readying themselves to fight to the death, the outnumbered and outgunned defense squadron immediately fled to the nearest Lagrange point and transitioned to anywhere but here. This allowed the flagrant vandals to waltz towards Hatcha 3, the only inhabited planet in the system. Once the combat carriers that conveyed their landbound mechs made landfall, they came across deserted cities, open warehouses, and meagerly defended industries. Not a single inhabitant took up arms to defend against the invaders. Without any signs of organized opposition, the Vandals practically acted with impunity on the surface of Hatcher 3. While the Vandals remained alert and ready to switch to battle mode, there was also a palpable sense of ease running through their heads. Nobody in the command center seemed suspicious that they had entered a trap of sorts. After slogging through the demon operation and getting their butts kicked by the calico dancer bats, VS had a hard time trying to adjust to the lack of obstacles put in their way. What was it about the Hatcher system that made them lose their will to fight? Iris? It's simple, really. The ruler of Hatcher 3 is Baron Imica of House Sabinet. His lineage isn't as long and storied as that of a count. His defense force only consists of 3 companies of space-borne Mechs and 4 companies of land-bound Mechs. Do you think that's a lot? The flagrant Vandals can easily smash them apart, especially considering we are talking about garrison Mechs. Even then, it would benefit Venids if House Sabinet puts up a fight. They're outnumbered, but not to the extent where we can win an instant victory. If they resort to harassment and guerrilla warfare, they can easily ruin our raid. There's the key, boss. What does Baron Imica have to do with Venids? The Duke of Venids doesn't care about a tiny baron at all. Certainly, Baron Imica can order his household troops to put up a valiant fight against us, but what will that accomplish? Victory is impossible, and at worst he might lose all of the Mechs he painstakingly funded over several decades. The Hatcher system barely ekes out a profit for the house, so each Mech is extraordinarily valuable to him. Unless he stands to gain more than he loses, Baron Imica will absolutely refuse to throw away his Mechs to a lost cause. That's surprisingly rational of the Baron. VS remarked as if he had never seen a rational noble before. Won't he get punished by Venids? Ha! No duke can compel a baron to send the foundation of his power into a suicide mission. Garrison Mechs stand no chance against proper military Mechs, and that's not taking into account that we outnumber them. Conserving your strength and denying us an easy victory is par for the course. At worst, House Sabinet will suffer a couple of years of disgrace and become a pariah in high society, but as long as they maintain their strength, they won't have to worry about their rivals deposing them from power. VS frowned at that. This sounds as if House Sabinet are more wary of their domestic rivals than a foreign enemy. This raid is a one-off chance. The chances that Vandals will return to raid their planet again is practically nil. They've probably written off their material losses as a consequence from a massive freak accident. Wealth and goods is easy to replenish, but control over an entire planet is harder to regain when lost. What Iris said probably rang true. The Vandal Mechs that made landfall sauntered over the planet like they owned it. Though many industry complexes brandished their company forces, when push came to shove, the company goons retreated without firing a single shot. The previous displays of intimidation always turned out to be bluffs. The company forces had orders to dissuade the Vandals from picking a fight with them, but because they were vastly outnumbered, their owners were loath to throw them away in a senseless battle. House Sabinet already set an example for the smaller players to follow. If the big guys refused to make a sacrifice, why should everyone else be selfless? It was every vision for themselves. Compared to foreign aggressors like you, their rivals are more immediate opponents to House Sabinet. Iris continued her explanation. In the eyes of their neighbors, they want nothing more than see House Sabinet lose all of their Mechs in a lopsided battle. Once the Vandals take their spoils and leave, the rivals can swoop in to claim Hatcher 3 from the hands of the now toothless house. That sounds really messed up. If House Sabinet sacrifices their Mechs in battle against us, they should receive a commendation. Who would give them their commendation? HM? Mechs are expensive. Even Venids can't magically compensate 200 Mechs to a small baron on a whim. The game's nobility play is a ruthless one. When it comes down to it, the best players don't care about duty, honor, or accomplishments. They only care about how many mechs you can field and how hard it is to dislodge you from power. Even between liege lord and vassal, relations are frosty to the point where they won't hesitate to stab each other in the back when they can get away with such an act. All of this neatly explained the cynical decision-making of the nobles who ruled the various domains of the Vija kingdom. The more VS heard the details, the more he grew confused. I don't understand. How can this mutual lack of trust even work? The more you explain it to me, the more I think of the kingdom as an unwilling collection of selfish houses. Ah, but that's exactly why the kingdom still stands. Relations, connections, favors, and rules all prop up its stability, but only at the surface. Underneath it all, friends can turn into enemies on a dime, favors can easily be forgotten, and only the victors make the rules. The fundamental basis that allows a house to stand on their own is whether they possess the power to defend what is theirs. Newly enfeoffed nobles are often met with a rude awakening when they are first introduced in the ways the powerful play the game. The sordid way the kingdom ran its power plays made perverse sense to VS, but he still couldn't quite adjust his mentality around this reality. If every vision yields in front of the Vandals when they are coming to raid them, what stops us from taking advantage of it? Oh, this is only because the Vandals are currently in the inner reaches of the kingdom. Normally, these well-off territories are protected by the peripheral and border territories, so they never had to deal with any foreign raids. It's different at the border system. At first, these poor and struggling border systems yielded without a fight when the Vandals came to steal their riches. After doing it once, don't you think the Vandals will do it again? So the Vandals actually took advantage of this? Yup, up until the border systems wised up. Letting the Vandals treat them as their personal bank account was just encouraging them to suck all of their wealth away. Once they wised up and banded together, the Vandals could no longer roll over an underdefended star system. No matter how badly they were outnumbered, the garrison forces always fought as if their lives depended on it. This deterred the Vandals from raiding their systems with regularity. It was much like how a bully pushed around someone weak for the first time. If the victim acquiesced to the bully and let them do whatever they wanted, the bully would just keep coming back and push even harder. Only by standing up would the bully have to contemplate whether it was worth it to push the victim again. Evidently, the border systems had all become jaded enough to learn that they should never let anything go for free. Compared to the tough border systems, the star systems in the core territories of the kingdom hadn't learned this lesson yet. They continued to obsess over their closest rivals and dismissed the threat of the Vandals. Even though VS had a lot of misgivings about this situation, he sobered up enough to take advantage of the lack of opposition. He helped guide the Vandals in picking out the best locations to raid. He felt like a kid entering the biggest toy store in the galaxy with an unlimited credit balance. The only limitation that restricted him from robbing the whole place blind was time. They didn't have enough time. Even with the lack of fighting, they still couldn't afford to stick around for long before reinforcements arrived. Fortunately, the Hatcher system wasn't close to any military strongholds. After some time, Major Vro came to ask him a question. Since we aren't facing any opposition in this raid, we are gathering much more goods than we projected. Will it be sufficient to meet all of our needs? VS shook his head. Far from it, sir. The stockpiles we are obtaining are very much needed, but they don't come in enough volume. I'd say we can only meet 80% of our current needs, and that is only with regards to these specific materials. We need other metals and compounds to round out our other needs. All in all, our supply situation looks a lot better now, but it's far from perfect. Once we are out of this star system, we'll be conducting a trade with the Venid's liberators. I hope we can obtain some of what we need from them. It's going to be our only trade until we cross into Klein or Hafner. They wouldn't trade much but the bare essentials, VS knew. After a bit more talk, the Major turned his attention to other matters, leaving VS free to direct the raiding Vandals into pillaging more goods. It felt rather strange for him to wield such power. Though the Vandals only treated his directions as suggestions, they placed so much faith in his judgment that he might as well be commanding them directly. His every decision decided whether a business survived or fell in this ordeal. Sometimes, VS had the illusion that he was playing God. He didn't feel particularly guilty in ruining the Vision businesses. Their states were at war, after all, and stripping and destroying each other's industries was as common as drinking water. Perhaps this was what a proper raid looked like. VS only had the botched Amodri's raid on the Mech nursery and the Deepman operation to go on. In both cases, the attackers and defenders fought with conviction. Here, Hatcha 3 didn't even wait for the first blow to arrive before it collapsed. VS found the experience to be oddly hollow. There was a break in tradition, an imperfection in an otherwise perfect image. There should have been more fighting before they obtained their prize. Was the Vija kingdom really so weak? The way the nobles distrusted each other practically weakened their state by half. He would never want to live in this confusing and contradictory state. The Bright Republic might not be perfect, but VS gained a new appreciation of how sane it was being run. After an entire day of peaceful ransacking, their land-bound mechs packed everything up and entered their combat carriers, which slowly ascended into space. Laden with much-needed resources and supplies, the invigorated Vandals leisurely disappeared from the hairs of House Sabanet after transitioning into FTL at a Lagrange point. Chapter 538, Making the Rounds. Despite fearing the might of Vanid's mech legions, the Vandals had seen neither hair nor hide of their formidable ships or mechs. The effortless raid on the Hatcha system allowed them to replenish some of their critical resources and supplies, but it also exposed their position to the entire kingdom. As a powerful duchy on par with the Amodris, Vanids could not afford to leave an impression that they would let any enemy walk over them at their leisure. From the intelligence reports that VS sometimes received, he understood that the shameful procession at Hatchu had really kicked Vanids into action. They sent out much more scouts and leveraged more vassals into making more than a token attempt at obeying their instructions. Considering what he knew about their relations, that wasn't saying much. The Duke of Vanids was pretty much on his own, and that allowed the Vanids liberators to run rings around his intelligence-gathering operation. Unlike the Deepman League, the Vanids liberators spanned more than just a single planet. The general undercurrent among the underclass in Vendais was so dissatisfied with House Vanids that they had a presence in virtually every star system in the territory. Their reach, clout, and numbers gave them a certain amount of strength. Their cells accumulated a fair amount of ships and mechs that had proven themselves to be a real nuisance to Vanids. Their nuisance factor was compounded by the fact that the liberators weren't stupid enough to fight Vanids' mech legions in open combat. Instead, they stuck to classic insurgency tactics and fought where Vanids was at their weakest. VS admired their prudence. Even as they grew in strength, they didn't let their power get ahead of themselves, but continued to bide their time until they arrived at the right moment. Under the guidance of the Vision Liberation Front and the Vanids Liberators, they arrived at another quiet star system to conduct their trade. Lieutenant Commander Soapstone spearheaded the transaction with the Liberators while Iris Jupiter tagged along to represent the interests of the VLF. VS was explicitly excluded from contacting the rebels due to his special status. He didn't really mind. After a while, one rebel group was the same as any other. VS had already given his input on the goods they urgently needed to obtain. Soapstone had not been entirely clear about her commitment to fulfill his wish list. She probably had her own priorities in mind, and needed to fulfill the needs of other departments as well. Mechs were important, but the ships also needed repairs. Their cracked and pitted armor still bore the scars of recent missile and mine impacts. Some of their less robust combat carriers didn't have much of a buffer left. As the Vandal fleet floated motionlessly in space next to a rebel trade convoy, VS spent his time on making the rounds. He rode a spare shuttle to visit the Antecedent, the Gorgon's Gaze, the Finmoth Regal, the Beggar's Bounty, and every other important ship. Each visit, he would meet with the mech designer assigned to ship and check up on their work. Though VS had a pretty good idea of their results from the reports he received, he found it best to verify their work firsthand and ask some pertinent questions. The lower-ranked mech designers mostly took the opportunity to ask some questions, and since VS felt a bit generous today, he casually gifted them with a couple of insightful pointers. When VS visited Vedette aboard the Finmoth Regal, the timid low-ranking mech designer seemed to get his act together. Though the mech technicians obviously didn't respect a wimp, Vedette managed to instill the impression that VS backed his every move. Defying Vedette was the same as defying VS, and no one wished to do the latter. VS applauded his junior's solution and clapped his back. It's not as good as earning the rabble's respect, but at least you're getting there. If the mech technicians give you any lip, don't hesitate to give me a call. The thing about borrowing someone else's name is that you have to be sure that they're willing to back you up. Right now, you're an extension of my will, so it's a given that I'll help you out. Thank you, sir. I was hesitating whether I was doing the right thing, but I'm glad I have your permission. Vedette nodded in gratitude. This is only a stopgap solution, though. You need to earn their fear or respect. I can't help you much there, but from my experience, showing off your superior knowledge always works. That's easier said than done, Mr. Larkin's son. Vedette smiled ruefully. Although I can call myself a mech designer, I am but an ant compared to you. The gulf between is too wide for me to catch up. You don't need to reach my level to instill some appreciation from the techs. Just work on it, and you will see. That's the problem. I know some stuff, but not enough to impress the Vandals. Then learn some more. VS clapped Vedette's back again. Have you forgotten about the rewards I've dangled in front of you? It's too challenging. I'm barely meeting my weekly quota, and I don't have the spare time to catch up on my studies. I appreciate the option to borrow a textbook from the central database, but the reading material is too opaque. Even with half a year, I still won't understand the essence of what they are trying to teach. VS sighed in exasperation. Doesn't the central database have beginner books? Maybe you should start with that instead. Don't chew off more than you can bite. That seems like a waste, sir. Those beginner books for novices are so simple that I understand 90% of what they say. That's sad, Mr. Vedette. VS shook his head as if he was a disappointed parent. A mech designer of your age and level should understand the entire contents of a basic book. That 10% you are struggling with is needed to make sense of more advanced knowledge. What I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't put the cart before the horse. That put Vedette to thought. It was difficult for him to admit he needed to shore up his fundamentals, but that was for him to overcome. VS didn't have the time to waste on guiding Vedette to the right path. Frankly, Vedette didn't look all that bright, but if there was one thing that VS didn't worry about, it was talent. He would rather recruit a talentless but earnest mech designer to a talented but scheming bastard. In fact, Vedette happened to tick most of the boxes that VS was after. His junior in the craft possessed so little self-esteem that VS relished in molding the man into his desired image. It was much like constructing an image for a mech, in a way. Instead of working with metals and alloys, he was trying to manipulate an innocent being of flesh and blood. Sometimes, VS felt guilty about his interactions with the weak. It was as if he was brainwashing them into forms that pleased him more. He quickly soothed his conscience by convincing himself that he was merely talking to them instead of sticking a neural interface on their heads and force-fed their brains with arbitrary rules. A handful of other low-ranking mech designers proved pliable, though they lacked that special reverence towards him that made it easier to pull them into his orbit. The only mech designers he would rather avoid were Mercator and Trozen. The former never resigned himself to losing against VS, and had stirred up trouble more than once. The worst instance so far was his attempt to blame the fiasco and the bombings at the Finmoth Regal to VS. Never mind that Mercator was supposed to keep an eye on Vidette. As the ultimate mech designer responsible for the entire procession, VS held ultimate responsibility. Did you hear? Our head designer dropped the ball. If he was actually smart, he would have caught wind of what went on at the Finmouth Regal. Mr. Larkin's son is only the head designer because of his famous family name. If he was called by any other name, he wouldn't have been promoted to this high status. All of that led to a number of sordid rumors among the lower ranks that collectively cast some shade on him. While they didn't inconvenience VS so far, he still felt peeved that he gained an ambivalent reputation. Of his two main rivals for his job, VS regarded Emlyn and Trozen with a bit more wariness. Iris always treated the female apprentice mech designer as a snake in the grass. While VS did not pay much attention to Trozen these last few days, he began to realize that may have been the point. Not one for letting things fester, VS paid more attention when he boarded her ship. As soon as the security checks and the ceremonies were dispensed with, VS pulled Trozen into the nearest available conference room. "If I may ask, sir, why did you seek me out?" she started, eyeing VS with a wary expression. "I have work to do. I'm sure you don't want to deal with more delays." "Just wait a moment, Miss Trozen." VS held up his hand. "Work is important, but communicating with each other is also something which must be done. Ever since my field promotion was set in stone, I haven't heard much from you. From the latest reports, you've delivered no more than what is required." "Meeting the quota is a significant burden," she replied. "I've compared my quotas to others and I've noticed that you've piled a lot more demands on my shoulders. It is taking me every waking moment to figure out a workable solution. In addition, I have to supervise a bunch of talentless mech designers as well. It is not my intention to crush you under so many responsibilities. In fact, I was pretty certain that a mech designer with your capabilities would grow into the demands I've set upon you. We are just different mech designers, sir. What you find EA is an impossible challenge to me." Was Trozen telling the truth? VS thought he had gauged his deputies pretty well. He couldn't determine whether Trozen was pulling off a trick or not. In the absence of any evidence, VS had no choice but to believe she genuinely couldn't keep up. "What is it about the work that you are having trouble with? As I recall, your record states that you specialize in kinetic weapons." "Correct. Back in the Hellcat design team, I was one of the few mech designers that fully understood their nail drivers. I excel in working with weapons. As for mech frames, not so much." "That sounds as if you are an equipment designer rather than a mech designer." "My career is what it is." She shrugged. "I'm catching up with my studies. I have access to my own books. I don't need your help." "You have family among the Vandals as well, I take it. Is Captain Branza stationed at the Wolf Mother your uncle?" "He is, though we're not in touch right now." Trozen refused to elaborate on the matter. VS found it hard to probe the woman and gain a measure of her personality. She stonewalled him at every opportunity, and it went so bad that VS couldn't figure out where she studied or why she had been assigned to the Vandals instead of a better mech regiment. The records VS recently accessed only extended up to a point. VS sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Okay. Leaving aside your work, do you need some help? Is there anything you want to pass on to me?" Her eyes seemed to glow at him. "There is one question that's been nagging me all this while. I wonder if you are willing to tell me truth. As long as it doesn't touch into classified territory, I'm more than willing to answer your question." "Good, because this one has been consuming me ever since we left the Deepman system." Trozen took a deep breath before she faced VS. "Tell me this, is our task force playing the role of bait to the Visions?" Chapter 539 Repair Work. Trozen's question came out of the blue. This wasn't the first time VS heard something like this. One thing about the flagrant vandals was that they incessantly chatted about topics that ordinarily shouldn't be discussed. Besides strictly classified material, everything was fair game. Her question echoed the concerns of many vandals assigned to the Vril task force. Why did the main fleet split in two, and why had Colonel Lowenfield gathered all of their best assets to the fleet that fled in the direction of home? The Vril task force could have fled to the Bright Republic as well after taking a small detour. In fact, their chances of making it through hostile space was significantly higher if the main fleet reconvened. Splitting their strength at this junction only allowed the Visions to defeat them in detail. If nobody questioned this dubious progression, then the Vandals were too stupid to live. From his occasional inspections, he gathered that the Vandals among the task force felt a bit ambivalent about their supposed mission. The Renault Republic was a non-entity in their eyes. If the Bright Republic wanted to make contact with Renault, then they could have sent a simple courier on a roundabout path. Thus, the most popular theories that circulated among the rank and file attempted to explain this situation. The first theory was that during the Dietmar operation, the Dietmar League hadn't taken their most important captive with them. Instead, Lord Javier of House Anikin had actually been handed over to the flagrant Vandals, who kept this important noble captive within their midst. If this was true, then they truly carried a hot potato. Count Loker would never rest while his only natural heir slipped out of his grasp. He would surely wield his influence into intensifying the search for the slippery Vandals. The second theory that made the rounds was that Colonel Lowenfield or someone higher up the chain of command cold-heartedly cast them off as a distraction to the furious Visions. If the Vandals fled in a single cohesive fleet, not only would their size make it harder for them to hide, they would also attract an inordinate amount of attention. Having their concentration reduced their threat profile because it made it harder for them to raid well-defended star systems along their escape path. This gave some reassurance to the Visions and lowered their priority to chase the Vandals down. As long as their interests weren't threatened, they had little reason to commit to the hunt. Although this sounded like a good outcome, it also made it easier for the Vandals to suffer a defeat. If not for the split, the Vandals would never sustain such exaggerated losses against two mech companies of the Calico Dancer Bats. The Vril task force walked a dangerous path right now. Compared to the diminished main fleet that included Colonel Lowenfield, the Wolf Mother, their remaining senior and journeyman mech designers and more, VS and Trozen had the illusion that they'd been orphaned. Of course, even if the Vandals heartlessly decided to write them off, VS couldn't give in to the cynicism. I can't answer your question. Even if I knew, there's no reason for me to clear up your confusion. No matter the intentions of the brass, it's not our job to concern ourselves with whatever strategies the Vandals are cooking up. Sir, I can't accept that answer, she said in a terse manner. I've heard that you're close to the Major. Surely you must have figured out a hint or two. Just drop it, Miss Trozen. No matter what our true mission is, our opinions won't make a difference. Our actions will. Do your work to the best of your ability in order to maximize our chances of survival. It took some time for Trozen to accept the fact that VS wouldn't tell her anything. They quickly ended their discussion after that. Since VS lost his mood to talk, he took an immediate shuttle ride back to the Shield of Hispania. After the flagrant Vandals and the Venids Liberators finished their trade, the two fleets separated from each other and went their separate ways. The Vandals quickly transitioned into FTL as soon as the coast was clear. The new materials the Liberators traded to the Vandals increased the pace of the ongoing repairs. Many critical shortages had temporarily been addressed, but it wouldn't take long for this abundance to end. The Vandals withheld much of their valuable loot and only let go of the absolute minimum. They still aimed to bring the valuables they obtained in the Dietmar system to the Renault Republic, where they could expect to exchange them for fair market prices. The difference between selling the loot to the rebels and selling it at a neutral market amounted to at least 50 billion credits. That sum alone wiped off a fourth of their debt burden. No matter what, they couldn't let go of such a juicy prize. Even if their mechs and ships began to run ragged, the Vandals still hated to let go of so much credits. Some would even die for the Vandals to succeed. More mechs received repairs. They temporarily decided to halt the restoration of the land-bound mechs in favor of restoring their space-borne combat capabilities. During the previous skirmish, a lot of inheritors sustained damage. The new materials allowed the mech technicians to begin with implementing more drastic repairs. Heavily damaged or outright wrecked specimens of inheritor mechs required a significant amount of resources to replace what wasn't there anymore. Space combat had a tendency to fling debris and broken parts across light years. Complete recovery of every piece of salvage couldn't be done on the battlefield. Besides, the Vandals had been in a hurry back then, so they didn't bother retrieving anything but the bare essentials. This left the task force with a fair amount of partially intact inheritor mechs. As the light skirmisher model boasted fairly thin armor, the damage these mechs sustained often amounted to serious internal damage. Lost limbs and holes that ran through the entire frame was not an uncommon sight. Compared to the mechs that only fried their internals, these seriously damaged mechs required much more materials to supplement their losses. VS spent a fair amount of time to plan out the repairs. Over 50 heavily damaged inheritor mech frames each exhibited different battle wounds. Normal procedure would have been to delegate the repair plans to the mech designers on site, but VS decided to draw up the plans himself due to his superior ability. By making the plans himself, he prevented his incompetent subordinates from fumbling through the repair process and waste an inordinate amount of resources and time. The work happened to stimulate him. Each individual mech was a unique creation. Though they all drew upon the same inheritor design, months or years of continued use had led to the proliferation of small divergences and minor idiosyncrasies. Every mech is unique. The older they are, the more they take on their own life. From a professional standpoint, this was a natural but not entirely welcome development. Each mech differed in small ways as mech pilots sought out the closest mech designers at hand to request modest tweaks and modifications to cater to their individual piloting style. Mech pilots ordinarily stuck to their assigned mechs for years. This constant and continued use of the same mech by the same pilot inevitably led to a divergence in their evolution. The reason why this wasn't a desirable development was that it made it harder to implement global upgrades to the design. It also complicated mass repair work. The Vandals worked with a fleet of fairly aged mechs, each of which had gone through 3 or more rounds of modification. This meant that to repair these individual works, they each required their own tailor-made repair plan. If clueless mech technicians decided to apply standard upgrades, then the chances of introducing faults magnified to an unacceptable level. The design of the inheritor was exceedingly complex for such a cheap mech. It incorporated many nuances that VS didn't entirely understand. Nonetheless, out of every mech designer in the task force, VS tentatively believed his understanding of the design exceeded others by a wide margin. Thus, he straightforwardly snatched this task from the hands of his subordinates and returned with complete repair plans only a day later. Out of every skill that helped, VS had to thank his jury-rigging sub-skill the most. The knowledge provided by this sub-skill enabled him to find substitutes to more expensive materials. In essence, it allowed him to do less with more. Although his makeshift solutions cut a lot of corners, the damaged inheritors should at least be able to last long enough to reach the end of this mission. Everything seemed to go well since they entered Venids. The large and industrious duchy boasted lots of star systems, of which Venids invested only a fraction of their wealth to inhabit them. If Venids wanted to find their trace, they faced the same difficulty as finding a needle in a haystack. With the Venids liberators covering their back, the Vandals received some assurances of their safe passage. VS heard some rumors in the corridors that one of the reasons why the Vandals allowed themselves to be ripped off in their recent trade was to increase their reward for performing this service for the task force. After all, the relations between the different rebel groups and the flagrant Vandals looked like a mixed bag. The Vandals had a much better relationships with the rebel groups that operated close to the border between the Bright Republic and Vija Kingdom. Now that they crossed over to the other side of the kingdom, the Vandals pretty much traveled through uncharted territory for them. They had never come into contact with the Vanid's liberators before. If not for the introduction and mediation by the Vijan Revolutionary Front, the Vandals would have been forced to fight through countless Mechs in order to cross through their territory. Still, extending their trust to complete strangers had their downsides. Just as they arrived near the border between Venids and Klein, the task force emerged into a tiny star system that wasn't as desolate as they thought. The first signs of something wrong was when the alarms blared throughout the entire fleet. Explosive shells thundered out of nowhere and detonated against the engines of several important ships. They were under attack. Everyone get to battle stations. No signs of enemy mechs or ships in the vicinity. We are being hit by close-range shells. Our assailants are in stealth. Deploy anti-stealth measures. Over 7 ships simultaneously incurred substantial damage to their thrusters and engines. 2 more ships sustained heavy damage to their engineering bays. Besides felling a substantial amount of engineers, the shells also managed to damage the outer housing of their all-important FTL drives. Without any FTL, they could forget about escape. The moment the alarms blasted against their ears, VS and Iris looked at each other with panic and immediately changed into their hazard suits. After his previous ordeals, VS made a habit out of cramming in a couple of emergency supplies in his cabin and workplace. This came incredibly handy at this moment, as it took barely a minute for them to become enclosed in protective armor. Though they looked rather goofy, the rest of the Vandals adjusted their outer appearances as well. Decompression, lethal radiation, and intensive temperature fluctuations all possessed enough harm to snuff out their lives if they gathered in strength. The spacers aboard the Shield of Hispania largely didn't bother wearing anything bulky. They largely adorned their own brand of vaxxits that didn't hinder their precision work. In exchange, their suits only protected them from a certain level of damage. VS daydreamed about cladding himself with the most superior armor as he stepped inside the command center and took his usual seat. Only half of the console operators arrived so far. The inconvenient timing made it clear that this attack was preordained. What happened? Stealth mechs are attacking our mechs. They don't have the firepower to destroy one of our ships, so instead they are attempting to sabotage our mobility. Chapter 540 Fractured State. The war raged on. The fighting at the front lines showed signs of subsiding. As predicted by the Republic, the Vijan aggressors began to run out of steam. Pushing into the Republic's territory expended most of their supplies. Casualties began to pile up, and the burden of maintaining a presence on the captured border systems slowly added up. Further incursions happened now and then, but the Mech Corps constantly mobilized more divisions to the front. The Bright Republic may have started the war on the back foot, but they quickly showed their mettle once their Mech divisions accumulated in sufficient numbers to match their Vijan counterparts. The events surrounding the flagrant Vandals impacted the seesaw battles in a profound way. Not only did the Vijans started to lose heart a little faster than projected, they also seemed to show signs of sending some of their forces back in order to join the manhunt for the 2 Vandal fleets. In the end, they stayed put. They couldn't afford to waste away the opening invasion. The Vijan strategists knew that they needed to secure as much star systems as possible. The more star systems they conquered, the more they benefited from the added depth. While the adventures of the flagrant Vandals excited the Republic, the public eventually dismissed them as a sideshow. The real war was fought along the border of these 2 irreconcilable states. In that, the major trend hadn't diverged too much from everyone's expectations. Melcher Larkinson read through the headlines published by all of the usual mouthpieces of the Republic and smiled sardonically. Hey, if I really believed this crap, I'd be a fool. According to the articles put out by the state, the Mech Corps inflicted heavy losses to the Mech Legion. For every Mech the Republic lost, the Kingdom lost at least 2 Mechs. This was pure fantasy. While Melcher never fought in the war before, just like VS, he learned much from his uncles and aunts. One of their most important lessons was to disregard everyone's claims about how good or bad the Visions fought. In all the ways that mattered, the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion pretty much matched each other in military prowess. The Mech Legion boasted higher numbers as the Vija Kingdom was blessed with a bit more space and population than their rival state. That said, their unity and coordination suffered enormously because every individual Mech Legion was controlled by the duchy that raised them from their own efforts. No single war leader possessed the authority to direct the entire Mech Legion. That required the mutual respect and trust from every duchy in their notoriously fractured state. For example, if a war leader sought to ingratiate themselves with the Modries, Venids would immediately halt any cooperation. To Venids, empowering Modries was worse than letting the Bright Republic off the hook. If necessary, Venids would pull back all of their Mech legions from the front in order to exert pressure on Modries. The periodic wars against the Bright Republic was pretty much a game to the nobles. In addition, centuries of deepening enmity between the states had driven the Vijan populace in a rabid frenzy against the Republic. While the nobles played their games against each other, the commoners largely remained ignorant to their power struggles. In fact, the nobles didn't like it when the commoners became inured in their dirty laundry. They would rather direct their sheep to pay attention elsewhere. The war against the Bright Republic formed a convenient way for the nobles to direct the energy of their commoners at. Many people in the Republic believed that the only reason the nobles tentatively fought alongside each other at the front lines and committed so much military might was because they couldn't afford an extended period of peace. The prevalence of rebel groups in their interior already spoke of the massive amount of discontent that was building up among their lower classes. While it seemed paradoxical for the Visions to channel their best fighting forces towards fighting a foreign enemy rather than first cleaning house, the latter had proven to be supremely ineffective. Rebels popped out all the time. With the way the nobles generally ran things, they would never be able to eradicate the scourge of insurrections. Like rats, each time the nobles painstakingly put down a single cell, 2 more cells would spring up elsewhere. Only through waging a massive war against their bogeymen would the nobles be able to stir up everyone's patriotism and be able to deflect their attention from their own suffering. Though it sounded like a precarious balance to maintain, the Visions pretty much mastered the art of turning the Bright Republic into their bogeyman. Do the Visions even want to win this war? Plenty of conspiracy theories circulated among both sides of the border. The wars between the two states had been so static that people couldn't help but think that both states played their own game with each other. Still, no matter the truth, war was not a game, and plenty of people died during each and every outburst of violence. Perhaps the only way the Vija kingdom might actually be able to win the war was if the royal family gained enough power to command the loyalty of the entire Mech Legion. In practice, this had never happened in their entire history except during the founding of both states. By now, the royal family pretty much turned into figureheads for the kingdom. Though they grasped as much power as any duchy if not more, they suffered from the combined suppression of every duchy under their rule. In other words, they had become hostages to their own vassals. This was a profoundly ironic circumstance in the history of the kingdom considering the original intentions of its founder. The original founder of the kingdom wanted to wield absolute power and rule over his state as their sole tyrant. This was why he adopted the feudal system in the first place. It was a pity that his trusted subordinates who had been assigned as his dukes didn't necessarily agree. Though relations between the founding generation had been clear, once the subsequent generations grew into power, they began to chafe at their restrictions. Eventually, the power wielded by the royals eroded to such an extent that they long since lost the influence to change the course of their entire state. As the bogeyman of the visions, the Bright Republic wasn't as demonic as the commoners of the kingdom thought. They styled themselves as a bastion of reason and rationality. Though they suffered from their own power struggles, it hadn't reached the self-cannibalizing state of their mortal enemies. The Mech Corps was a consummate professional organization that largely steered away from the tribalism of the Mech Legion. While the commanders of the Mech divisions still regarded themselves as rulers of their individual forces, they were very much aware that they didn't own the Mech forces they commanded. The Mech Corps funded almost every Mech division from a centralized source. Frequent exchanges and transfers of funding, technology, and personnel kept the Mech divisions from becoming too isolated. This allowed the Mech Corps to exert more effective military strength despite constantly being outnumbered by their Vision counterparts. High command was not an illusion, and their individual forces actually followed their strategic planning. Their coordination grew more potent with the addition of competent intelligence. The Bright Republic ran some of the more effective military intelligence operations. They easily exploited the divided nature of the Visions and excelled in gathering critical intelligence. Sometimes, they even stole exclusive technology specifications before the Visions had even begun to implement them in their own troops. Nonetheless, the Bright Republic constantly teetered at the edge of defeat during each war. It was their conflict to lose. While the Visions consistently hammered their defenses in the same one-dimensional offensives as before, the Mech Corps constantly needed to exert their full efforts just to place themselves on par with the Mech Legion. It wasn't fair. The Visions weren't actually putting their full effort in the war, yet they could easily push the front lines if they exerted a little more effort on occasion. Sadly, war was never fair. All it cared for was who had the biggest fist. One of the main reasons the invasion stalled wasn't because the Visions exhausted their men or ran out of supplies. It was actually because the nobles that held sway in the front lines lost the heart to push through the turtle-like republic. It's getting harder and harder to achieve a breakthrough. The hateful republic is only focused on defending. It's such a pain to sacrifice so many mechs to gain control over another dinky star system. The annual tax revenue of this star system isn't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. I'm tired. Let's stop for a few months and go at it again when we are better prepared. Of course, the desires of the nobles clashed against the professional soldiers who fought the actual battles. They deeply wanted to push through and defeat their rivals once and for all. The differences in opinion changed nothing. In the Vija Kingdom, the nobles held all the sway. If they all agreed to stop the offensive, then the push into Republic space would certainly stall. Meanwhile, the Vril task force met with their latest crisis. The sudden sneak attack stank of a Vanid's ambush. Every Vandal grew serious once the implications settled in their minds. Surprisingly, rather than initiating combat with the Vandals with a large number of mechs, Vanids instead opted to begin their attack with an attack from stealth. The flagrant Vandals constantly maintained their vigilance each time they emerged out of FTL. This time was no different, as up to 100 space-borne mechs deployed from the ships at any time except when it was time to go. The entire attack interval only lasted a couple of seconds. The stealth mechs that perpetrated the attacks obviously didn't wish to stick around long enough for the Vandals grasp their locations. Major Vril only arrived at the command center half a minute later than VS and Iris. Despite his relative tardiness, he quickly grasped their actual situation and issued the right commands. Deploy the dust! As much as you can! Order our mech patrols to comb through their quadrant of space. Any suspicious signs and signals should be reported immediately. Every Vandal ship immediately threw out vast clouds of dust. Like the particle grenades that the rebels once deployed in Naren City, the dust clouds acted as a proven low-tech solution to skulking stealth mechs. The only problem was that the expanding dust cloud showed nothing suspicious. Not a single area in the expanding clouds deformed. How is this possible? Major Vril gritted his teeth. He instantly turned to VS. Explain! VS felt the intensity of the Major's gaze. Modern stealth technology has derived countless ways to circumvent such a crude detection method. Vinitz excels in developing stealth mechs. They would have certainly tried to plug this obvious hole to their ability to remain hidden. Fine then. If the dust cloud doesn't work, then let us pump out more ordnance into our perimeter. Akara Mech started firing lasers into empty space. Missiles launched from their few missile-bearing mechs and exploded at predetermined coordinates. Nothing worked. Within a range of 50 kilometers, there didn't appear to be any enemies. Everyone's faces grew ugly. Even VS began to sour as his own search attempts accomplished nothing. He had to hand it to Vinitz, they really mastered the use of stealth technology. All of this left the task force frustrated, rattled and crippled. At the very least, this star system didn't appear to host any follow-up forces. Their main concerns turned from stopping any further attacks from stealth to repairing their extensive battle damage. 7 ships lost their sublight propulsion. This was not as big of a problem as it sounded. The real concern was that their vitally important logistics ships lost their FTL drives. Without this vitally important component, they couldn't run away. 541 debilitated. The hidden assailants caught the flagrant vandals completely off guard. Their premeditated attack not only immobilized 7 important ships, but they also went a step further and damaged the FTL drives of their logistics ships. With the Beggar's Bounty and the Linever Swan unable to flee from this star system, the entire task force turned into a sitting duck. If they couldn't get those FTL drives back online, they faced 2 very stark choices. Either give up the logistics ships and force the rest to flee into FTL, or make a stand and attempt to restore their FTL functionality. A matter of such import would be a bit awkward for Major Vril to decide upon alone. Therefore, he opened a communication channel to the antecedent in order to connect with their fleet commander. VS had met with Captain Argel Rakeshire a couple of times during staff meetings. The man was a typical old salt with distinct space-borne sentimentalities, though he kept that part of himself locked away when he met with others. As the captain of the antecedent, Rakeshire kept a very low profile. Nonetheless, he held the most seniority out of the ship captains and therefore took on the role of the task force's fleet commander. As such, he was usually the ultimate authority when it came to ships and fleet actions. Captain Rakeshire basically translated Major Vril's orders into concrete maneuvers. "How bad is it, Rakeshire?" Vril asked. This time, he hadn't bothered to summon a privacy screen. "Really bad," the fleet commander grimaced. "We can work on restoring our propulsion at our leisure once we dive into FTL, but the Beggar's Bounty and the Linever Swan are dead in the water. Not only that, they've lost at least half of their engineers, so any repair works will face significant delays. Give me an estimate. How long will it take to restore their FTL drives?" "The good news is that we've got spares. The bad news is that they've been calibrated for combat carriers, not logistics ships. We can slap them onto the Beggar's Bounty and Linever Swan in an emergency, but it will take hours to configure the ships and the FTL drives. You may not know this, but the latter comes with an extremely stringent safety lock. There are too many ways for FTL travel to go awry, so unless everything is in tip-top shape, the drives won't engage." This prevented shenanigans such as capital ships attempting to transition into FTL with a tiny drive meant for corvettes. Any misconfiguration led to catastrophic effects. Therefore, FTL drive designers always erred on the side of caution and incorporated a very extensive safety check. "How long exactly?" "I can't give you an exact estimate. At best 8 hours, at worst 16 hours. This is already at our most extreme, Installing incompatible FTL drives onto damaged ships requires weeks of configuration if we want to do it properly. This is a time for haste, not caution. 16 hours is already too long. Venids may arrive at any hour. The captain shrugged. This is the best our engineers can accomplish. It's impossible for them to cut any more corners. Even now there is a substantial risk that the hasty repairs will turn out to be botched. You don't want to see the result of the aftermath of such an event. Major Vull and Captain Rakeshire argued about this point for several minutes. No matter what Vull said, Rakeshire couldn't give them a better time frame for the repairs. All right, do what you want, as long as you make it quick, Major Vull replied in an exasperated tone. Since half of our ships lost their sublight propulsion, is there any way to get our fleet moving? If Venids has sent a follow-up force after us, they'll be homing in on these coordinates. We won't be able to defend ourselves as well if they drop right on top of us. Captain Rakeshire frowned. There is no practical way to get our ships moving. Our undamaged ships lack the propulsion to tow away our damaged ships. While I've already prioritized the restoration of their propulsion systems, they actually need a lot more time to restore because the material damage is very extensive. This must have been Venid's strategy from the start. They focused the bulk of their firepower in penetrating deep into the Beggar's Bounty and the Linever Swan to anchor the Vandals to this star system. They then swept half a dozen combat carriers to paralyze their in-system maneuvers. If not for their allegiance, VS would have applauded Venids. With just a single attack, they set the entire task force in a deepening spiral of doom. Can we utilize our Mech to help to tow the ships? Vull suggested. Impossible! A combat carrier is unimaginably heavy. Even with hundreds of Mechs, we don't have the cables to support them all. This move is only viable if the ship being towed is as small as a frigate or corvette. There went that idea. Major Vull ended the call after determining there was no way they could regain their mobility in the short term. For better or worse, the task force continued to drift through space at the exact same pace, allowing any ambushers to calculate their position at any given time. This level of exposure made the Vandals very uncomfortable. Part of their modus operandi was to stay unseen as they skulked behind enemy lines. They never fought up front if they had the choice. In fact, unless they stood to gain a lot of wealth, they wouldn't hesitate run with their tails tucked between their legs. This was their definition characteristic as a raiding unit. They stole what they could and ran whenever they met an opponent. The only problem right now was that they couldn't run at all. Their legs had sustained damage, and it would take approximately 8 hours at minimum for it to heal. Until then, any enemy could come up to them and beat them black and blue. Having listened to the high-level discussion, VS knew that they had decided to commit to a turtling strategy. Neither Vull nor Rakeshire contemplated the option of abandoning the two logistics ships. Though they contributed little in actual engagements, their true value lay in their ability to process ores and raw materials. They also formed miniature factories that fabricated and restored batches of mechs by the dozens. Therefore, even if it seemed that evacuating and scuttling the logistics ships guaranteed a safe retreat, their subsequent situation only became more precarious over time. By the time they crossed into Hafner, all of their combat carriers might have exhausted all of their remaining resource stockpiles. Times like these reinforced the limited power of a mech designer. Even vaunted master mech designers such as Master Olsen or Master Katzenberg had to resign themselves to the inevitable if they faced the same situation. There might be a possibility that they dabbled in FTL theory. Ordinarily, mech designers never encroached upon starships, while ship engineers never involved themselves with mechs. While ships and mechs shared much in common, they exhibited a lot more differences. Mastering either of them required a lifetime's worth of study and dedication. Understanding FTL drives was already an extremely high task for ship engineers. Only the most seasoned chief engineers among the Vandals possessed the bare qualifications to work with the drives. If VS forcefully tried to help, he would only make things worse, as he possessed no foundation in FTL technology at all. Let alone FTL technology, I don't even have a proper foundation in starship engineering. He felt awful for being so useless at the moment. Every Vandal felt likewise, and they all prayed that their chief engineers got the newly installed FTL drives to work again. In the meantime, Major Vril tasked VS with helping their mechs with setting up an anti-stealth perimeter. They never caught the stealth assailants, so the possibility of another attack was very high. VS felt that he was lacking yet again in this matter. Vinit's stealth technology was a notch ahead of anything else he had encountered. Whereas other forms of stealth could be broken by throwing dust at them, Vinit's had obviously developed specific countermeasures that ensured their stealth forces blended in seamlessly in the most chaotic environments. Breaking their stealth required more than a light puff of dust. Obviously, VS couldn't do much on his own, so he drew in Iris, Mercator, and Trozen for support. Comb over the logs and try to pin down how Vinit's ambushed us. Understanding how they snuck up on us is the first step in preventing a repeat of the same attack. With those words, he left the three to do their own research. In the meantime, he helped the Vandals set up their mech patrols in a way that maximized their stealth detection. Each mech carried different sensor models, and some were more suited for anti-stealth than others. Compensating for the extreme effectiveness of Vinit's stealth systems, VS basically fixed the smallest detection ranges for every individual mech model. At those conservative ranges, it mattered little how well the enemy hid their traces. For the worst mechs, this range did not surpass 50 meters, while the best mechs only boasted an effective detection radius of only 200 meters. In the scale of land-bound mech combat, those distances amounted to a couple of footsteps. In the scale of space-borne mech combat, those distances were equivalent to two humans standing only centimeters away from each other. The detection ranges was far too short to cover the entire task force. He contacted Major Vril. "Sir, I have a problem to report." "I'm busy, Mr. Larkin's son, so this better be good." VS briefly explained the dilemma with the detection ranges. "Our fleet formation is too dispersed. Every ship is maintaining a distance of several kilometers away from each other. While I can understand the logic for assuming such a large minimum distance, our circumstances have changed. If you want full coverage against stealth infiltration, then we need to contract our formation." A monumental decision like this directly affected their survival. Vril's frown only grew deeper as VS burdened him with another concern. "Have you identified how Vinit's got the drop on us?" "My men are working on it, sir. So far, we haven't turned up any results, which means Vinit's has employed some new breakthroughs. It is possible that we won't be able to find any records of their latest advancements." Vril nodded in understanding. Even at the front lines, Vinit's never shows their hand too often. They cherish their elite stealth units. The more Vinit's makes use of them, the more the Mech Corps is able to understand their underlying principles and develop a counter for them. Since your mech haven't found an immediate match, it is unlikely you'll found anything relevant in the database. "I was afraid of that, sir. I'll still let my subordinates to continue their research. Who knows if they can figure out a clue. About the issue I brought up, have you made a decision?" "Not yet. I'll need to bring it up to Captain Rakeshire. If he thinks the risk of collision or getting caught in an area effect is smaller than the risk of suffering another close-range stealth attack, then I don't see a major problem in contracting our formation." VS could not decide this issue for them. He dared not overrule Captain Rakeshire when it came to controlling ships. He had already done his due diligence by informing them of this vulnerability and providing them with an option to address the holes in their defense. In the end, their paranoia overruled their common sense. Having failed to detect their initial attackers, Major Verl and Captain Rakeshire feared their enemy would grow bold and go for a reprise. Several minutes later, every ship received orders to converge into a tighter formation. Ships with working propulsion helped get the immobilized vessels into the right position and heading by towing them one by one. Slowly, the Vandals adopted the stance of a turtle. Thank you for reading my work. If you wish to support the Mech Touch, please vote with your power stones. Exler. Creator's thought. Comment. 71. View all. I've followed and supported this novel since it came out, and with current prices dropped at least $100 into spirit stones to read Mech Touch. Gotta say this arc in current tempo really is a waste to read. Can't give you my money anymore as long as the writing style is this long-winded and drawn out. In a regular novel this would be perfect development, but this is a light web novel. You've got to figure out a way to bring the system back and for him to actually build and design something. That's what brought in your readers. Why are you pulling so far away from that? I completely agree with you here. I'm getting really tired of this arc. It was fun at first, but not anymore. Each battle is way too drawn out and long-winded. I miss the system and him actually designing mechs. All we have now are battles and politics. I truly hope the author has a plan to rectify this. I'm getting very close to dropping this novel, and I've been reading since it first released. At this point I hate unlocking the chapters as I know I'm not going to enjoy the chapter, and everything that can go wrong will go wrong for VS and the Vandals. It's become completely predictable. I love how everyone can guess the next chapter in the comments because they are just guessing what the worst thing that could go wrong would be. Chapter 542 Bait and Switch. Hours went by as the flagrant Vandals contracted their defenses and turtled up. Conventionally, starships tried to maintain a distance of at least 5 kilometers from each other. This rule of thumb varied from state to state and from star sector to star sector, but generally speaking it was unthinkable for ships to stray closer than a kilometer to each other. There was no reason to do so. If ships needed to transfer passengers or goods to each other, they only needed to let their shuttles or transports do the work. These smaller spacecraft flew fast enough that a distance of 1 kilometer or 10 kilometers didn't matter very much. The launch and docking maneuvers alone took up a lot more time than the brief trips. Machines always posed a risk to their environment. If anything went wrong, their immediate surroundings came under threat. This didn't matter too much if it concerned an aircar. At best, it would crash against something and kill a couple of people. When mechs malfunctioned or went rogue, it could do a lot more damage. A critical explosion may even take out half a city block in the process, though such an outcome was very rare these days. More concerning was when something as large as a combat carrier suffered a disaster. Their power reactors outputted so much energy that they could easily power several mech companies without a sweat. If all of that energy ended up in the wrong destinations, the combat carrier could easily explode with the fury of a miniature nuclear warhead. This was only one worry fleet commanders had to deal with when they drew up their formations. Many other concerns led to the convention that ships generally avoided sticking too close to each other. The only reason why Major Verl and Captain Rakeshire went against their screaming instincts was because they genuinely feared a repeat of the attack that crippled the task force's mobility. Now, they stood a fair chance of detecting any hidden approaches in the immediate vicinity. Inheritors and other light mechs formed the main line of defense against their hidden opponent. All of them entered into a spherical formation that provided overlapping detection coverage in every angle. Their medium mechs, on the other hand, patrolled the outer perimeter. Their inferior sensors couldn't be used to sweep up stealth enemies, but they were mainly there to defend against overt attacks and to catch any stealth units that attempted to flee after another successful attack. In this way, they posed a certain level of deterrence. "Boss! We've figured out how Vanid snuck up on us." VS turned around to Iris. "Explain." She summoned up a projection of a sensor recording. This is the rear-facing sensor of the Beggar's Bounty immediately before the attack. Visually, there is nothing present. Only after a weapon is launched are we able to detect a minor disturbance. Through hours of painstaking research, we've finally been able to define the silhouette of the stealth unit that attacked us. Doesn't this look rather small? Their attacker appeared to be a half-sized mech. It was severely undersized compared to what he expected, especially since their attacker employed an instant burst of firepower deadly enough to penetrate through several layers of ship armor. Granted, the stern of a starship was always their most vulnerable facing. The thrusters and other systems that occupied the rear end of the ship couldn't operate if too much armor obstructed their functioning. Even then, a mech that was substantially smaller than a light mech shouldn't have been able to inflict so much damage. "Do you think this is a mech?" she asked. Now that he thought about it, the silhouette didn't match any mech that he could recognize. It kind of looked like an unbalanced shuttle married with an oversized weapon mount. "This isn't a mech. This is a commando shuttle." That's what our consensus has led to as well. Stealth is harder to maintain on bigger vehicles than smaller vehicles. It would make sense to employ a shuttle instead of a mech if the latter isn't needed. The only thing that is strange about this silhouette is that a very large torpedo tube is welded onto its hull. And yes, Vinids employed ultra-short-range torpedoes against us. Each of them packed enough explosive power to tear through our ships. Iris calmly explained the traits of the commando shuttle and backed up her inferences with sporadic evidence. Though much of it remained guesswork, VS believed her assertions. "I see how this can work for Vinids." VS nodded. "Instead of endangering their precious mech pilots, they can apply their same superior brand of stealth to disposable shuttles. Slapping a torpedo mount on them is sheer genius. It wouldn't work on a regular shuttle, but a stealth shuttle has no problems getting up close." The threat level of commando shuttles could not match the threat level of stealth mechs. Unlike shuttles, mechs possessed a lot more flexibility. Who knew what weapons or gadgets they brought if Vinids sent them to this star system? Once Major Vrol received the files, he finally started smiling again for the first time in hours. "Good work, Mr. Larkin's son. At least someone scored some results. That's more than I can say for the rest." The Beggar's Bounty and the Lineverswan both required a lot more hours before they regained some of their space worthiness. Every ship engineer aboard the other ships had converged to the two cripples' logistics ships in order to lend a hand with restoring their FDL capabilities. This was an extraordinary collaboration that left the engineering departments of the other ships dangerously thin. VS politely smiled back at the commanding officer. "We live to serve." Iris softly bumped her elbow against his ribs. She probably built up some resentment when VS failed to credit their contribution. Once Major Vrl turned away to adjust their defensive envelope to cope with the commando shuttles, VS turned back to Iris. "Right now, Vrl only wants to hear results. I'll mention all of your accomplishments in the after-action report." Of course, VS planned to do no such thing, because that would be giving more kudos to his deputies. At best, he could push all of the credit to Iris, not that she needed it all that much since she was technically a guest designer. That made VS question her continued presence in their midst. Their journey was fraught with peril. Pretty much the entire kingdom was out to kill them. For Iris to continue to accompany them meant that there must be a profound reason why she stuck around. One possibility was that she had been assigned to the task force for the same reason Colonel Lowenfield split up the main fleet. They'd been cast out as bait, and were never expected to return. Maybe the Vision Revolutionary Front arranged her demise. Another possibility was that their mission mattered more than VS initially thought. For whatever reason, the task force needed to reach the Renault Republic within 2 months. The outcome of this mission might have far-reaching effects. Personally, VS was partial to the second possibility. It conformed to his growing suspicion that the events at Dietmar 4 only served as the prelude of a greater undertaking. It could be that Trozen's conspiracy theory was on the right track, only that it swapped the bait. Rather than assuming that the Velt Task Force served as bait, perhaps it was more accurate to state that the main fleet took on this role. The logic behind this assumption sounded a little dubious, but VS couldn't discount this possibility. The main fleet brought all the attention-grabbing assets with them. With the Wolf Mother, Professor Velton, the journeyman mech designers, and Colonel Lowenfield herself as high-value assets, she turned the main fleet into a priority target that must be destroyed at all costs. Taking down even one of them could serve as a massive propaganda victory for the Visions. Whenever VS browsed the galactic net in order to keep track of the main fleet's attempts to return to the Republic, the news surrounding their passing outnumbered the interest to the Velt Task Force. Could it be that Lord Javier was actually imprisoned inside one of their ships, and that for some reason he needed to be brought to the re-annulled Republic on a time-sensitive basis? VS imagined himself being flung into a deep dark ocean with very little visibility. The more he fumbled around, the more he bumped into shadows of creatures and objects, some of which posed a significant threat to his life. He faced two different choices in this situation. One choice would be to remain passive and stop his underwater thrashing. This minimized the risk of bumping into something threatening, but this also left him blind to any incoming threats. The downside to being passive was that VS had to submit to fate to make it through. The riskier choice would be to become more active and start to swim about. Whether he would be met with fortune or calamity, VS didn't know, but it sounded better than leaving his survival to fate. He made a decision then. If they survived this crisis, he vowed to get to the bottom of this mission. It was way too risky and inexplicable for VS to believe that this mission was anything routine. This is a matter to consider for later. Right now, they needed to wait for something to change. Either the two logistics ships regained their FTL functionality, or Venids would finally reveal their fangs. Unfortunately for him, the latter happened first. Midway into the restoration process, a squadron of ships emerged out of FTL. Detecting 8 unknown vessels. The new ships consisted of 4 combat carriers and 4 inconsequential transports. Everyone ignored the transports and focused on the combat carriers. Upon emerging from FTL, they regained their bearings quickly and immediately began to approach the stranded Vandals. It would take only half an hour for the newcomers to come into combat range. Identify the ships. We've matched their visual appearances to ships of the 1st Frosty Meteors of the 6th Venids Mech Legion. The majority of the Vandals in the command center reacted strongly after the sensor officer mentioned the Frosty Meteors. The Frosty Meteors was one of Venid's premier space-borne mech regiments. As their moniker alluded to, they didn't tend to play around. Instead, they relied solely on force to crush their opposition. They favored melee mechs and ranged mechs in equal measure. Their melee mechs acted as cavalry that relied on their powerful charge to smash apart their opposition. Their ranged mechs mostly consisted of gun platforms that unleashed a massive amount of firepower at medium range. Worse, the Frosty Meteors enjoyed the best funding from Venids, allowing them to field a substantial amount of heavy mechs. From heavy cannoneers that could outgun the Akara, to heavy knights that could endure a mech company's worth of firepower, everything about the Frosty Meteors inspired dread. Naturally, everything had a cost. The Frosty Meteors was a money pit. It cost Venids a significant amount of wealth and resources to maintain this prestigious unit. Their second and more relevant weakness to the Vandals was that all of their mechs were rather slow. Certainly, if their enemies let them build up a charge, then they could be very fast, but their actual acceleration was very sluggish. If the flagrant Vandals retained their mobility, then there was no question that they would be able to outrace the lumbering meteors. It was a pity that half of their ships lost their sublight propulsion. While a turtle may not be able to catch up to a hare, there was no question that it could catch up to it when it was crippled. Damn! Major Verl slammed his fist against his armrest as he beheld the approaching might of the frosty meteors. Even though the 4 combat carriers could only field 4 mech companies at most, their quality was more than sufficient to smash their immobile fleet. Chapter 543. The frosty meteors immediately showed their intentions when they emerged from FTL. They approached the stranded Vandal task force at full burn without any hesitation. Their arrogance knew no bounds. Conservatively, they would be outnumbered at least 3-1, yet they showed no signs of slowing down. The most prudent decision to make from Vanid's perspective was to wait for other friendly elements to catch up. After all, taking on the task force with only 4 space-borne mech companies left them with very little margin for error. The unspoken message behind their brazen course of action came as a slap to the faces of the Vandals. The frosty meteors obviously thought little of their opponents. To be honest, VS couldn't blame them for viewing the flagrant Vandals with contempt. The 2 mech regiments differed largely in purpose, funding, tradition, and fighting ability. A raiding regiment such as the flagrant Vandals mainly relied on their mobility to attack when they were strong and flee when they were weak. This was their main advantage, but also their fatal weak point. The moment when their mobility became hindered, they lost almost all of their advantages. It was pretty much the opposite for the frosty meteors. Almost every fighting attribute reached an extreme. As a medium to heavy cavalry regiment, they leaned more towards the use of hefty armor. Every mech of the meteors was at least twice as resilient as an equivalent Vandal mech. This difference alone gave the Vanid's mech regiment a decisive advantage. Everyone in the command center could tell how serious a threat they faced. Nobody belittled the frosty meteors for their arrogance, or their lacking numbers. The meteors proved their mettle many times in the front lines of the previous wars. Slow they may be, even the most premier mech regiments of the Mech Corps abhorred getting into a slugging match with the meteors. After venting his fury, Major Verl opened a private channel to VS. What is your analysis as a mech designer? Will our mechs be able to withstand the meteors? I don't rate our chances high, VS responded despondently. With half of our fleet unable to move, we are forced to fight on their terms. The meteors love nothing more than to bash themselves against soft targets like us. Neither the Inheritor or the Hellcat will be able to turn the tide. The only variable that I can't account for is how many heavy mechs they brought. Each heavy mech is an enormously difficult rock to crack. If they brought more than 20 heavy mechs, we basically stand no chance at all unless we adopt a clever tactic. VS knew his mechs, but even his perspective contained holes. The one element that VS couldn't predict was the effect of different formations and tactics. Depending on how well the flagrant Vandals and the frosty meteors employed their formations, the outcome of the battle might very well swing drastically in one direction or another. Therefore, even if everything appeared hopeless, VS did not give in to despair. Can we employ our land-bound mechs to enhance our strength? It's very difficult. VS shook his head. VS had seen such a drastic desperation move many times in action dramas. What worked in the dramas didn't necessarily work in reality. Our land-bound mechs aren't able to maneuver in space at all. They'll be sitting ducks against the enemy ranged mechs. There's also recoil and heat management to consider. Mechs with ballistic weapons especially suffered from recoil. Each time these mechs fired their weapons, they would spin their entire frames like a wheel. As for heat management, land-bound mechs reliant on high-heat weapons such as laser rifles relied a lot on heat convection to shunt away their excess waste energy. Since there wasn't any air or solid ground in space, such mechs wouldn't be able to get rid of their heat fast enough. Is there no other option? There is one I can think of, but it's rather silly. Just as how we employ our land-bound Akara heavy cannoneers as an improvised turret, We can make use of other land-bound ranged mechs in a similar fashion by strapping them against the hull of our ships. Such a tactic fell in the category of desperation move as well. While it came with a lot of malpractices, it had been used often enough during the age of mechs to be regarded as a viable way to leverage a mech force's otherwise useless land-bound mech force in space. Affixing the land-bound mechs onto the hulls of their ships neatly solved their heat and recoil problems. The only problem for the Vandals was that it took a lot of time and manpower to set up. With the frosty meteors less than 30 minutes away, they wouldn't be able to affix more than a dozen or so mechs onto the hulls of their combat carriers. Major Vril must have thought the same. I've already considered this option. It is extremely ruinous for the land-bound mechs because they have lost all of their mobility. Besides, if we want to employ all of our ranged mechs into ad hoc turrets, we need several hours of preparation time. The Nids timed their surprise attack fairly well. Only a couple of hours after they immobilized the Vandals, the frosty meteors arrived to deliver the coup de grace. Though it sounded simple, to plan and time such an outcome required extremely strong prediction capabilities on the part of the enemy. They certainly faced a formidable opponent right now. Not only did they come with strength, they also showed an excellent level of coordination. This was bad news for the Vandals because even if they fought back hard against the meteors, they also had to worry about stealth attacks. This invisible threat constantly hovered over the heads of the Vandals. The moment the Vandals broke up their anti-stealth formation, their invisible opponents would have free rein to deliver another crippling blow to the task force. VS and Major Vril swapped a few more ideas, but none of them sounded promising. In the meantime, the clock continued to tick. A few minutes into their burn, the enemy combat carriers finally launched their mechs. 140 mechs launched in quick succession. As expected, the frosty meteors employed an even mix of ranged and melee mechs. Their medium melee mechs carried a substantial amount of armor. Much of them consisted of space knights, which made them even more resilient as a whole. Their ranged mechs, on the other hand, consisted entirely of ballistic weaponry. The frosty meteors famously eschewed laser weaponry because they preferred the tactile feedback of kinetic and explosive shells. Their riflemen mechs exclusively made use of heavy-caliber rifles, while their cannoneers used even heavier barrels for maximum firepower. What caused VS and the others to despair was that the frosty meteors boldly displayed 20 heavy mechs. Half of them consisted of heavy space knights, while the other half consisted of heavy weapon platforms akin to a space-borne variant to the Vandal Akara model. Each and every mech model employed by the frosty meteors was state-of-the-art. There was no question that the frosty meteors brought their best. This was no collection of rank-and-file elements like the previous appearance of the Calico Dancer bats. The frosty meteors basically believed that this battle was in the bag. No matter how much the flagrant Vandals flailed, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. It was a given that they would lose. The only question was by how much. If the Vandals closed ranks, they risked total annihilation or capture. On the other hand, if the Vandals evacuated the immobilized ships and hurriedly ran away in their few undamaged ships, they might be able to run away before the enemy caught up. Major Vril immediately shook his head when VS suggested to cut off their tail and run. We can't discount the enemy stealth units. Whether it's shuttles or mechs that are lurking in the vicinity, both can easily hinder our transition into FTL by throwing out disposable gravitic mines in the surrounding area. This is one of Vanid's favorite tactics. Even if they hadn't spotted any signs of enemy stealth units so far, Vril had no choice but to assume the worst. It might be that the Vandals overestimated Vanid's commitment and worked on false assumptions, but they truly couldn't afford to make a misjudgment at this time. The transports are emitting water! This was another tradition of the frosty meteors. The transports didn't carry any goods or supplies. Instead, their cargo holds had been converted into water tanks. Immediately before they entered into battle, the transports expelled their water from the tanks and allowed them to flash freeze in space, creating makeshift ice meteors. Once the tanks ran out of water, the heavy knights accompanied by a handful of medium mechs maneuvered behind the meteors and began to push them forward using their powerful flight systems. Though this slowed down their overall approach, they also gained a shield of some sorts. If the Vandals wanted to damage the charging meteors, they first needed to chip away at all of the ice in their way. Just as VS wanted to raise the option of splitting up the Vandal ships, Verl suddenly turned his head towards another private channel. For the first time since the frosty meteors emerged from FTL, he grinned. Mr. Larkinson, it seems we still have a lifeline. Venerable O'Callaghan has decided to deploy into battle. Major Verl didn't hide his words this time. Everyone in the command center heard his words. Upon mentioning the expert pilot, everyone instantly lifted their gloom. Some even outright laughed as they thought that Venerable O'Callaghan would single-handedly be able to turn the tide. VS had never witnessed O'Callaghan in action. From the archival footage that he perused in his spare time, he had to admit that O'Callaghan might do well against the frosty meteors. The only problem was that O'Callaghan would never be able to finish off all 140 mechs on his own before they crashed into the rest of the Vandals. Battle couldn't be avoided. They just had to go about it in a smart fashion. As long as O'Callaghan and the regular Vandals worked together, they might be able to pull off a miracle. Major Verl didn't need his advice on this matter. He probably knew much more on how to employ his mechs than VS, so the channel immediately closed. Several minutes passed by as the Vandals prepared for battle. Not only did they need to guard against any stealth ambushes, they also had to commit enough mechs to support O'Callaghan's counterattack. This required a lot of judgment. If they committed too few mechs on either demands, then they risked a fatal flaw. The wait was agonizing to VS. Right now, he couldn't do much except to uncover more details about the enemy mech models. He had no illusion that he would be able to find a critical weak point in their excellent designs. 15 minutes until the frosty meteors arrived, the parallax star finally launched from the Gorgon's gaze. As he witnessed the resplendent Lancer mech take to the stage, VS withheld his enthusiasm. While others showed their awe at the presence of their resident expert pilot, VS felt some contempt at the Venerable. Iris noticed his disaffection. Why so glum, boss? We might be saved. Humph. The only reason why he dragged his corpse out of his hibernation chamber is because the Gorgon's Gaze is one of the ships that lost their sublight propulsion. If not for that, he would probably be the first person to suggest we split and run. The Venerable is selfish to the bone. It was a given that Venerable O'Callaghan needed to expend a significant portion of his remaining vitality into the upcoming battle. If not for their hopeless situation, the stingy, death-fearing old expert pilot would never use up his precious lifespan. Even as the rest of the Vandals experienced a lift in morale, VS crossed his arms and in expectation. The Vandals sacrificed a lot of resources to put O'Callaghan on retainer. The expert should better reciprocate this time. Show us what you can do, Chapter 544, Fallen Glory. Among mech pilots, expert pilots occupied a special place. Often likened as demigods, these experts display inhumanly good skill in piloting mechs. Every basic parameter concerning piloting received an overall boost. From battle sense, weapon accuracy, resilience, willpower and more, any expert pilot was able to beat 10 advanced pilots without any effort if they all piloted the same mechs. In some cases, their best attributes even surpassed the human limit. Therefore, people considered every expert pilot to be an elite by definition. However, this was not enough to elevate experts into objects of worship. The true worth of an expert pilot was that their cognition experienced a specific mutation that opened them up to resonance. This wasn't the fake resonance that mostly relied on passive exotics and a little helping of mental compulsion from a customized neural interface. The resonance that expert pilots could call upon was at least 10 times stronger, and each could achieve a much greater variety of effects. This was what true resonance looked like. It was the power that elevated expert pilots into heroes on the battlefield, and enabled them to fight 100 enemy mechs by themselves. An expert pilot is a one-man killing machine. Where one treads, hundreds of mechs will fall apart. Entire regiments despair when an enemy expert pilot stares at them. Sometimes, a grueling battle has been made irrelevant due to the outcome of a duel between experts. Of course, such sayings left out a host of factors. Not every expert pilot and expert mech was the same. Nonetheless, even the weakest expert possessed a level of strength that was almost impossible to overcome by any other mech pilot. Befitting of their status as demigods, the life of an expert pilot was filled with difficulties. No expert pilot came about from greenhouses. Not even the MTA or the first-rate superstates could reliably engender expert pilots among their ranks. They all came about by chance, though good genetics sometimes played a role. In any case, nobody could predict whether a potentate was destined to advance to the rank of expert pilot. They could come from descendants of a small military dynasty such as the Larkin sons or emerge from the underclass of an overcrowded city. As long as enough mech pilots received the opportunity to pilot a mech, their hidden talents would inevitably emerge. However, this happened only when the mech pilots received enough stimulation. Heated combat and the threat of death was the simplest and most effective to draw out an expert candidate's potential. The amount of expert pilots that emerged from the battlefield vastly outnumbered their counterparts from the dueling arenas. This was the strongest proof that to raise an expert pilot, lots of mech pilots needed to be thrown into a conflict. The more mech pilots entered battle, the higher the odds of uncovering an expert pilot. Some people say this was the principal reason why war was still so prevalent throughout human space. If states didn't wage war against other states, they often tended to wage war against themselves. No matter where anyone turned in human space, there was always a fight to be found. No one succeeded in fostering a specific mech pilot into a vaunted expert. Many have boasted the ability to do so, but most training programs simply aimed to push their mech pilots to their limits. It wasn't uncommon for the training programs to turn deadly. The only way for states to foster expert pilots was to play the lottery enough times. An extremely low probability event almost always delivered no results, but if it was repeated many times, then eventually the jackpot would fall. Each expert pilot that fought for a state added to their overall strength. Yet even then, the advancement of an expert pilot had only just begun. Beyond their current rank existed even more powerful existences called ace pilots, and that was not the end. Beyond ace pilots, a rare crop of mech pilots had attained power unimaginable. So much so that people couldn't help but call them god pilots. Only several hundred god pilots existed in the galaxy. They were just as rare as star designers, and both enjoyed a similar status in human space. The only difference was that star designers generally transcended human division and employed their apex abilities for the betterment of the human race as a whole. God pilots, on the other hand, remained more willful for some reason. While some joined star designers into declaring neutrality, others have decided to remain attached to either the Greater Terran United Federation or the New Rebirth Empire. No other state possessed the appetite to retain a god pilot. Even if they had been declared as divinity in human form, god pilots still hungered for what lay beyond. None of them had ever advanced to the rank after god pilot, but all of them sensed a vast fog of possibilities. In their pursuit to surpass their godlike existences, these peerless warriors believed that they could only reach a greater height through continued struggle. Rixt O'Callaghan was no god. Right now, he could be called a demigod as best, and a decrepit one as that. With one foot in the grave, his body had long lost the fitness of his spare years. If nobody knew that he was an expert pilot, they might mistake him as a walking corpse. Yet no matter how awful his body looked, it still retained a large portion of its inner strength. It was generally known that the mind of an expert pilot had broken the shackles of the human limit. What others might not be aware of was that their physiology also followed suit. Though expert pilots generally didn't bother training their bodies to a superhuman level, they did sought out treatments and medicines that strengthened their flesh in order to endure the physical demands of piloting a mech. Thus, even as O'Callaghan emerged from his hibernation chamber, he only needed a couple of minutes to return to his peak state. After apprising himself to the current conditions of the Vandals, O'Callaghan immediately entered the cockpit of his personal steed, the Parallax Star. This wasn't his first expert mech. Having lived for over a century, O'Callaghan often piloted the best of what a state could offer to their precious experts. A champion without the finest armor and weapons would never live up to their potential. He still remembered his first mech, so long ago. When he was still an advanced pilot, he was assigned to a mech regiment of the Mech Corps that fielded Lancer mechs. Back then, everything was simple. I was so young and stupid back then. The Venerable sighed as he boarded his exquisite mech. How could I know that I needed to cherish my life? In truth, O'Callaghan hated the Parallax Star. It did not match the grandeur of the mechs that accompanied him before. Those mechs were true beauties designed by multiple seniors in collaboration. None of those machines failed to disappoint. Some even approached the quality of Mastercraft mechs. That was a long time ago, when his skin was still smooth and when his hair still glistened in the light. As he spoke a silent prayer, he begged whatever higher powers that may exist to spare his life some of his lifespan. Though he used to be an atheist during much of his life, when the onset of death came ever closer, he started to seek refuge in faith. How pathetic! I used to be a model citizen from the bright republic as well. What will my publicists think when they hear me praying to the heavens? That was a thing of the past. Now, his value had fallen to such an extent that he had to resort to joining the flagrant Vandals to remain relevant. None of the other mech regiments agreed to his demands. How short-sighted of them! Even if my resonance strength is far from my peak, I'm still strong enough to be a terror on the battlefield. The magnificence of his youth and strongest years invigorated his old bones. His strong sense of confidence asserted itself, and as the Parallax Star finally launched into space, he cast aside all distractions. Come, my Parallax Star! Even if you are the weakest steed that I ever had the privilege to pilot, you are still a thoroughbred. Show me your strength. The aged expert pilot turned deaf against the mech officers that attempted to pass on instructions to his ears. He blinded himself against the glut of information being displayed on his consoles. The Venerable completely invested himself into melding himself with the Parallax Star. The custom mech coated in burgundy and black and embellished with gold started to brandish its lance and power up its flight system. In a single instant, the expert mech flung itself away from the Gorgon's gaze. Soon, it bypassed the anti-stealth formation. Its exclusive flight systems accelerated the Parallax Star onwards. The two rod-like wings affixed to the rear of the mech glowed as hot as stars. Their radiance blended together, giving the mech the illusion that it was burning like a star. The rest Vandals scrambled to respond to Venerable O'Callaghan's unilateral approach. Major Vro originally intended for the Parallax Star to keep pace with the Vandal mechs. Now, all those plans had to be thrown out the window. A large portion of space-borne mechs separated from the stranded Vandal fleet and hurried after Radiant Lancer mech. The Vandals only retained enough Inheritor mechs to maintain a contracted detection envelope. When the Frosty Meteors initially saw O'Callaghan's approach, they laughed. Had the robber regiment gone crazy? Then, the mechs started picking up peculiar sensor readings. Not only did the mech accelerate faster than any normal mech ought to, they also detected the faint but unmistakable signs of true resonance. It's an expert pilot! TT-30 Lavares. Who is it? What mech is it? No idea, sir. The mech isn't on our records. All we know is that it's a Lancer mech. The Frosty Meteors ran a search on all brighter Lancer mech pilots with a projected strength of 30 Lavares. They quickly came across a fossil in their search results. Venerable O'Callaghan? Hasn't that sack of bones bit the dust yet? I can't imagine he's still alive. Even if he clings to his life up to now, it won't take more than a bump to push him into his grave. Let us help him give him the rest that he deserves. Lesser mech pilots despaired when an enemy expert pilot showed up. Not so for the Frosty Meteors. As elites, they have encountered many crises in battle. The appearance of an unexpected venerable failed to impact their morale. It was unfortunate that they hadn't brought an expert pilot of their own. They didn't even know the enemy task force carried one, since Venerable O'Callaghan hardly deployed into battle since he signed up with the Vandals. To the Frosty Meteors, the entry of an enemy expert pilot only formed a minor hiccup. At most, they had to scrap their initial battle plan in order to accommodate the unusual abilities of the incoming expert. Despite the vast distance separating the Frosty Meteors from Venerable O'Callaghan, the latter seemed to sense the contempt directed against him. Bastards! Don't ignore me! His mech glowed even brighter as he started to push beyond the limits of what his mind, body, and mech could withstand. The resonance that accelerated his mech beyond its regular limit grew stronger, and the glow surrounding the parallax star started to extend towards the lance, enveloping it in a strange energy field. The parallax star expended a massive amount of power just from its initial approach. It was an extravagant waste of energy that no clear-minded mech pilot wished to throw away. O'Callaghan wasn't in his right mind at the moment. The naked contempt of the vision mechs in front of him engulfed his mind with fury. Nobody affronted his pride as an expert pilot and got away with it. Frosty Meteors or not, everything fell before his lance. Come, Parallax Star! Charge as hard as you can! The distance between the two closed within minutes. The Frosty Meteors long adjusted their formation into a half-sphere. They might not be able to stop the initial charge, but they believed that they could easily strike down the expert mech after it lost its momentum. Brace yourselves! Here it comes! Chapter 545. The Frosty Meteors employed a number of iconic mech designs. Famed for their durable medium and heavy mechs, each of their designs served as a fine example of their types. Their prestige mech was undoubtedly the Canis Oliphant, their heavy space knight. Clad with thick and heavy layers of armor, it had also been paired with fairly powerful flight systems, which gave it a respectable amount of acceleration. Armed with a sword and tower shield that was even thicker than its chest armor, a single Canis Oliphant represented a pinnacle in defense. With the help of its flight system, the Canis Oliphant was also able to keep up with the charging formation. If the Canis Oliphant charged into the flagrant Vandals with its shield held in front, there was no question that the latter would buckle. The impact might even be strong enough to disintegrate a Hellcat. That wasn't bad enough. The Frosty Meteors brought more. With 10 Oliphants charging forth with a disposable ice mass serving as their first line of defense, there was no question that the heavy mechs could smash through even the sturdiest Vandal lines. There was too much disparity between the two forces. Heavy mechs might be expensive and not very cost-effective compared to the lighter weight classes. Some even argued that they were wasteful toys. In general, to build a single heavy mech ate up the resources of at least 3 to 5 medium mechs. This wouldn't be bad if heavy mechs performed 3 to 5 times better than lighter mechs, but the truth was that their specs hardly doubled. Several parameters remained the same, while others such as agility and speed suffered a severe slide. These weaknesses sometimes enabled agile light mechs to dismantle heavy mechs that cost 10 times as much with ease. Nonetheless, heavy Mech served as a powerful singular package on the battlefield. Whether a mech contributed to victory or defeat was the only criterion that mattered. Against the charge of the Parallax Star, none of the mech pilots of the Canis Oliphant panicked. Not only did their mechs benefit from an improvised ice shield, their mechs also boasted over alternating alloy formulas. Their armor system consisted of a sandwich of different alloys. The main protective alloys came in the form of compressed armor, while the other alloys only served to absorb shock and thermal energy, thereby eschewing expensive compression treatment. It was a wonderfully effective and intricate armor system that required weeks of fabrication work just to produce a complete set. It was also fairly affordable for the level of protection it afforded. If not for its propensity for faults, it would have been more widespread. This armor system was perfect for the Canis Oliphant because the Frosty Meteors possessed an ample amount of funding, more than enough to cope with the low success rate. Every Canis Oliphant was a product of hard work and excellent craftsmanship. None of these heavy space knights ever left the production lines in a less than perfect state. "Give me an Oliphant, and I will tear through the Republic!" As the standard bearer of the Frosty Meteors, the Canis Oliphant model carried the hopes and dreams of the Frosty Meteors. Rarely did they falter. Only their best night pilots received the privilege of piloting a prestige mech, and they knew the parameters of the Oliphant like the back of their hand. Every pilot of the Oliphant fought with courage, but more importantly, they fought with clarity. They had been trained to recognize the signs that the Oliphant neared its breaking point, upon which they would pull back before the mech pulled back before it could break. This led to an excellent track record over the years since it had been adopted by the Frosty Meteors for this current war. Everyone expected it to emulate its predecessors in the Mech Regiment. It should never fall in battle. The only acceptable reason for it to face defeat was if the Frosty Meteors encountered a vastly superior enemy force and needed to retreat in a hurry. They could forgive the Oliphant for being too slow to keep up with the retreat. It was a mech that had been designed to be an unbreakable bulwark, or an unstoppable forward vanguard after all. Stepping back was not in its job description. Yet of all the enemies the Oliphant had been built to withstand, its designers could never account for the myriad of wonders that expert pilots embodied. The instant the glowing Parallax Star hit the ice shield, it immediately broke apart before the energy field. The expert mech encountered virtually no obstruction until the tip of its energy field along the lance touched upon the Canis Oliphant's tower shield. "Parallax Star! Pierce for me!" Propelled by fury and the glory of old, venerable O'Callaghan dauntlessly charged into the heavy night without any hesitation. He deliberately picked the staunchest and most durable mech of the Frosty Meteors as the beginning of this baptism of fire. The tower's shield, which could withstand the firepower of an entire company of ranged mechs for a significant amount of time, melted before the energy field and broke upon impacting with the tip of the lance. The hole in the shield expanded from a pinprick into a giant cavity that bisected the durable object. That wasn't all. Just a split second had passed while the shield gave way before the invincible lance. The Parallax Star hardly lost its momentum and continued to drive its weapon forward. The lance drove onwards until the energy field and the physical lance point dug into the chest of the Canis Oliphant and brute forced its way through the alternating layers of armor. No matter how many plates was in the way, all yielded before the incredible momentum and unyielding supernatural force of the Parallax Star. "Charge! Charge without fear! Charge until the ends of the galaxy!" The lance dug through the most durable mech in the lineup of the Meteors, as if it was made out of cloth. An incredibly expensive and incredibly powerful mech lost 20% of its torso mass right then and there. Even worse, the incredible kinetic impact and the corrosively hot energy field burned through the heavy Space Knight's more vulnerable internals. No matter how hardened the internals had been built, all of it had been friend, including its heavily fortified cockpit. Its highly trained mech pilot never had the chance to eject. Even before she recognized the imminent crisis, the Lance's energy field already burned through the cockpit's protective cover and seared the pilot's body into carbon and ash. The entire miracle seemed to take forever, but in actuality the parallax star had punched through the Canis Oliphant without any halt. While the impact slowed its momentum, it only lost 20% of its peak. Veneral O'Callaghan still had enough juice to continue the charge. "No matter how many mechs I have to knock down, my mech will never falter." The parallax star might have slowed down a bit, but the glowing Lancer mech was still a blur to others. Even VS couldn't distinguish between the parallax star and an asteroid dropping from orbit. Only the most highly trained mech pilots among them possessed the cognitive perception to follow the parallax star's incredible progress. This was why the second mech in the line fired its rifle straight at the approaching expert mech. The rifleman mech was a copy of the Caca Similes, an important ballistic rifleman mech of the Frosty Meteors. It wielded a heavy ballistic rifle which could fire both shells and kinetic projectiles of incredible force. The rifleman mech opted for a solid kinetic projectile, as the parallax star's incredibly fast approach would only make the impact worse. It was the right choice to make, but it didn't make any difference this time. Just as the projectile spun into the parallax star's chest, the projectile made out of sharp and dense alloys splintered apart like fragile wood before the energy field. The pilot of the Caca Similes barely had enough time to panic, let alone command his mech to dodge. Even with his brain revolving faster than ever before in his life, his mech simply didn't possess enough reaction speed to make any further moves. Even though the Vision pilot mentally commanded his mech to eject, it still took at least 500 milliseconds for the cockpit to begin its blast-off. That delay might as well be an eternity in this situation. The force of nature that was the parallax star eventually punched through the Caca Similes with even greater ease than before. After all, a rifleman mech could never match the toughness of a heavy space knight. Even if the Frosty Meteors prioritized the durability of the Caca Similes, which was unusual for rifleman mech, it didn't make any difference before the parallax star. O'Callaghan's mech lost a further 5% of its forward momentum, which was fairly negligible to him. Sadly for him, no other mech floated in its way. The Frosty Meteors utilized a broad and shallow half-sphere formation that held very little depth. Their original intention was to trap and contain the parallax star after it ran out of steam. However, they miscalculated the charging power of the parallax star. While the expert mech inevitably lost some momentum, it was still substantial enough to make it difficult for O'Callaghan to steer. It couldn't make any sharp turns to charge down the enemy mechs positioned at the sides. Like a meteor descending upon an innocent planet, nothing could alter its path that was destined to wipe out all forms of life on the globe. However, O'Callaghan didn't feel too disappointed about the lack of targets. The Venerable deliberately chose this angle to charge because there was one more enemy asset in the way. The parallax star is charging towards an enemy combat carrier. What guts! Before the Frosty Meteors could turn around and pelt the enemy expert mechs with their ranged weapons, the parallax star already left the sluggish Frosty Meteors in the dust. Instead, it continued to aim its lance point at the closest combat carrier in alignment. In their initial decision to charge the stranded Vandal task force, the Frosty Meteors decided to keep their ships close. Besides the water-carrying transports that had already departed via FTL, the combat carriers were still needed for command and control as well as to retrieve their mechs if they needed to escape into FTL for whatever reason. The Meteors gathered a substantial amount of intelligence on the flagrant Vandals, so they knew that they faced a slippery opponent. If the mechs of the Meteors separated from the combat carriers, then Major Verl would certainly order his light mechs to circle around and sabotage the combat carriers. The only way to prevent a sneak attack on their carriers was to leave behind some guards or to bring them alone. The Meteors couldn't afford to take too many mechs out of their battle lines, so they opted to keep their combat carriers close with their main force of mechs. This kept the combat carriers safe from harassment, but also exposed them to the ravages of battle. This time, the frosty meteors had made a grave miscalculation as the parallax star only shifted a few degrees to bring it on a direct collision course against the enemy combat carrier. Impossible! How can a Lancer mech be reckless enough to charge a heavily armored combat carrier? The proper way to fight combat carriers was to bombard them from range or to sneak inside their hangar bays and wreak havoc from within. Venerable O'Callaghan directly ignored those roles and brought his parallax star into an inexorable collision against the hapless enemy ship. Everyone who thought fast enough to keep up with the action cried madness in their hearts. A Lancer mech charging straight against the armored bow of a combat carrier was sheer madness. Yet the expert pilot would hear nothing of it. His maddened fury drove him to utter hatred against these arrogant Venids mechs. They probably called him a fossil, or the like. Before his charge arrived, none of the mechs of the frosty meteors showed any caution to him. No way could O'Callaghan tolerate such callous disregard. Combat carrier? It's all the same to me. O'Callaghan laughed. Yield to me. Chapter 546. When the parallax star's lance hit the forward prow of the combat carrier, common sense went out the window. In any other situation, the mech should have yielded. Yet this was an expert mech driven forward by an expert pilot. Advanced in age he might be, but every expert pilot possessed the power to defy logic. Even as the thick layers of the combat carrier's hull plating began to buckle, the parallax star's energy field rapidly began to dim as it struggled to protect the expert mech it enveloped against crushing itself apart. Yet no matter how dim it grew, it never winked out. Like an everlasting sun, the parallax star shredded through the prow of the ship and punched into the much less durable interior of the ship. Compartment after compartment parted into as the mech and its indomitable charge brought it deeper into the heart of the vessel. However, everything came to an end. The ship's interior might not have been as durable as the outer hull. It still formed a substantial obstacle to the parallax star because there was so much of it the mech had to bore through. Its momentum rapidly bled off until it barely reached the inner half of the combat carrier. Secondary explosions quickly started to rattle the combat carrier as the sudden cavity set off a chain reaction of catastrophic effects. Over 100 crew members lost their lives instantly as the mech bore through their compartments, and 100 more became at risk as their bodies floated away into vacuum. If they didn't wear their hazard suits as a precaution, they would have suffocated in an instant. The combat carrier was as good as crippled. The parallax star punched its lance into the compartments beyond. From his extensive experience, O'Callaghan knew that he had reached deep enough inside the combat carrier to approach its highly fortified bridge, command center or combat information center. No matter which lay beyond, all of them served a key purpose for the frosty meteors. Though the Venerable's instincts screamed at him to depart from this ship, he persevered and forced his mech through one more compartment. He ignored the flailing figures his lance had breached and mercilessly raked the tip back and forth until he blended every human into unrecognizable meat. No human could withstand the force of a mech weapon. Serves you right for belittling me. Though O'Callaghan's fury abated a little after finishing his first charge in years, he still needed to teach the rest a lesson they would never forget. The parallax star quickly climbed out of the hole it had made and left the crippled combat carrier behind. With a flaring of its powerful flight system, the expert mech propelled itself to the sides, away from any enemy ships or mechs. The expert mech wasn't fleeing. It was arcing around for another charging pass. The impact of the charge and its devastating result against the Canis Oliphant, Caca Similas and a combat carrier knocked the frosty meteors out of their sense of complacency. This was no aged fossil they faced. The threat of death and the excitement of facing a formidable challenge invigorated the meteors into taking this battle seriously. A highly regarded mech regiment such as the frosty meteors never lost heart after suffering a setback. If the Vandals suffered something similar, then they would have immediately fallen apart as a cohesive unit. The smarter meteors also knew that their opponent wouldn't be able to replicate that devastating charge. All kinds of factors fell into place to make that initial charge so destructive. First, the meteors didn't think much of Venerable O'Callaghan. The 30 love arrays that measured from his resonance during the approach hadn't reached a level that would be a cause for concern. However, in the final seconds before the parallax star crashed through the Canis Oliphant, the parallax star's resonance readings spiked in the 40s all of a sudden. Such a significant boost in resonance strength had qualitatively transformed the strength of the expert Mech's charge. The second factor that played a role was that both sides had been approaching each other. A shuttle crashing against an immobile wall unleashed a lot less energy than two shuttles flying straight against each other. The impact of two converging forces resulted in much more damage than anticipated when combined with the spike in resonance. Now that he parallax star matched velocities with the frosty meteor formation, it would take at least 30 minutes of circling in order to build up an equivalent amount of momentum. The frosty meteors would never give the parallax star that much time. Even if the Vanids didn't bother chasing after the much faster parallax star, they could still vent their aggression on the immobilized ships of the Vandals. Though Venerable O'Callaghan didn't particularly care about the flagrant Vandals, they were his only ticket out of here. For better or worse, he needed to attack immediately. It wasn't enough to apply some pressure. The flagrant Vandals would only prevail if the frost meteors was beaten back. Back inside the shield of Hispaina's command center, VS still had to catch up with what had happened. Others didn't think so much and cheered as if their favorite mech athlete downed an enemy mech within the opening minute of the duel. Though the Vandals quickly got back to work, the joy and faith engendered by Venerable O'Callaghan's fantastic performance still lifted their moods. VS rewinded the moment where the parallax star bore straight through a heavy mech, a medium mech in the front half of a combat carrier of all things. He didn't pay attention to the flashy energy field or the unwaveringly straight lance. Instead, he drew his eyes to the telemetry. Much of the parallax star's parameters spiked to unheard of levels. Is this the power of resonance? He noted with great interest that the Venerable's resonance spiked in proportion with the rise in parameters. There was a definite relation between the two. Still, 44 love arrays at its height? Isn't that O'Callaghan's record when he was at his best? Iris leaned over to take a peek at the parameters. That's pretty impressive, but it's costly as well. I don't think the Venerable can withstand the consumption that is required to pull off such a performance. That single charge must have burned through at least a month of his lifespan. There's always a price for power. Especially at his age, the more he pushes beyond his limits, the more he exhausts what remains of his potential. It was a fair statement to make. VS didn't completely understand all of the mechanics behind resonance, and how expert pilots evoked resonance, but he certainly believed it couldn't be replicated so easily. You're right. Everything has a price. I hope that Venerable O'Callaghan can pay enough to redeem our lives. No matter how little he thought of the expert pilot, the man fought to preserve their lives. Even if his intentions were selfish, VS still couldn't help but root for the Venerable. Come on! You can do this! The parallax star might not have the time to build up its former earth-shaking charge, but it could still accumulate sufficient momentum to threaten the frosty meteors. After several rounds of circling, the expert mech dove in yet again. Against the heavy mechs arrayed against the Vandals, the parallax star hardly required any effort to land the perfect hit. The heavy mechs couldn't dodge to save their lives. Just as O'Callaghan was about to initiate his charge, the haze of fury that engulfed his mind had begun to fade a little bit. He regained enough of his senses to listen to his military advisor screaming over the comm channel. Don't focus on the heavy space knights. It takes too much time to dismantle them. Aim your charges at their medium mechs. You can run them down a lot more often than the heavy mechs. Right now, the flagrant Vandals wanted O'Callaghan to prioritize on diminishing the numbers of the frosty meteors. Though the heavy Mechs posed the highest threat to the Vandal fleet, the only way to accomplish a victory was to exact a heavy toll on the frosty meteors and entice them to abandon their attack run. Though O'Callaghan dearly wished to pound the heavy space knights into a pulp, his better sense took over and he obediently shifted his target towards the softer Mechs. "I can still run you down 2 at a time." The frosty meteors adjusted their formation in a way that put the medium and heavy knights in front of their more vulnerable Mechs, but there was a limit to their maneuvering. Their deficient mobility worked against them as O'Callaghan easily maneuvered his faster and nimbler Mech around their formation and plunged into a neatly chosen angle that enabled the Parallax Star to graze its lance against 2 riflemen Mechs at a time. "2 more down! 100 more to go!" The Parallax Star turned from an unstoppable bull into a stubborn wasp that circled around the lumbering frosty meteors. No matter how many guns fired at the Parallax Star, its energy field never reached its limit, though it had grown dangerously dim at various times. O'Callaghan didn't attempt to charge the center of the enemy formation. Instead, he directed his Mech to nibble at the edges, taking 1 or 2 Mechs out at a time. He never chewed off more than he could bite, so after each charge the Parallax Star hadn't lost too much momentum. Every time the Parallax Star charged, it always managed to preserve a large proportion of its forward momentum. It circled gracefully after each charge and dove back in with renewed enthusiasm. Mechs continued to drop out of formation after each charge. The wary combat carriers that trailed behind tried to pick up every wreck as best as possible, but the crippling of one of their combat carriers had put a serious dent in their cohesion. They didn't have the time to retrieve every wreck, and due to the Parallax Star's exceptional lethality, hardly any Vision Mech pilot survived the aftermath of the enemy charge. "Vandals! Assist the Venerable! Encircle the meteors! Take what is ours! Take what is ours!" The Vandal space-borne Mechs finally caught up with their expert pilot. Around half of their inheritor light skirmishers dove around the frosty meteors, not daring to come any closer. The Hellcats hung back with the rest of the Vandal medium Mechs, holding back for now as they knew their shock attacks wouldn't be able to put a dent in the frosty meteors despite their deteriorating state. "Don't get pulled into a pitched battle! Harass them from the flanks and distract them from focusing their firepower on our expert." The Vandal Mechs showed what they were best at and employed a number of harassment tactics. For example, the Inheritors constantly moved to threaten the heavy cannoneers and medium riflemen Mechs. Both ranged Mechs might pose a threat to them at range, but once the Inheritor came into melee range, they could easily tear them apart. This forced the frosty meteors to position most of their knights to cover their ranged Mechs. The frosty meteors were known for their awesome shock attacks and their ability to endure. Their defensive formation left few holes for the regular Vandal Mechs to exploit. Nonetheless, they succeeded in distracting the meteors, opening up more opportunities Venerable O'Callaghan to charge down several Mechs at once. The battle increasingly swung in their favor as the combination achieved a lot of results. Yet no matter how fast the Venerable broke down the meteor Mechs, it simply wasn't fast enough. With 5 minutes to go until the frosty meteors crashed into the propulsion-less Vandal ships, something needed to change in order to swing the battle even further in their favor. "Can we threaten their combat carriers?" VS asked all of a sudden. "If we can threaten their mech berths, they might decide to draw back more strength." "It's too late for that," Major Vroe mused. "It's highly unlikely they will decide to yield. Don't forget that we are in Vision space. Even if we destroy their rides out of this star system, they can still float in space for a week and wait for reinforcement ships to pick them up." The frosty meteors already suffered a substantial amount of losses. Only victory could redeem their shame. Chapter 547. The Visions lost over 40 Mechs, which was more than enough to cause any commander to disengage their attack run. Not so for the commanding officer of the Frosty Meteors. Their mech doctrine emphasized an attitude of committing to an attack. No matter how many mechs they lost, they wouldn't break and scatter. Why? Because they were the Frosty Meteors. Billions of Vision citizens looked up to them. They upheld their creed of getting hit but hitting back harder. In no way should any mech pilot of the Meteors falter before they reached their targets. Their myths said nothing about abortive attacks. Still, the flagrant vandals made it harder for them to reach the stranded enemy vessels intact. Venerable O'Callaghan picked off several mechs of the Frosty Meteors with disturbing regularity. In front of the Parallax Star, no amount of armor could save a mech from doom. The famed heavy armor of the Frosty Meteors turned from asset into a liability. The Cacosimilas, their rifleman mechs, their Window Secundus, their medium Space Knight, and their Charx Megansis, their medium Lancer mech, all benefited from some of the finest mass-produced compressed armor from Vinids. The benefits all of this armor brought to the Frosty Meteors enabled them to excel in frontal clashes. However, getting pelted from all sides by the flagrant vandals was a whole different beast. Besides the unstoppable attack runs from the Parallax Star, the rest of the vandals proved their mettle as well. The copies of the Cacosimilas barely endured the focus fire from the harassing vandal mechs. Due to the low firing rate of their heavy ballistic rifles, the Cacosimilas mechs barely managed to land a hit on the agile vandal mechs. However, any vandal mech that did manage to get hit often went down for the count. Even a single hit was sufficient to disrupt them, leaving them open to follow-up attacks that instantly wrecked the disoriented mechs. Visions and Brighter screamed in fury as they let the battle consume their fears. None of them held back from doing their best in the battle. Every now and then a mech of the Frosty Meteors or the flagrant vandals spun out of formation with debris expanding from the wreckage like a cloud. Sometimes, cockpits ejected in time, and these would navigate back to the safety of the combat carriers. Other times, the cockpits hadn't escaped in time, and their occupants suffered the fate of those who died in space, with their piloting suits breached and their bodies broken, frozen and decompressed. The entire battle showcased the determination of both sides. Two different mech doctrines clashed against each other in a brutal confrontation. While it appeared the flagrant vandals held a decisive advantage with the help of their expert pilot, in fact they were running out of time. They couldn't pick off the mechs of the Meteors fast enough. Back at the command center, everyone who hadn't changed into their hazard suits had already done so. With the Frosty Meteors reaching the ships of the vandals in just a couple more minutes, the odds of sustaining heavy damage was high. Nobody could be sure how many ships would be left after this battle. VS worked frantically to discover any weak points in the Meteor mechs, yet nothing stood out that was worth focusing on except for their flight systems, and even those had been clad with armor. "We're all out of cards," he sighed. "Even though we're downing the Meteor mechs by the dozens, we don't have much time left." Iris placed her armored gauntlet over his own. Their suit armor clanked as they collided against each other. "You're wrong. We haven't put in everything in the battle. There is still one more decision that the vandals can make." She looked onwards to Major Verl, who seemed to struggle with an invisible dilemma behind his helmet's faceplate. Eventually, the commanding officer gave the fateful orders. "Go all in. No holding back." Those words set off a chain reaction as the captains of the different mech companies in the field received orders to switch up their tactics. Instead of using their superior mobility to peck at the edges of the Frosty Meteor formation, they had been ordered to commit to a charge. The Inheritors took the lead. As the lightest, fastest, and most expendable mechs of the Vandals, their pilots had become accustomed to their role as cannon fodder. They all spiraled towards the hedgehog-like formation of the Frosty Meteors. In this, their excellent acceleration and agility preserved most of their mechs. The heavy ballistic rifles of the Cacosimilas mechs fared poorly against such agile targets. It was as if they attempted to shoot a cannon against an annoying fly that flitted around them with zippy wings. Once or twice, the rifleman Mechs took out an inheritor, but the Vandal Mechs came as a swarm. It didn't take long for the Vandal Mechs to reach their formation, and that was when hell broke loose. Inheritors, decoys! The inheritors couldn't penetrate the meteor's formation. All the melee Mechs formed into a ball with their weapons and shields directed outwards. The ranged Mechs hid safely inside as they shot their weapons through the gaps of the formations. The light skirmishers instead turned into a nuisance. They harassed the melee Mechs and baited them into making a fruitless attack. Very few inheritors sustained any damage because they always managed to dodge long before the sluggish Mechs finished swinging their weapons. A short time later, the real attack arrived. Hellcats impact! The inheritor Mechs at the rear of the charging meteor formation dispersed just in time for a substantial volleys of missiles to crash against the hefty Mechs. Their defensive formation held up against the explosions, but solid spikes of giant nails followed soon after. The kinetic energy behind the nails further unbalanced their defensive posture. The Hellcats themselves arrived soon after. The hybrid Mechs had been designed for shock attacks, and right now they attempted to pull one off against Mechs that could arguably do much better. The results turned out to be rather mixed. The Vandals had taken the initiative, and they somewhat succeeded in unbalancing some of the meteor Mechs. Unfortunately, the meteor Mechs had been built to withstand much worse. Virtually none of their Mechs suffered any damage from the collision. Instead, the Hellcats arguably suffered substantially worse. The hybrid Knight design fell short compared to the Canis Oliphant and the Windows Secundus. Both models of pure Knight Mechs viciously counterattacked against the Hellcats. Several precious Hellcat Mechs went down from the combined attacks of the enemy Knights and other Mechs. Vandals! Fight until there is nobody left! Salvation arrived when the rest of the Vandal Mechs came close. The ranged Mechs kept a fair distance from the melee and pressured the meteors from the flanks, well away from any angle that increased the odds of friendly fire. The ranged Mechs only served to pin some of the meteors down, particularly their ranged Mechs. The true threat to the meteors consisted of the Hellcat and the other melee Mechs of the Vandals. With numbers on their side, the Vandal Mechs attempted to gang up on the meteor Mechs and attempted to drown them in Mechs. Any Knight Mech could ignore a single enemy Mech in its face, but two would be stretching its defensive capabilities. 3 Mechs at a time posed a substantial threat to its continued operation. Right now, this happened on a large scale as the Vandal melee Mechs attempted to pry open their hardy shells with countless hands. The mobbing tactic lacked the grace and forethought of the other tactics and formations that the Vandals demonstrated so far. VS winced as he saw the casualty numbers pile up. Fighting the frosty meteors in formation was almost as futile as barbarians storming a Roman shield wall. It was a good thing that the Vandals made a lot of progress. Many meteor Mechs fell out of formation as the flood of Vandal Mechs overwhelmed their capacity to defend. Employing huge crowds of Mechs against a disciplined enemy was usually folly, but Major Vold proceeded anyway because they didn't have any choice. The Vandals could only trust in their numbers. The dense collection of Mechs made it difficult for anyone to judge how the battle progressed. However, VS started to notice an encouraging pattern. The Vandal mob succeeded in destabilizing the defensive formation of their opponents. With so many enemy Mechs crowding against them, they started to suffer unnecessary losses. Each Mech that fell diminished their numbers. They went from 100 Mechs to 80 Mechs in quick succession, and their numbers declined even more now that the Vandals exploited the openings. The only problem was that the meteors retained much of their heavy Mechs. If necessary, the meteors wouldn't hesitate to abandon their medium Mechs as long as their heavy Mechs pushed through. We're making progress. The Parallax Star dove in for another attack run. Any Vandal mech in the way quickly disengaged from the brawl and an opening for the Venerable to feast. The energy field around the parallax star might have become a bit more frayed, but the Venerable still held on as if he bore the weight of the galaxy. Surprisingly, he refocused his attack towards the heavy mechs. He spent a little more time circling around for this attack run, and it showed as his glowing mech plowed through a Canis Oliphant, a Cacus Similas and heavy Cannoneer. 2 enemy heavy mechs are incapacitated. Still, 7 more heavy mechs remained. This time, the parallax star couldn't afford to dilly-dally with building up its momentum any longer. By the time it had readied its next attack run, the frosty meteors would have annihilated the vulnerable Vandal combat carriers. The only choice was to join the mob. The parallax star has discarded its lance for its short spear. VS winced again. That lance was made out of an expensive mix of medium-grade exotics laced with trace amounts of high-grade exotics. Venerable O'Callaghan just threw away a lance worth more than 1 billion credits. He couldn't help but pass on a low-priority order to the queue. Someone retrieve the parallax star's lance. Don't let it drift away in space. To his vast relief, a heavily damaged inheritor mech that lost its entire right shoulder and arm had disengaged from the melee and chased after the lance. O'Callaghan deliberately halted his most effective attack in favor of helping the Vandals tear apart the remaining heavy mechs. The Canis Oliphants remained the most acute threat to the Vandals. Once those heavy space knights fell out of the picture, the rest of the frosty meteors should be easy pickings. With a guttural war cry, the old man dove into the fray. Vandal mechs willingly made way for the expert mech as it charged towards the nearest heavy space knight. The Oliphant mech held up its tattered tower shield in an attempt to block the parallax star's diminished charge. Just because I like to charge doesn't mean I only know how to attack from one direction. The parallax star may have been designed for its powerful charges, but it possessed enough agility to slide around the Oliphant, dodge its slow but powerful sword slash, and stab the heavy mech in its rear. Though the spear stab didn't have much power behind it, a casual blow from an expert mech couldn't be underestimated. With a light whiff of resonance, the spear successfully punched through the Oliphant's rear armor and damaged something vital. The Oliphant wasn't down for the count yet due to its high redundancy factor, but other Vandals already started to kick the weakened mech now that it was down. Venerable O'Callaghan already shifted his attention to another Oliphant. Time was running out, and all of the heavy mechs needed to be taken down. Heavy mechs or not, none of you can stand against my spear. Chapter 548. The frosty meteors broke. There was no way around it. With the parallax star fighting alongside the rank-and-file Vandal mech pilots, the entire mob fought harder than they had ever done so before. The flagrant Vandals knew they had to stop the frosty meteors from completing their doomed charge against the Vandal ships. Several hours had gone by since Venid's commando shuttles crippled their propulsion. It would take days for these ships to regain their mobility, time which they couldn't buy unless they could transition into FTL. Fleeing into FTL meant abandoning their vitally important logistics ships. Every chief engineer in the task force gathered at the Beggar's Bounty and the Linever Swan to get their replacement FTL drives operational as fast as possible. The battle raging out in space seemed to have fired up their motivation to get them fixed, even managing to find a way to cut even more corners that shortened the repairs by 2 hours. Still, the FTL drives couldn't be brought online immediately, so the frosty meteors had to be stopped at all costs. The final tally was fairly gruesome. VS glanced at the panel showing a summary of the mechs the Vandals deployed. 200 casualties. More than 100 mechs are wrecked while the rest have suffered heavy damage. Over 70 pilots have been killed. The death toll for this battle was particularly brutal. Even with Venerable O'Callaghan doing all of the heavy lifting, the mobbing tactic at the end resulted in a huge amount of casualties in just 10 minutes of time. The flagrant vandals succeeded, though, and that ultimately mattered more. After Venerable O'Callaghan slaughtered the heavy mechs, the remaining meteors had been torn down in quick succession. When their numbers diminished to only 50 mechs, it became clear that the meteors wouldn't be able to inflict any fatal damage to the vandals. The frosty meteors called for a truce. "Enough have suffered for today," a tired voice began from the other side of the line. Though the vandals ate through the 4 mech companies of the frosty meteors until they were only a shadow of their former selves, the remnants could still take a ship or two down in their death throes while the aggravated vandals extinguished them. Nobody wanted this tragic battle to escalate up to that point. Major Vero quickly assented to the ceasefire. "We'll stop killing you if you stop killing us. However, make no mistake, your survivors are only alive due to our benevolence. From the way I see it, we've won this battle. Salvage priority should go to us." According to the terms, the frosty meteors would halt any offensive actions for the rest of the day. They had 30 minutes of time to retrieve their dead and wounded mech pilots from their wrecks or escape pods. They had also been allowed to retrieve as many wrecks as they could, but only their medium mechs. In the meantime, the vandals did the same. They suffered a lot more casualties, so buying this reprieve was much more important to them. A myriad of shuttles emerged from the combat carriers and headed towards the expanding debris field that was on a ballistic trajectory towards the local star. Rescuing the wounded took priority over the dead and healthy. The faster they retrieved the wounded vandals, the more they would be able to save at the end. Other mechs joined in the rescue effort as well, though they kept their guard around the remnants of the frosty meteors. An awkward situation ensued as both sides tried their best not to pick up the fight again. The vandals also kept their guard around their vulnerable ships for any stealth attacks. Just because Vanid's commando shuttles hadn't shown up again didn't mean they already left. Complacency at this stage might doom them all, so the vandals didn't dare to let down their guard. Truly, this battle was an enormous shame for the frosty meteors. Only rarely had they ever admitted defeat, and they certainly never expected a lighter regiment such as the flagrant vandals to get the upper hand. In the end, they had been too arrogant. They never accounted for the presence of Venerable O'Callaghan. If not for the drastic intervention of the expert mech pilot, then they should have been able to defeat the vandals by a very wide margin. Venerable O'Callaghan regained his cool after the battle. Once the heat and adrenaline of the battle against the meteors faded into the background, his body became racked with aches. His old body caught up to tiredness with a vengeance, and he slowly realized that the battle took a greater toll on his lifespan than he thought. "I lost an entire year. Maybe more." Whatever the case, the hysterical O'Callaghan immediately returned to the Gorgon's gaze and hopped into his hibernation chamber as fast as possible. Every second counted in his view. As the nominal winner of the battle, the flagrant vandals abused their privileges as much as they could. VS hadn't been very useful during the actual battle, but at this moment he and every other mech designer became relevant as they picked and chose which wrecks to retrieve. "Should we salvage their heavy mechs?" Pierce asked over the comm. "They're extremely powerful if we can get them up, and we can also earn a lot of money if we simply sell the wrecks as is." There wasn't an easy answer to this question. Pierce was correct that the mechs could be powerful in their hands, but they didn't fit in with the Vandal mech doctrine. They also lacked the design specifications of the Keenus Oliphants, so it would be impossible to repair the heavily damaged mechs up to their previous standards. In addition, the Vandals probably didn't have any mech pilot with the right training to pilot a heavy mech. Still, salvaging the wrecks for their material worth alone was very worthwhile. The mechs was made out of highly valuable alloys that still held their value in pieces. Retrieving them now and selling them down the road would allow the Vandals to trade for lots of essential supplies. "Let's retrieve them, but only for resale. You don't have to be gentle with them, and it's fine if you only retrieve portions of the heavy mechs. In any case, We don't want to leave the wrecks to the frosty meteors who will be able to piece them back together in no time. The vandals on the field followed his instructions. The greedy vandals had an eye for value, and they instinctively knew that the wrecks of the heavy mechs could be sold for a decent fortune. They didn't need much convincing to nab all of the valuable pieces, though finding some place to store the more intact wrecks turned out to be a challenge as well. Slowly, half an hour went by as the meteors finished rushing to retrieve all of their men. As previously agreed, the meteor mechs returned to their combat carriers, which promptly transitioned into FTL immediately after. Since FTL travel couldn't be interrupted through regular means, this ensured that they would no longer be able to play a role in this star system. Of course, the truce only applied to the frosty meteors. If any other mech force from Venids happened to drop by, they would start all over again. Nobody wanted to see that. During the negotiations of the truce, the frosty meteors had been tight-lipped on the subject of reinforcements. They might arrive in a couple of hours, or they might only arrive a day later. It was imperative for the flagrant vandals to leave this star system as soon as possible. We're completely exposed here. Venids not only knows we are in this star system, they also know our exact coordinates. Maybe the next batch of Venids mechs will transition out of FTL right next to us instead of half an hour's flight away. The flagrant vandals continued to rush through their repair and cleanup efforts. They policed the battlefield as best they could and salvaged the most valuable wrecks in record time. 2.5 hours after the end of the battle, the Beggar's Bounty and Linever Swan finally regained their FTL functionality. Sort of. Maybe. Tentatively. The chief engineers hadn't been too certain about their work. If they had an extra hour or two, they could provide more assurances, but Major Verl wasn't willing to stick around any longer and let another wave of Vision reinforcements catch them at their weakest. We leave immediately. They let the two logistics ships transition into FTL first, if only to make certain that they could make the jump. With a hazy flicker, the two ships transitioned into FTL with obvious difficulty. Still, the chief engineers declared their work a success. The FTL drives require a lot of servicing after the ships come out of FTL, but we are confident that the FTL drives are working as intended, sir. What are the odds of failure? Major Verl asked. That is difficult to pin down. Our rough guess would be 5%. Any chief engineer would be horrified to hear such words. 20% of failure meant that 1 out of 20 FTL transitions led to horrific disasters. If such odds became the norm throughout the entire galaxy, all FTL travel might collapse after a couple of years. Right now, their dire situation didn't give them the luxury to lower this error rate. If the task force still remained in this star system by the time the next wave of reinforcements arrived, their odds of failure would reach 100%. Let us leave this bloodied star. Begin transition! The rest of the task force followed suit and disappeared into FTL. The battle had finally come to an end. Some people cheered. Others cried. More simply turned numb. This was because the battle truly hadn't been good for the Vandals. Sure, they fought and beat the Mechs from one of the most formidable Vision mech regiments. This certainly brought a lot of glory to the Vandals once they sent word of it back home. But did that bring the dead back to life? At least 70 dead so far. More may follow suit in the coming days as some of the wounded might not make it through. Any mech pilot that suffered injuries would certainly be in a very bad state. This was their fate should a cockpit be breached. A human body could not withstand the level of damage inflicted by a mech. Most of the Vandals couldn't sit still yet in order to mourn the fallen. They still needed to process the aftermath of the battle. Of acute importance was to repair the sublight propulsion systems of every combat carrier that suffered from the previous stealth attack. This would take days as the damage required both interior and exterior repairs. Fixing up the engineering bay and the interior systems didn't require any special circumstances. Engineers had already begun the repairs. The exterior repairs, on the other hand, could only be done when the ships transitioned out of FTL. It wasn't safe for humans to crawl over the hull of a starship in FTL. Very weird things tend to happen to humans that find themselves exposed to the higher dimensions in a direct fashion. Most tend to disappear. Where they went, nobody knew. This meant that once they arrived at their next star system, the task force required at least several days to finish the repairs to the thrusters and other exterior elements. Combined with the need to service the newly installed FTL drives on the logistics ships, this basically meant they would be stranded yet again. Everyone hoped that Venids wouldn't be able to catch up to them before they finished repairs at the other end. Our engineers have their work cut out for them. Mech designers like us have our own duties to fulfill, VS said as he read through his increasingly large to-do list. We're short on at least 100 space-borne mechs, and hundreds more require essential repairs. Let's get to work. Chapter 549. As far as VS was concerned, no one won the battle against the frosty meteors. The meteors lost 10 heavy mechs and around 100 other mechs. Such losses only amounted to 5% of the Venids mech regiment's total strength, so they haven't suffered very much at all. Certainly, replacing the expensive mechs and highly trained mech pilots lost in the battle was going to be a pain, but their abundant funding easily allowed them to recoup their losses. The flagrant vandals, on the other hand, might have won the battle, but they also lost the war. They outright lost over 100 space-borne mechs, and many more required urgent servicing before they could be put back onto the field. The task force's ability to defend itself against space-borne threats had reached its lowest point since their departure from the Deep Min system. According to the latest data accessible to VS, the Vandals could barely launch more than 200 space-capable mechs, most of which disproportionately slanted towards ranged mechs. During the final phase of the previous battle, where Major Vril basically threw his hands in the air and gave permission for the Vandals to discard all tactics, a lot of melee mechs got thrashed. It was the logical outcome when lighter melee mechs clashed against a tight, disciplined formation of heavier mechs. Fighting the frosty meteors on their terms is a road to defeat. The Vandals only resorted to such a wasteful attack because they had no other choice. They needed to take out the incoming frosty meteors before they reached their vulnerable starships, and the mobbing tactic was the only one in which they could tear down the frosty meteors quickly. Right now, every Vandal had become numb. While the task force might have succeeded in saving their logistics ships and escaped into FTL, the hefty losses certainly felt like a massive loss. Every serviceman VS walked by in the corridors appeared to be torn with grief or resigned to a grim outcome. Their confidence in the flagrant Vandals had evaporated. No one could take such a massive loss and remain upbeat. The usually air of casualness and nonchalance that VS found so charming about the Vandals couldn't be maintained in the aftermath of the battle. Too many mech pilots have lost their lives. Another burial ceremony was on the agenda. Despite the urgent need to conduct repairs, some of the 3D printers stopped their current fabrication jobs in order to churn out coffins that would either hold bodies or mementos of the dead. VS did not like this diversion of vital production capacity, but he understood why it needed to be done. The flagrant Vandals completely lost heart. In between the mourning of the dead, VS heard an increasing amount of whispers of discontent from the rank and file. Why are we heading to the re-annulled Republic? Can't our bosses send a message over the galactic net? This journey is pointless. Jerry is gone. Agnes is gone. Moetzi has lost both his legs. How many mech pilots need to die? It's too much. I don't know what we are fighting for. Aren't we supposed to defend the Republic? Why are we moving further and further away from our homes? You know, the Bright Republic hasn't done anything to help us out. I say it's time we cut ourselves off from the Mech Corps. We've done our duty and more. Let the rest sort out the mess. calls for abandoning the mission and changing course grew ever louder. VS merely shook his head when he heard talk like this. It wasn't as if they could turn around and leave the kingdom from any other angle. Back in his office, VS had his hands full trying to organize a coordinated repair effort. It was safe to say that his original timetable completely became untenable. Though it still served its use as a guide on what to focus on in future missions, they couldn't adhere to the schedule anymore. Their backlog of repairs threatened to overwhelm their logistical capacity. Rather than sit back and give up, VS decided to work with what he had. In his next conference call with the Mech designers, he laid out their priorities. The mission isn't over. We aren't out of the woods yet. I've prepared new assignments for you to fulfill. Right now, Major Vol has confided into me that we will be attempting to stay out of trouble when we are crossing through the Klein Duchy. Nonetheless, that doesn't preclude another ambush, so our highest priority is to get as much space-borne mechs back online as possible. Mercator's projection raised his hand. What about our land-bound mechs? Frankly, they're irrelevant for the duration of this trip, VS answered. While I can't state whether we have any land-bound operations on the horizon, they're in pretty good shape since the Dietmann operation. I don't see the need in allocating precious manpower and resources into polishing them into a shine. Our space-borne combat capability is the foundation of our survival, so I want all hands on deck into lifting it to a smidgen of its former self. How many mechs do you expect us to repair? We've retrieved enough damaged and mostly intact wrecks to restore about 100 mechs, more or less. Any more and we'll need to dip into our stock of heavily damaged wrecks, which are a real pain to restore with the limited equipment at our disposal. It's safe to say that we'll be having our hands full with the easiest repairs for now. I expect this to be done within a single month. A month? Sir, that's asking too much of us. I'm not. I know we can do it. Some of you will need to work harder than before, but I'm certain you are up to the task. Make no mistake. Our survival is at stake. The more mechs you can fix, the more mechs the Vandals will have at their disposal when the next batch of Visions come knocking at our door. The Mech designers swamped VS with questions, some of which he replied with the same generic answers. One question resonated a lot among the Mech designers. It was the same issue that plagued the regular Vandals as well. Mercator stood up and asked the question that VS expected to be asked. Why are we fighting? What is our true mission? Don't tell us that we have to reach the Reanald Republic. This ordeal is too unusual for it to be so simple. VS wagged his finger, causing Iris to press something on her control panel. Mercator's projection instantly became muted. I would like to remind you who you are speaking to, Deputy Mercator. After giving the offending Mech designer the stink eye, VS turned his gaze upon the other projections. I just met with Major Verl in private this morning. I asked the same question that you have. Did you know how he answered? The silence in the conference room became palpable. It is not our place to ask these kind of questions. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but you can bet that most of the Vandals in the fleet are similarly left in the dark. Letting our curiosity get the better of us is not in our job description. Just as how the Mech pilots are expected to pilot their mechs, we are expected to service those machines. Nothing more is required from us, and continued inquiries will only land you in trouble with the Vandals. VS had made his stance clear, even if he didn't entirely agree with it himself. He hadn't spoken the truth just now. Although it was true that VS stormed into Major Verl's office to demand an explanation, he also conducted his own investigation beforehand. It wasn't easy trying to peer into a secret that the brass wanted to remain hidden. VS first started off by revisiting his earlier speculations. His first assumption was that the Verl task force was required to head over to the Reanald Republic was because they carried something very sensitive. His second assumption was that the object of value that required an immediate extraction from vision space was something utterly unique and irreplaceable. This ruled out important data, which could have easily been conveyed over the galactic net. The only thing that stood out to VS was Lord Javier. He had to admit that the conspiracy theories the Vandals spouted to each other when they were bored made the most sense. Having witnessed Lord Javier's arrest on the ground at Dietmar 4, VS became aware that the noble heir was in possession of something vitally important to the Dietmar League and the flagrant Vandals. Like the brat he was, Lord Javier refused to hand over the so-called things. Whatever they were talking about, VS suspected that these things might have been important enough to justify a long-distance raid on the Dietmar system in the first place. Therefore, sending the Vril task force off into a crazy journey off to the Reanald Republic from the heart of the Vija Kingdom sounded a bit more plausible if their objectives concerned these things. Through logic, VS tried to deduce where Lord Javier might be held among their fleet. He quickly ruled out every ship except two. The Gorgon's Gaze was the most strategically important ship because she was the mothership of Venerable O'Callaghan and the Parallax Star. Though the Venerable stated that he would only be able to deploy for battle one last time, he still posed a huge deterrent to anyone aiming to rescue Lord Javier. The other possibility was that Lord Javier imprisoned aboard the Shield of Hispania. From what VS had understood of Major Vril, the Mech officer appeared to be the type that prepared for the worst. He wouldn't want their VIP to be out of reach. Thus it made a lot of sense for Lord Javier to be stuck on their flagship. VS took some time off his busy schedule to wander around. Despite the massive pile of work that demanded his attention, he made up an excuse of performing a personal inspection in order to get an impression of the mood among the crew to explore the entire ship. He went from bow to stern, port to starboard, upper decks to the lower decks, and on so on. His keen cognitive functions constructed a mental map of the layout of the Shield of Hispania. While VS never obtained a full map of the combat carrier, he still spotted several deviances from the schematics that VS had gotten his hands on through various channels. Certain compartments turned out to be a little more compact than usual. In other areas, the decks weren't quite even, though the standard artificial gravity made it hard for anyone to notice the discrepancy. All in all, through various tricks, the original ship designer of the Shield of Hispania managed to incorporate several hidden compartments within the massive ship. They might not be very large, but they very much existed according to the mental map that VS drew up in his mind. The only problem was that VS couldn't stick around long enough to investigate these cavities, let alone force an entry in them. He decided to resort to the one method that the Vandals certainly hadn't anticipated. VS attempted to employ his spirituality. What he used to call his sixth sense was in fact a new and practically unheard of way for him to interact with the spiritual side of reality. Though he mostly employed this sense to design Mechs or detect danger, he sometimes flexed it in other ways. Though he hadn't figured out how to turn his body into a semi-corporeal state like Lucky, he did sometimes succeed in brushing against the minds of other humans. Every human possessed a unique mind. Like fingerprints, they were never the same. One remarkable feature about sensing minds was that stronger or more eccentric individuals stood out from the crowd. Having seen Lord Javier in person, he instinctively memorized the noble's unique flavor. VS scoured throughout the entire trip, making himself as circumspect as possible in an attempt to probe his spirituality through the bulkheads into the hidden compartments. Most didn't contain anything alive. VS had the sense that they only held a lot of important machinery. One hidden compartment was different. Unlike the others, VS faintly sensed a mind that matched the flavor that VS remembered. He was right. Lord Javier was truly aboard the Shield of Hispania, Chapter 550. After his discovery, VS acted out a play. He pretended as if he was as frustrated as the other Vandals, not even hesitating to demand a meeting with Major Vril to obtain some answers. The rigid Mech officer refused to spill the beans, just as VS expected. The man had a point that a secret as momentous as this should only be known by those who needed to know. VS did not actually require an answer to perform his duties, so he was firmly on the very large list that definitely didn't need to learn the truth. VS couldn't blame them from withholding the fact that they imprisoned Lord Javier and was attempting to bring him out of the kingdom. Though their greater motivations escaped him, the Vandals would surely be doing it for a reason. That reason may be a great cause, or a selfish cause. Whatever the case, VS had no further leads to pursue. Walking close to the hidden compartments already raised some flags, so VS planned to keep his head down for the time being and pretend that he knew nothing more than the rest. After the conference call, the mech designers all tackled their work with urgent effort. VS was glad to see that nobody slacked off time, and many had in fact exceeded their former standards. When other people's lives are on the line, there's no sense of urgency. Now that there's a substantial chance that we might all go down, it's no wonder that they are working so hard. With a deficit of more than 200 mechs, the flagrant Vandals would be hard-pressed to regain their former strength. VS deliberately set their goal post to restoring 100 mechs within a month as an aspiration. He didn't expect the mech technicians and mech designers to reach this target, but getting close enough already helped out a lot. As the task force finally left the accursed territory of Venids, the Vandals kept themselves while they crossed through the space claimed by the Klein Duchy. During this time, they managed to drop their work to hold another solemn space burial. Over 100 coffins had been laid out in the hangar bay of the Shield of Hispania. The sheer amount of coffins weighed down upon the survivors like a boulder. Pretty much every Vandal knew someone who rested in those coffins. Seeing the coffins placed on the decks with the banners of the Vandals draped on top of them emphasized the peril they still hadn't gotten away from yet. How many more Vandals would lose their lives in the coming days and weeks? 100? 200? Maybe all of them? Nobody knew, but all of them feared the answer. The Vandals plainly weren't in a fighting condition at that time. Fortunately, Klein appeared to be as equally fearful of the Vandals as the Vandals feared getting entangled with their mech legions. From the intelligence the local rebels passed on to the Vandals, Klein wanted nothing to do with the scrappy enemy force that thrashed the frosty meteors. Pyrrhic it may be, word of the victory had already spread throughout the kingdom and the Republic. The victory cemented the reputation of the flagrant Vandals as devious but capable warriors. While Venids had a lot more mechs to spare, Klein faced the opposite situation. As a peripheral territory in the kingdom, they could afford to be lavish with their mech legions. They hoarded their mechs as if they were their own children, and rarely deployed them against formidable enemies. Though the Vandals had lost over half of their space-borne combat capability, Klein didn't know that. As long as the Vandals kept their true condition silent, the Visions wouldn't have any reason to hunt them down. This was why the Vandals acted very circumspect around the VRF and the local rebels. VS even received orders directly from Major Verl to limit the amount of information Iris could access. Telling their guest designer to fob off was not a pleasant conversation for VS. Our mechs are in a bad shape, Iris. I think it's best if you lend your skills to the mech technicians. They're awfully short-handed. Iris glowered at him. Don't you need me anymore, boss? You're not the only one who needs to get their hands dirty. Some of the most complex repairs can't be performed by anyone in the fleet except me. That should give you an idea how urgently we require more technical expertise. With that quick excuse, VS packed Iris off. Naturally, he wasn't wrong either. He did plan to allocate some of his time to restore the more difficult cases. He even took the time to select some promising wrecks and requested the Vandals to transfer them to the Shield of Hispania. Thus far, the Vandals managed to keep Klein guessing and their rebel partners mostly in the dark. The only time where VS thought the gig may have been up was when they converged in a desolate star system to trade away a substantial amount of loot and salvaged mechs for much-needed resources. If the rebels had someone smart on their payroll, then they would have recognized the significance of the materials that the Vandals had requested. They couldn't do anything about it. During staff meetings and private talks with Lieutenant Commander Soapstone, VS reiterated the importance of replenishing their stockpiles. You either get me the supplies on this list, or you'll have to accept the fact that we're going to be short of at least 50 mechs. Presented with that argument, Vole and Soapstone couldn't resume their penny-pinching ways and continued to hoard their useless riches. What they needed the most right now was to supplement their battle strength. The odds of making it out of the Hafner Duchy at their current strength was small. It would already be hopefully optimistic that the Vandals would be able to field around 300 mechs. That was the number of space-borne mech pilots the task force had left that could still go into battle. The rest had died or suffered grievous injuries that their onboard medical bays couldn't treat. A small number of mech pilots even suffered neural damage that permanently disabled their ability to interface with a mech. VS knew there was no going back from such an injury. Even his grandfather suffered from the same affliction, and despite his prestige as a former expert pilot, he had no choice but to resign his commission. All the suffering throughout the entire fleet affected VS on a spiritual level. His heightened spiritual sense picked up the waves of grief, apathy, and other unpleasant emotions. The mech pilots in particular acted as beacons of despair, whose negative emotions propagated stronger and further than any other human. VS even suspected that they were responsible for exacerbating the negative mood that descended upon the task force. It's as if the mech pilots are infecting everyone's moods with theirs. That wasn't good news, because all of the casualties of the previous battles happened to be mech pilots. Mech pilots interacted the most with their fellow kind. They developed very strong bonds of brotherhood with the people that fought by their sides, so their deaths impacted the surviving mech pilots most of all. VS sometimes wondered if this dark cloud of emotions would doom the Vandals to defeat. If Klein ever summed up the courage to track down the task force and force a battle, the outcome wouldn't be in question as long as the Visions brought enough mechs. This can't go on, but I don't know what to do. It was hard to cheer up the Vandals. While they were professional enough not to let their emotions get in the way of their duties, it was easy to see that they couldn't match the steel of their recent opponents. Premier mech regiments such as the Calico Dancer Bats or the Frosty Meteors wouldn't enter a spiral of doubt and self-blame. Their grit was legendary. Even if they lost over 90% of their fighting force, the remaining 10% would still cling on to their tradition and rebuild what they lost. It's all about belief and willpower. These traits couldn't be measured on an objective scale. Yet their importance ranked at the top. Even if the Vandals fielded better mechs, they would still be considered trash if they couldn't bounce back from a modest defeat. Though VS mourned alongside the Vandals, he plainly didn't feel as much grief. In the end, I'm not a Vandal after all. As the head designer, VS needed to keep the bigger picture into account. He couldn't afford to get hung up on the past while the future still seemed turbulent. The hierarchy also reinforced this detachment. Mech designers didn't directly integrate with the mech regiments. Instead, they stood apart and formed their own self-contained group. They answered only to the highest-ranking mech officer on site. This separation came in handy as the other mech designers also appeared to be less affected by the doom and gloom that had overtaken the Vandals. VS ordered them to push the mech technicians to get over their grief and work hard. Though the mech designers only partially succeeded into kicking the mech technicians back into gear, any increase of productivity was welcome. Thus, a long period of tranquility ensued. The task force continued their silent trek to the border of the kingdom, meeting very little setbacks along the way. The Vandals even managed to slip into the Hafner Duchy without encountering any hostile forces at all. Klein hadn't managed to sum up the courage to go after them in the end. Thank the heavens that the Duke of Klein is a scaredy cat. It's as if angels are watching over our shoulders. Well, you better brace yourselves, because the Duke of Hafner is nothing like his neighboring peer. That man is responsible for guarding the border. The big ponds won't tolerate any incursions from Reynald. He'll be even more determined to stop us from making a getaway. VS agreed with that sentiment. Although the Hafner territory was situated on the other side of the border to the Bright Republic, they nonetheless heard some stories about how seriously they guarded their space. The main threat did not come from the Reynald Republic. In fact, the neighboring state was actually only a third the size of the Bright Republic. Ordinarily, the aggressive Vigia kingdom should have invaded Reynald as intensely as they attempted to invade the Bright Republic. The only reason the Visians curbed their aggression towards Reynald was that the latter forged a defensive alliance with two other minor republics. Both the Rapo Principality and the Council Stars of Lis banded together with the Reynald Republic to present a united front against the Vigia kingdom. Everyone referred to their defensive pact as the Frozen Leaf Alliance. Though each individual alliance member was weak enough to be crushed by the Visians, together they formed a formidable line of defense. The Visians had tested them over and over, but their bonds to each other turned out to be stronger than the relations of competing Visian duchies. This could still be overcome, if not for the possibility that other neighboring states might decide to join the Frozen Leaf Alliance. If Reynald, Rapo, and Lis fell to the Visians, the states beyond that might be next. This effectively curbed the desire of the Visians to aggressively expand in this direction. As long as they didn't make any threatening moves, the Frozen Leaf Alliance wouldn't grow to the point of becoming a threat to the kingdom. Still, even without a war, their citizens still need somewhere to vent. The mech pilots of the three alliance states didn't face the threat of war like their counterparts in the Bright Republic. Too much complacency bred weakness, so officially the Frozen Leaf Alliance encouraged the establishment of mercenary corps and treasure hunting outfits as a way for adventurous mech pilots to get their fighting urges out of their system. Unofficially, they encouraged the establishment of less-than-legal outfits, and often turned a blind eye when these shady outfits decided to do their business across the border. The Vigia kingdom suffered a lot of damage from pirates that originated from the alliance. Though the evidence was never there, both sides knew the score. The Hafner Duchy took on the important task of curbing every pirate incursion that crossed border from the Reynald Republic. Over the centuries, they became very adept at hunting pirate outfits. Unfortunately, the flagrant vandals happened to share a lot in common with pirates.